live in the mortuary.
I lived in the mortuary, yes, but not in the embalming room. I mean, they make it sound like, I slept in the crypts with them. And I never climbed into a coffin or anything like that. That is so damn ridiculous. And besides, the dead won't bother you. It's the living you got to worry about.
Today we're going to talk about John Wayne Gacy. His case became big in the 70s. Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos you found?
Yeah, this video is an interview with Ressler, who was an FBI profiler in 1992. Gacy was sentenced to death in 1980 and executed in 1994. And so this is not about him trying to get free from something. We'll use that as a framework.
Give me kind of just an overview of the business that you eventually established, the construction work. Is this self-taught then, the construction that you eventually...
Whenever the hell they're ready.
Now, give me kind of just an overview of the business that you eventually established, the construction work. Is this self-taught then, the construction and maintenance work?
I started doing painting, and then I started doing wallpapering and decorating. And inside of 3 years, PDM, which is painting, decorating, and maintenance, was doing $1 million a year.
And that was...
And I only had 4 employees.
And that was the business you were in at the time of the arrests?
That's correct. PDM in 1974 became a corporation, and then I owned PDM Contractors Corporation. I owned PDM Plumbing, PDM Concrete, and PDM Decorating. Mm-hmm. And then I branched off with another partner into Rafco Construction. Mm-hmm. And from there, we were doing strictly drugstores.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so he jumps in on the answer there, takes that territory. Also, a sense of grandiosity there. There's all those corporations that he's had, only 4 employees, and he had this version of the company and this version and this version. So again, a lot of taking of territory, fairly grandiose resume there. But at the same time, super low blink rate. I would expect when somebody's taking that territory and they're being slightly aggressive, I would say, well, more than slightly aggressive in this kind of situation, I'd expect to see other elements of aggression in his face, and yet I see nothing. Blink rate really low. I think all of that kind of speaks for itself, and we'll gradually see more and more of this very flat affect and unemotional personality as we go through. Scott, what are your thoughts?
I agree with you completely. This is sort of his baseline we're looking at here. So he's illustrating a lot with his head. That's fairly normal. His flat affect is showing strong here, and you're right. We're going to see it throughout these videos. And quite often, this is compared to a shallow affect, which is, it's not really the same thing. You have the blunt affect, and you have it seems like there's 40 different thousand kinds of them. But what we're talking about at this, when we talk about that, is you don't see much emotion. In other words, it's flat or shallow, not much there, when there should be things. Now, here there shouldn't be a whole lot. We're seeing it's fairly normal for this situation. But that's what we're seeing here is blink rate is a little bit inconsistent here, which is not odd, especially when you're just getting a baseline. But he does have those long periods of staring, which first little cue that pops up for me to go, let's think about his personality type. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so this is a great start. This is a good baseline. You both said it. Remember, this is Midwest. Midwest has a little bit different affect than Southerners or New Yorkers or any of that. So let's use that as part of his baseline. And he has that crisp telling with his chin up about all these things he did. We're going to see this guy building a profile of control. And he's starting right here talking about his life and the control in what he built. The other interesting piece is we always talk about eye movement. This is a great study in that he goes to the right for eye recall. Most of what he's doing is digital memory, meaning he said it 1 million times, so he's going to go right over here somewhere to pick it up. Some of it is visual. When he starts to talk about wallpaper, you see his eyes dart up higher, but almost everything is digital, just stuff he said over and over and over. I agree with you. The blink rate is not a whole lot. I don't know if the affect we'll certainly see really flat affect. Here, I think he's just doing what he does, but I see a certain amount of control here. I also think that we're going to see what pissed off looks like in this guy. It's very contained when he's not in charge. He punctuates by moving his head, and he's got about 50-50 eye contact, so looks pretty good. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. It's kind of what I had in my notes here. The baseline to about the 9 o'clock as we're looking at it, and then moving up to our kind of 2 o'clock. I think this is maybe just one for data recall. And I think this 2 o'clock position is something that you'll see again and again in his baseline for interpersonal relations when he thinks about other people. But what we're seeing is almost socially appropriate behavior. He's moving away while he's interrupting the person with almost polite, and he's covering his mouth to cough, which is a few indicators that I would be looking for. How much politeness is present, and how much manners does this person have? So his pupils are around 5 millimeters in diameter right now. We're going to see that change in a little while. And this chest breathing, him breathing into his chest versus the abdomen, the chest is more likely to indicate stress, is his baseline. So we see that in just about every video of him that's out there. So his shoulders are moving. That means he's most likely breathing into his chest. Abdominal breathing, just as a side note, means person's more relaxed, feels safer, and moves your shoulders a lot less. You can give it a shot right now.
Give me kind of just an overview of the business that you eventually established, the construction work. Is this self-taught then, the construction that you eventually...
Whenever the hell they're ready.
Now, give me kind of just an overview of the business that you eventually established, the construction work. Is this self-taught then, the construction and maintenance work?
I started doing painting, and then I started doing wallpapering and decorating. And inside of 3 years, PDM, which is painting, decorating, and maintenance, was doing $1 million a year.
And that was...
And I only had 4 employees.
And that was the business you were in at the time of the arrests.
That's correct. PDM in 1974 became a corporation, and then I owned PDM Contractors Corporation. I owned PDM Plumbing, PDM Concrete, and PDM Decorating. Mm-hmm. And then I branched off with another partner into Rafco Construction. Mm-hmm. And from there, we were doing strictly drugstores. Mm-hmm. To go in one direction at one time. The subdivision where the Summerdale house is located is built on a clay field. And when it rained, the rain would come down from both ends and would flood from one house to the other. The crawl space would fill up with water. In 1976, I asked a landscaper, I said, what do you do for that sour odor of clay? And he said, spread white lime, just regular masonry lime. On the ground, he said, it'll sweeten up the clay and you won't have that odor. It's sort of like what charcoal does in filtering things. That's why the lime was spread in the crawl space.
How much lime was spread down there eventually?
I think 700 or 800 pounds of it.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, if you notice, there's more concern in his brow now. He's starting to talk about something that matters, and you'll see a little bit of this brow drawn right here. These muscles will tighten to show some concern, and you can see he's done that a fair amount in his life. He gives too much detail here. He's making a rational reason, and we always say that people slow down their illustrators when they are making up something when they're not telling the truth. But really good liars are going to use their hands, and a guy who has hidden 29 bodies has lied a few times about something. So this is a practice story. All this stuff about water running in. He's overly illustrative with his hands, shows that concern in his brow. His eyes narrow. His eyes narrow down as he gets to this point. And we're going to see he doesn't show outright anger, but there's places in here where you can see anger in him as he goes through here. And all the things he's saying may be true. I did ask a guy about how do you do away with a smell, and he told me lime. Well, he wasn't talking about because of water. He's talking about dead bodies under the basement. Would still be all the same stories. So he may be using real facts to cover up something. Like I always say, when I had lunch with Barry Minkow, he said, fraud is the skin of the truth stuffed with lies. So think of that. Watch him too. He's pulling taffy, turning his head and keeping his eyes locked and drawing you to him. That wasn't in his baseline, so it tells me something's up. Scott, what do you got?
All right. When he says built on a clay field, clay shows what some people are going to think is a micro expression of contempt or disdain. It's not. It's because his mouth doesn't work there on his right side. So he's overcompensating for that. I don't know if he's had a stroke or a brain injury or what's going on. My thought's going to go to brain injury, and but we'll go along with that a little bit later on. So the structure of his answer has 4 succinct parts, and each part is a brick by brick build of the reasons why he didn't do that or couldn't have done it when he starts bringing in the part about the clay. And that shallow affect is the part that makes this thing sound even more analytical. It makes him sound like he's really, like his vernacular is off from the way he usually talks, because it's a little bit off from the way he was talking in the video we used as his baseline, which was obviously his baseline. Quite often you'll see in these situations, the eyebrows will go up and Greg's saying request for approval. We don't see that very much here. And in something like this, it should be there, but it's not. we see little brief little shots of it every now and then throughout these videos, but here it's not there. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I fully agree with you guys on this. There's something wrong with a little piece of this, and I'll dig deeper into this. But linguistically, he's using the word Summerdale House instead of my house or the house. So that he gives it an official title, something moved away from him. He's comfortable using body narration here with the rain flooding the neighborhood. He's using his body to talk about all this. He's illustrating that. And then he says, that's why the lime was in the crawl space. And right here, we have a postural retreat, which is when he kind of leaned back away from the interviewer. They have lip compression, and we have a chin boss movement all on that's why the lime was in the space. And then it goes to how much lime again. And he's right back to genuine stuff. There's genuine eye movement, recall at his baseline. He gives an estimated number. People who are lying are more likely to give a smaller range or to show a little more doubt. And then there's nodding right after the number. He nods his head. So I think there's truth, deception, and then truth here, which is just a little ham sandwich of deception. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, so I think he wasn't expecting the quantity question, because we do get a shift in his baseline about when he normally tells a story. He's kind of overly helpful. It's full of almost kind of bureaucratic analysis of the topography, the geography of it. We don't really need any of that. But he gets into that, and then his eyes shift when he's asked the quantity question. He gives an which we haven't had from him before. He's usually very controlled around the way he delivers. There's some lip retraction there, a vocal click, blink rate goes up, and I think those nods are nods for approval. I'm not suggesting he's lying just like you, Chase, but I think it's a good baseline for when he hasn't rehearsed the story on this. Could be genuine information, but not anything he was thinking of getting. Now, I think that's why the lime was spread in the crawl space, as well as what you saw there, Chase. I think I see delight. Now, I'm not saying Duper's delight. That would be something very different, but slow down those frames there and just see whether you can see some kind of glint of delight or joy. It's very, very subtle. But it's interesting because I wonder what that delight is about. If I've read that right, what is that delight about? He's an odd fellow, isn't he?
To go in one direction at one time. The subdivision where the Summerdale house is located is built on a clay field. And when it rained, the rain would come down from both ends and would flood from one house to the other. The crawl space would fill up with water. In 1976, I asked a landscaper, I said, what do you do for that sour odor of clay? And he said, spread white lime, just regular masonry lime. On the ground, he said, it'll sweeten up the clay and you won't have that odor. It's sort of like what charcoal does in filtering things. That's why the lime was spread in the crawl space.
How much lime was spread down there eventually?
I think 700 or 800 pounds of it.
John, how about Tim McCoy, the last one of the five that you say you had personal knowledge of him?
Tim McCoy, even though he's the last one, he's the first one.
He's the first one, actually.
Right.
The first of the 33.
Tim McCoy was the first one, and Tim McCoy's name wasn't put on him until 1988. Prior to that, he was known as Unknown Number 9, and he was buried by me in the crawl space. That's the only knowledge that I have of it.
What was the circumstances of that?
He was killed in the house in self-defense.
And who killed him then?
I stabbed him.
Yeah, and it was an issue of self-defense. Why was he in the process of assaulting you, or what?
He was coming at me with a knife. I just took the knife away and twisted it in his hand, and that's what killed him.
So at that point, you yourself did bury him then in the crawl space.
Right, and if you notice, he's under concrete.
Did you bury any of the others in the crawl space?
No, I had nothing. I had no knowledge of them.
Yeah. Well, why is it that your first one is there, and then 20 some others are buried down there as well? Did somebody know that you had done this with the first one, to giving them an idea?
More than likely, when drinking and getting high with the others, yeah.
Admitting it to them. So you feel others then followed your suit in using this as a burial ground?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Chase, what do you got?
Right off the bat, he was buried by me in the crawl space. This is distancing language. If I did something, I would say I buried him in the crawl space. And then it goes to, that's the only knowledge that I have of it. It's a strange word usage here, but there's also a head tilt, which is unusual for his baseline. I think he is likely to do this during his deceptive statements. There's an immediate withdrawal of his head, kind of pulls back away from the interviewer, and the eyes dart to emotional recall right away when he's saying this. And there's a contempt micro-expression right at that moment. Right at that exact moment, you'll see contempt there. What I think is a contempt micro-expression. Scott may bury me under the floorboards for saying that, but then there's a swallow and fading facts, all in the exact same thing. And when he's talking about he was killed in the house, not I killed him, there's more distancing language, another head tilt, there's lip retraction, there's chin boss movement, which is grief or shame. And then it continues on with this distancing language. That's what killed him. And I'm sure you guys will get the other ones here. I don't want to take it everything. But why is it that the first one is there and some 20 others, the interviewer goes through this question, there's a postural retreat and the hand disappears below the table in what I think is genital protection, which is a fear behavior. And I think there's a possibility that the story is actually true. I think there's a possibility that that person was in his house unwillingly and maybe tried to escape and maybe did come after him with a knife, which would still help his little self-defense story, or maybe he tried to escape and he called it self-defense. But he never talks about how that person got into his house. He just says he came at me with a knife. If someone breaks into your house, we'll say some dude kicked in my door and started demanding where's the jewelry? Where's the money? No, he just came at me with a knife. So I think maybe there was an attempted escape with that one before he learned some of his psychopath lessons. Greg, what do you think?
Yeah, this one is probably the one I'm going to be longest winded on because I have 3 pages of notes. This is probably the worst of the entire thing. He starts off, like you said, everything is passive. Everything is passive. If you look, he starts off with some kind of lip compression at the very beginning of it. Something is up there. Don't know which question started it. It's interesting that when Ressler asked him about all 33, he doesn't protest it at all. He lets it slide by. If I killed 2 people and was really, really adamant I killed 2 people, I'd say I didn't kill 33, I killed 2. But he doesn't. He just lets it pass. What we're going to see here is a pattern of a guy who has gotten so odd that everything's okay and normal, and he can talk about it kind of casually. If tomorrow, Chase, you decide you're going to start drinking cooking oil, in a month, cooking oil drinking would be normal, and you'd talk to people about it. It's wonderful, and it tastes like this. This guy killed 29 people, 29, and buried them in his basement. Most of them. Some of them he buried under his driveway and could even tell you exactly how they were lying. The story, if you go watch these interviews, is fantastic. I mean, it's a horrible story, but it's a fantastic bunch of police work. He says was killed, passive, was buried, and he distances and uses passive in that case, was buried by me. That's the only knowledge I have of it. I got the same thing. Disdain shows when he does. That's the only knowledge I have of it. I think in some case, he's disappointed in that he didn't get away with it or something. Something's showing because there's disdain and then there's shame. So whatever was there, he was killed in the house in self-defense. In this one, I think I see anger. I see lip withdrawal, but I also see a narrowing of the mouth and the lower whites of his eyes show. That's anger. That upper lid is down and the lower lid is lower. That's anger. And when you see that in somebody who is not in control, imagine what it would be if they were in control is the way I look at this guy. Then that chin boss shows up again. There's another lip compression. And there's just a bunch of complex emotions flooding his face that we haven't seen here. He says, I stabbed him. His lips rise just a bit. And then he stopped. If you stop the video right there, Mark, back to your amusement. If you stop the video right there and pause it, there's pleasure in his face. You can see amusement. When he was asked questions about self-defense, his eyes went down right. And then he didn't move his eyes at all when he was shaking his head. He was locked on this guy's eyes and pulling his eyes around his head as he moved. I took it away. I'll leave that one alone. You get when he says, I took it away and I spun it around on him and stabbed him, you get a chin jut in defiance. And then he sounds like It's an ordinary shooting weekend. Well, yeah, I buried him under concrete. Well, obviously, anybody I killed, I buried under concrete. So the rest of those guys are not mine. I'm not sloppy. I'm a controlled guy. I build things for a living. I got other stuff. I'll leave it there because there's just so much in that one passage that I could go on probably another 10 minutes. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. It's all very controlled. You know, if you look, it's in the manual. This is how I did it, if you care to look. So it's incredibly bureaucratic. There he is with that almost kind of telephone directory size, I don't know, manual, dictionary of murder, essentially. Lots of numbers. He comes up with lots of numbers. So it really is, you know, an accountancy of what went on. At the same time, I agree, he kind of lets the 30 odd people slide when it's put forward. But what's odd for me is he doesn't own up to it. He does let it slide through. I'm still confused at this point as why he's denying the murder of some of these people. I don't quite get that, other than he's really odd. He's really odd, and he's decided that he's going to own up to some and deny some. My guess is that changes over, you probably get him in another interview and he's now owning up to some and denying some others. I'm guessing it could change on a weekly, monthly, yearly basis for him as to how he's going to perform in these situations. The main thing for me is, though, we do see some fleeting emotions around his face of anger, delight. I would agree, Greg, around the killing. What we don't see is fear or sorrow. And again, that classifies him within a psychology for sure. If I talked about harming somebody, certainly killing, you would probably see some elements of fear or sorrow around that, because, you know, I have a socially primed brain. Part of my brain knows it's kind of wrong to do that stuff. You couldn't, though you might, kind of shouldn't. It's wrong. I would pretty much guarantee he doesn't have the same feelings around that. Scott, what do you think?
All right, we'll start with Chase. Chase, I agree with you where the severity softening language was he was buried by me, not I buried him. He's moving himself away from that. I'm going to have a problem with most everybody here on the part where he shows disdain or contempt, because after he says that's all the knowledge I have, that's the only knowledge I have of it, and it looks like contempt, but it's not. It's regret, but it's modified by the paralysis of the right side of his mouth. Now, the clinical psychopath has no feelings of remorse or regret or sadness or whatever. This behavior is seen when you see someone who has damage to the amygdala, where they've been in a car wreck, been hit in the head with a shovel, been hit by a car, those kind of things. Something's happened to this guy where that's happened, because his behavior, like Mark was saying, is odd. You keep saying he's an odd guy. He's odd because he has damage to his amygdala. I bet 1,000, all of it, all my chips go on that. Now, when that happens, that's when you see this odd behavior, because they're right next to being normal. They're right next to being normal, but you see this dramatic drop off from normality to just the freakiest stuff you can possibly imagine, which is what he does, is what he gets into. So we're seeing lip compression right and left here. Now, what appears to be lip compression after he said killed in self-defense is anger. You nailed that, Greg. Of course you would. I'm not complimenting you. I don't need to compliment you. Good job, Greg. But that's normal lip compression at that point for that. And again, that goes back to the psychopath has damage to the amygdala, not a classic psychopath. Now, the severity softening language on, I just took the knife away and twisted it in his hand, and that's what killed him. Doesn't say for the second time where he could, I stabbed him. Well, if he took it away from him, he said, I took it away from him and it was in his hand. So we've got two things there that that doesn't work. You can't take it away from him and have it in his hand and twist it and him be dead. So he stabbed him with that. So there's a lot going on there, but I think what we're looking at here is somebody who's got damage to the amygdala, but it's not in the nature versus nurture fight over are psychopaths born or are they created? This one was created. I don't know when, but he was created.
John, how about Tim McCoy, the last one of the five that you say you have personal knowledge of?
Tim McCoy, even though he's the last one, he's the first one.
He's the first one, actually.
Right.
The first of the 33.
Tim McCoy was the first one, and Tim McCoy's name wasn't put on him until 1988. Prior to that, he was known as Unknown Number 9. And he was buried by me in the crawl space. That's the only knowledge that I have of it.
What was the circumstances of that?
He was killed in the house in self-defense.
And who killed him then?
I stabbed him.
Yeah, and it was an issue of self-defense. Why was he in the process of assaulting you, or what?
He was coming at me with a knife. I just took the knife away and twisted it in his hand, and that's what killed him.
So at that point, you yourself did bury him then in the crawl space.
Right, and if you notice, he's under concrete.
Did you bury any of the others in the crawl space?
No, I had nothing. I had no knowledge of them.
Yeah. Well, why is it that your first one is there, and then 20 some others are buried down there as well? Did somebody know that you had done this with the first one, that giving them an idea?
More than likely, when drinking and getting high with the others, yeah.
Admitting it to them. So you feel others then followed your suit in using this as a burial ground?
Without a doubt.
Yeah. And you took him where?
Out on the I-55 bridge.
And that's where, how was he then taken from the car and placed into the river?
Just opened up the trunk and dumped him in.
Okay.
There was no big special deal on it. I couldn't get down in the crawl space that easy, and then I had to bum back to begin with. You got to crawl on your belly to move around in the crawl space. There is no way that I could have done any of the digging down there. I had enough trouble just getting down there.
Greg, what do you got?
I'm going to be real short on this one. This is a normal guy talking, if you're not paying attention. You just think, okay, this is a normal guy talking, except for what he's talking about. Again, this has become so normal to him. I had a quart of cooking oil this morning with my cereal. That's what's going on. This guy's gotten so freaking weird and so criminal that it's just normal for him to talk about this stuff. Look at his dominant eye. We always say your dominant eye is what you shoot with, and it's where you do most of your data intake. Look at that dominant eye shrinking. He's pissed at this guy. And if you can see, you can't see it in his face. You can see he's starting to get a little hostile. You see his face starting to wrench around a little. And then the thing that you're going to pay attention to from here on out is when he's feeling that kind of anger or hostility, his eyes dart down and to his right. Boom, 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 boom. And I think what you're doing is you're tapping into the anger, some emotion you're tapping into, but we're seeing that reflection. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So again, I think he says the I-94 then there for the bridge. Again, it's bureaucratic. It's numbers. It's things, not feelings. Zero feeling on the bridge there. I mean, why would you have a feeling? It's the I-94 bridge. It's a thing. But then when we get to crawling on your belly and in order to dig holes to bury people, which he says he couldn't possibly have done. Again, it's bureaucratic in the way that he's going through it. Blink rate is maybe a touch higher on that. And then he breaks that with a little bit of laughter. We'll see a lot more laughter later on. I think that's going to be seen as an indicator of he's being dishonest, and he breaks the tension that's building up around that dishonesty with some laughter. I think we see it here. I'm not quite sure. I agree with him. Having seen a few details of this, I don't quite see how you dig holes underneath there. But, this is clearly somebody who could do anything he likes. So I don't think it's beyond him to dig, 30 centimeter holes, the deep holes or whatever it was underneath in a very thin space. I think where there's a will, there's a way. And I think he's got the will and he's got the way around that. Chase, what do you think?
Yeah, right away the interviewer asks, you took him where? And then we see the exact thing from the first video that we looked at with the baseline. We see the 9 o'clock for data and then 2 o'clock for what I, in my opinion, labeled some kind of interpersonal recall or visual recall. And he's saying, there's no way I could have done the digging. And this is the exact opposite of his normal eye movement. He goes to 3 o'clock when he usually goes to 9. And there's a non-contraction, which is also outside of his baseline. There's no way I could have instead of could have. He contracts everything that he possibly can in his normal speech. And this crawl space was actually pretty damn big. If you look at any of the police photos of this crawl space, which I do not recommend that you do, but it's pretty big. There's some people that are almost standing all the way up down there. And him denying the crimes because of the size of the crawl space is like an English prince denying a crime because of a lack of an ability to sweat. Just as an example.
That would never happen. That's bizarre.
Yeah. But in reality, we're missing denial. We are missing a full denial in this entire thing. Every denial is soft and couched. And the denial is about getting in the crawl space. And the denial is never about, I did not kill those people. There's no strong, confident denial. There's not even a partially confident denial. Scott, what do you got?
All right. So far, the most eyebrow movement we've seen throughout this is here. We see more than anywhere else up to this point. But he's using short, on-point sentences. And this is where, like Greg always says, I'd go deeper in here because something's just not right about this, about what he's talking about there. Something just sounds odd in there. I'm not sure quite what it is, but it sounds like something you need more, ask more questions around that. His blink rate's really low. And you see that quite often with somebody who's lying to you. The reason being their brain wants to keep an eye on you to make sure you believe them. So everybody always says, and we always talk about this, when somebody lies to you, the biggest myth is, oh, they broke eye contact, so I know they were lying. Nope. Quite often they know you think that, so they won't do it. Number two and number one, their brain wants to keep an eye on you to make sure you believe them. So when they start adding qualifiers, if you pause after they give you the first answer, and they start adding qualifiers to that, there are more reasons to why what they're saying is true, then they'll be able to watch you and keep an eye on you at the same time. So his cadence is a lot faster here. His voice tone is a little bit higher. He's a little bit louder. However, at the end there where he says, there's no way I could have done the digging down there. You hear fading facts where he says down there. Now, keep in mind, this guy had a construction company. So if you think for 1 second he didn't know, he's talking about he's used concrete in a construction company. Greg will be able to tell you, he's run one of those. You know about concrete. You know how to use it. You know how to dig a hole and put somebody in it and use concrete to fill it up. I think this guy is just slowly but surely, he's telling us everything without telling us everything.
And you took him where?
Out on the I-55 bridge.
And that's where, how was he then taken from the car and placed into the river?
Just opened up the trunk and dumped him in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There was no big special deal on it. I couldn't get down in the crawl space that easy, and then I had to bum back to begin with. You got to crawl on your belly to move around in the crawl space. There is no way that I could have done any of the digging down there. I had enough trouble just getting down there.
Now, when the search warrants were effected in your case, they did find an awful lot in the crawl space of your home, did they not?
Well, yeah, I had offered to sell him the house because I thought there was nothing down in the crawl space. Yeah. I had never had any qualms about him going down in the crawl space.
Well, how many bodies were actually located on the property and where?
To my understanding, there was a total of 29 bodies or 28 bodies were found on the property. 27 of them under the house. And the rest? One was under the driveway, one was under the garage. So that makes a total of 29.
Okay.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, it's really simple, this one. Lots of concern there, lots of nodding of the head, lots of trying to be helpful and trying to be very helpful again with the mathematics here. Again, see how he's very much into categories of things, numbering things, and not into any of the feelings that might happen around people. Again, super low blink rate as well. He's an odd chap. That's all I got. Chase, what do you think?
Yeah, he shifts to internal dialogue during the question with his eyes, which is kind of down here. And the eyes move down in that direction for internal dialogue. When we are rehearsing something or planning something, so he's planning his answer as the question is being completed, before it's completed. Then we see lip licking. Both are preparation for presentation. I'll just call them both of that. So this lip licking is kind of a hygienic gesture that subconsciously, a lot of what we talk about is we don't ever mention it. We don't mention it often enough, but these are unconscious behaviors that a person's not thinking about. So just making the person look a little bit better, licking the lips, adjusting the hair, picking imaginary lint. Those are all semi-hygienic gestures. But when he says, I offered to sell him the house, it's a difference between I didn't know there were bodies and I thought there was nothing. I didn't know there were any bodies in the house, or I thought there was nothing down there. There's a big difference between those two phrases. And when he finally mentions the bodies, there's a progressive head tilt back to his deception baseline, progressive head tilt. There's a contempt, I think, still facial expression of contempt at 29. And I think there's genuine recall to the locations of the bodies. We see the eyes move to when he's thinking about where all of these bodies were laid out. Granted, if he was innocent and he'd been through, 700 hours of going through court and trial prep and all this stuff, he'd probably still do genuine recall to the locations of the body. So I will say that. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this guy's getting pissed. What I see here is he wants to interject, but he's going, I don't see, he's very controlled because he knows he has no control in the situation. People who exercise this kind of control over other people, strangle them to death and that kind of thing, they're not going to be as open about their aggression with average people, and especially sitting across from an FBI agent. But I think I see frustration. I see him wanting to say something and defend himself. There's a narrowing of his eyes just as that blink rate increases. And I see disgust or disdain or contempt or something. You can't tell for sure. I mean, he's got kind of a weird sideways thing, but there's withdrawing of his lips back. Mark, you would call it a bitter taste. There's withdrawing of his lips back at 29. I think it's more about how he's perceived is what we're seeing here. There are likely signs at his loss of control of the situation, and this guy's pushing him around. And you see that lip licking is a way of controlling frustration to me. It's controlling emotion. That downright eye movement is emotion again. And this guy, I would just about bet you, is really hot-headed to deal with. And, when they were doing their drugs or whatever, we know that he was violent, clearly. When you can kill 33 people, because they're talking about 29 buried on the property, but there are 33 people killed. And there's some math associated with, he was Pogo the Clown for 33 flavors ice cream place. When they ask him, he says, that's kind of ironic, that kind of thing. So it's a really interesting, twisted story. Scott, what do you got?
All right. His cadence and tone are still up. He still sounds excited, but I agree with you, Greg. He's trying to hold back that anger at this point. And he gives reasoning to how he had no knowledge of what happened, or no knowledge of that. This isn't unusual, but it's just kind of off right here. And that's where I think more questions should be asked. I think right there, this isn't an interrogation, he's just talking to the guy, just interviewing him. But that's where you jump in and start asking more questions and almost start pushing him around to get that stuff out of him. The structure of that answer, that's a red flag. But again, not an interrogation, just an interview. So the end is an expression of contempt. That's where it stops there. A lot of people are going to think, there's a lot more there, but it's lip compression under stress. And it looks like contempt. It's not contempt. So he's still got that problem with the right side of his mouth. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing with that, because he tries to overreact or overcompensate when he's saying the vowel A, and whereas with A in it, it seems like he's overdoing it there. But I think at the end there, we see that lip compression due to stress. I know in this case, I think he got hit in the head with something. Oh, wait, you did say that, didn't you, Chase? He got hit. What happened to his, what did he get hit with? A swing? It
was a swing. When he was 10 or 11, he suffered a traumatic brain injury, MTBI, mild.
Now, when the search warrants were effected in your case, they did find an awful lot in the crawl space of your home, did they not?
Well, yeah, I had offered to sell him the house because I thought there was nothing down in the crawl space. Yeah. I had never had any qualms about him going down in the crawl space.
Well, how many bodies were actually located on the property, and where?
To my understanding, there was a total of 29 bodies or 28 bodies were found on the property. 27 of them under the house.
And the rest?
One was under the driveway, one was under the garage. So that makes a total of 29.
Okay.
John.
The media has called you a homosexual killer. What is your position on homosexuality?
I have nothing against it. I'm an outspoken liberal. I don't care for the labeling. I don't care for any labeling for that fact.
Do you claim homosexuality?
No, I would definitely not be homosexual. I have nothing against what they do, and I don't deny that I've engaged in sex with males, but that I'm bisexual.
You're bisexual?
Right. My preference is women, and I've been married enough times and have children, and I see nothing wrong with it.
Chase, want to go first?
Sure. So he grew up with tremendous shame around his sexuality. And he grew up in an extremely abusive household, physically abusive, psychologically abusive. And when the words homosexual killer come out, you'll see lip pursing and you'll see contempt. And right after this, you'll see perfect unilateral facial movement, which to me, in my opinion, would indicate that there's perfect bilateral facial movement here in both sides of the face. But when the interviewer says, do you claim homosexuality? He's saying he doesn't like labels. But then he calls himself an outspoken liberal, which is a label. But right at this part where he's talking about, do you claim homosexuality? We see an eyebrow flash. We see emotional eye accessing down into the emotional part of his visual field. We have vocal hesitancy, which is uncharacteristic for him. We have word repetition, which is uncharacteristic for him. We have distancing language when he said would not be. And there's right towards the end of this response, there's a micro emotional accessing where his eyes just dart down to that really quick. And I think at the moment we see bisexual, I think we see a contempt facial expression. And when he says, I see nothing wrong with it, we see the classic single shoulder shrug, which is uncharacteristic for him and suggests that a person disagrees with what they're saying or lacks confidence in something that they're saying there. That's all I got there. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. So the logic that he has there of often saying he's not A and A at the same time is what I might call a frustrated logic. If you try and follow his pattern there, it's just frustrating. You get frustrated with it. You go, how are you saying this and not this at the same time? How are you saying that there are no categories at all and then using categories? I think it's emblematic of the internal frustration that he has. He has a huge frustration with how others and himself are categorizing his sexuality. That, I would chance my arm, is where the violence comes from, and it's coming out in this bizarre logic that he has. We'll see it later on as well, where he does an A and not A category at the same time. You can't have both, but he can. He does have both. He does try and have both at the same time. And my guess is he has to manipulate the world around him in all kinds of ways by potentially putting on all kinds of costumes in order to make these things fit. And when because essentially what we have here, when you say, I don't like categories at all, there are no categories, essentially you get a breakdown of society. You get antisocial behaviors because there just are no categorical rules anymore. As long as you've got built up around that kind of personality, some things to keep it in place, some moderators, because they might not have their own great moderators. But if they're still maybe in a marriage and they've still got friends or society around them enough, the society around them will moderate them enough. But when those fall away, you could get that surge of frustration born out in anger and violence, and potentially a succession of murders along the way, which is, I think, what we get here. Anyway, Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, so we know his point of shame. Whether he should be ashamed or not, this is something he's ashamed of, because if he were not, he would not be trying at all turns to avoid it. And that's exactly what we see here. The first real blink rate increase we've really seen, his blink rate goes through the roof on this, and his head is moving a hell of a lot more than it did in the past videos. He doesn't complete sentences. He starts editing as he speaks. When he's asked, are you a homosexual killer? There's a quick eye contact, staring dead down the camera to see how that guy perceived that one comment. And then you see him moving differently. His head's more glitchy. He does downright. And when he says, I would definitely, downright, we associate with emotion. Chase, you brought up the emotional accessing piece. When he looks down into his right, we associate that with emotional eye accessing. And then he does distancing language. I would definitely not be homosexual. And then he said, I don't deny that internal voice down to his left as he thinks about how to say this in the least damaging fashion. There's a long pause, and then he goes, I engaged in sex with males. Forget all the rest. This tells you that killing, he's okay with talking about killing. But homosexuality, he's not willing to say he's a homosexual because he also likes sex with women. That's as good as he can get to get away from the thing that he's most ashamed or hurt by. And Mark probably, I'm not the psychologist on this. I bet he's been studied like a lab rat, and they know what his fracture points and all those things were. So that's what I got. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah, it looks, y'all have covered everything. I'm going to go back over all that stuff. I don't think he's hiding a whole lot here. He is some things, and he separates himself, distances himself from homosexuality. That's all we got. That's basically in a nutshell what everybody said there.
John, the media has called you a homosexual killer. What is your position on homosexuality?
I have nothing against it. I'm an outspoken liberal. I don't care for the labeling. I don't care for any labeling for that fact.
Do you claim homosexuality?
No, I would definitely not be homosexual. I have nothing against what they do, and I don't deny that I've engaged in sex with males, but that I'm bisexual.
You're bisexual?
Right. My preference is women, and I've been married enough times and have children, and I see nothing wrong with it. The clowning was relaxation for me. I enjoyed entertaining kids. Like some people are, they unwind in different ways, either by going out drinking or that. I could put on clown makeup and I was relaxed. And I enjoyed doing it. It was only twice a month that I did it.
Yeah, this was not used then for a lure to draw kids to you
No, we would visit different hospitals and entertain the children there. And we didn't entertain them with handcuffs or anything like that. All we used was balloon animals and small toys and stuff like that. But we also did parades. And in the summertime, like on 4th of July, I used to be in 4 parades in one day. I've always told people when I got into clown makeup, I regressed into childhood. It was fun being a clown because you could be yourself or just let yourself go and act a fool. You could be slapstick and funny and have a good time. That's why I always enjoyed clowning. Clowning has taken a bad name because of what they've used in my case.
All right, I've gone last in the last 4, so I'll go first on this one. His voice tone and cadence are relaxed and smooth. It's a little bit fast, but I think that's because clowning excites him, because that's one of the things he really likes, or apparently the thing that really got him relaxed or got him mellowed out. We see stress mouth when he's interrupted by the guy talking to him in the middle of that discussion about one of his favorite things, and it's a little bit more than a hint of anger as we see the lip compression there. But just before the lips compress, that's when we see the both lips tightening, and just a hint up here of going up, showing anger. Then he compares using handcuffs. He's talking about little children and going to entertain kids, but he uses handcuffs juxtaposed against balloons. That's odd. It goes back to that shallow affect we talked about earlier. Whereas he sees it doesn't bother him to be talking about handcuffs and things he used to murder people with or in those events, and balloons and children at the same time. That's all I got. Chase, what do you got?
You never heard of the old handcuffs in the hospital with kids routine?
Yeah, it's a classic.
Yeah, but nobody remembers it. Nobody remembers that.
When the interviewer says, are you doing this to lure kids to you? His adapting increases, to use Greg and Scott's word, where he's starting to adjust papers on the table with both hands. And we also see some chin boss movement here where this muscle comes up. Grief or shame is what we see with that. And when he says different hospitals, we're trying to line up different hospitals, he shifts to using team pronouns, team focused. He says, we went around to different hospitals and we did this. This is softening and socializing the visits because there's a team at play here. It's not just me. Other people did this. But then when he talked about 4 parades in one day, he shifts back to the self pronouns. And this shift can sometimes indicate where shame is hiding or where guilt is felt most. Somebody goes into a team pronoun, like lots of people did this, so it's widely accepted. That's where you see hidden shame or hidden guilt. And when he was talking about regressing into childhood, he says, I always tell people, this is a phrase people use when they're unwilling to say it now, and they have to quote some kind of past behavior. Then we see an eyebrow flash to the interviewer, which is a request for approval. It's the biggest one yet, I think. His hands get more animated here. And I think there's actual enjoyment on the face for dressing up in clown and making people happy. I do think he derives some enjoyment from that. And he's saying clowning's taken a bad name. This is a perfect example of last-minute shift to internal dialogue to process what to say. Right before he says clowning's taken a bad name, and then he's talking about how his case affected it. It definitely did. Yeah, I think Stephen King wrote a book off of this, potentially. And this is the internal dialogue shift that you'll see, a micro shift down and to his right, to your right. And as a fun fact, to wrap up my little thing here, his last meal in prison was Kentucky Fried Chicken and a pound of strawberries. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm not going to cover a lot because you covered a lot of it. That great big request for approval you can't miss when he's doing that. The one where he does right eye accessing. Remember, every time he was recalling something about his construction company, he's looking over here, whether it's rote, digital memory, or something auditory. I'm sure he found some really tough visual cue and it went up here. When he's talking about those handcuffs, his eyes went to the right. That makes me a little concerned, whether it's with children or some other way that came up in his mind. The other one I would say is this. I love dogs. I got a pack of dogs at all times. Dogs roll in dead animals. You know why they do that? So they don't smell like a predator and they can sneak up on things. People who do really grandiose behaviors, like I met Rosalind Carter, I'm doing this, I'm always looking behind the curtains on those guys just to say, wait a minute, not saying all people that do that are bad guys, but it's a really easy way to hide. If you roll around in stuff and you look like and smell like other people, then they trust you. I'm careful with that. And when I see that clowning got a bad name, you're dead on, Chase. I watch that internal dialogue. He's trying to think of something positive to say to come out of this mess, because there's nothing positive he can say about what he did. That's the whole truth. And all that good stuff that he did has now been taken down. He probably did do good things for kids. At the same time, he's murdering teenage boys. It's just the way it goes. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I think there may well be an element there, Greg, of hidden in plain sight. And we've seen that with others who are serial offenders, that immersing yourself in an entertainment role, and especially around charity, is a great way to deflect and distract from what's really going on. Of course, I'm talking about Savile, that we may touch on at some point. Yeah, I agree with you as well, Greg. There's that look to the side and we didn't entertain them with handcuffs or anything like that. Look to the side, and I see delight as well. You're right, Chase. It could be delight and a general delight about the enjoyment of being a clown. I think his enjoyment is probably about the release of playing a role, the enjoyment of that release. As he says, you can be a fool without penalty. My guess is there was a penalty for being a fool back when he was a kid. This is a chance for him to be a fool in front of society, and there is no penalty. His dad is not gonna, hit him around being stupid. So there's freedom and release. And of course, the costume helps him transgress the usual social rules. Remember, in the circus, the clowns are the things that come out of the circus ring. They get right in the audience with their buckets of water and slop and glitter, and the lions and the really dangerous things. They stay within that circle. So clowns are always known for transgressing the usual social rules, and ultimately, this is what he does. He transgresses the usual social rules of what you might do with your sexual energy, repressed sexual energy, if you have no boundaries on it anymore, and it turns into the monstrous lineup of murders that he commits. I would imagine that he potentially used other manipulative roles, other roles around these murders, not necessarily a clown, but other role play, in order to manipulate people into situations where they would accept as being normal something that isn't normal, that is antisocial, or something antisocial about to happen. I'm not quite sure how he got people into positions where, I mean, to murder 30 odd people, you got to have a system. You got to have you got to have some kind of system. My guess is there was some kind of role play that went on there as well. And being a clown would be a great way to practice that. Great way to see, if I dress up in this costume, if I do these kind of things, how am I accepted? How can I do things that aren't normally acceptable in general society?
The clowning was relaxation for me. I enjoyed entertaining kids. Like some people are, they unwind in different ways, either by going out drinking or that. I could put on clown makeup and I was relaxed. And I enjoyed doing it. It was only twice a month that I did it.
Yeah, this was not used then for a lure to draw kids to you
No, we would visit different hospitals and entertain the children there. And we didn't entertain them with handcuffs or anything like that. All we used was balloon animals and small toys and stuff like that. But we also did parades. And in the summertime, like on 4th of July, I used to be in 4 parades in one day. I've always told people when I got into clown makeup, I regressed into childhood. It was fun being a clown because you could be yourself or just let yourself go and act a fool. You could be slapstick and funny and have a good time. That's why I always enjoyed clowning. Clowning has taken a bad name because of what they've used in my case. Just want to highlight on John Zick. They want to make such an issue over John Zick and his disappearance. I think he was killed for his car, personally.
And your personal knowledge of the Zick case then is
my personal knowledge of the Zick case is that I had come home and Zick and Rossi were at the house. I had a few drinks. I went to bed. When I woke up the next morning, Rossi was sleeping on the couch and Zick was dead on the floor. I went about my own business, and he was gone later on.
And where did he go? Where did he end up?
I assumed he ended up in the crawl space.
Did you see him being transported down there?
No, wasn't present. Didn't do the transporting.
But when he was dead on the floor?
He was dead on the floor, yes.
And did you have conversation with anybody about that?
No. In other words, I just kept my mouth shut because I didn't want to get involved. Mm-hmm. My idea was to just stay out of it.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is a creepy one. Not like the rest aren't. But when he talks about the guy, he starts off with kind of some lip movement. He's agitated. He stutters and stammers a bit. One of the more interesting things that we see in this video is hiding time without ever verbal bridging. It is a beautiful hiding time. I went to bed. I got up. The body was there. Never said, he said he went to bed. He never said there were any fighting or anything else. He never said that he didn't kill him. He simply said, when I got up, the body was on the floor. And then that is a beautiful case of hiding time, just a way to avoid it. When he says, if you watch him, he's eye blocking in the middle of that. And then when he says, I went about my business, watch that request for approval. We didn't see it earlier, but we certainly see it now. And Scott, I'm going to steal one of yours. He does the chicken moving his head and his eyes staying locked the whole time. His eyes don't leave at all. He's doing the romancer. He's eye locking, trying to make sure the guy's paying attention to the things he wants him to. And watch, it's one of the more odd things here. That request for approval goes in, and then he says, did you see? His blink rate goes through the roof. And his blink rate also flashes pretty hard when he says, I didn't want to be involved. Now, never mind. The guy's in your basement. You thought he's in your basement. Okay, Mark, you can come to my house. If you kill somebody, just clean up, please.
Yeah, exactly.
Put him down in the basement.
You'll go about your business.
Everybody, come on, everybody knows that. This is another good example of feeding the wrong wolf, to use all those analogies people use about the good wolf and the bad wolf and which one you feed. This guy's been feeding the wrong wolf. It's clear. Chase, what do you got?
So this is one of the rare times we actually see full question repetition. When we ask him about personal knowledge of the Zick case, he does a full question repetition. And when he's saying Zick was dead on the floor, he tries to socialize this awkward situation using facial and head movements, like you were talking about, Greg. This is total lack of normal baseline narration with hands. It's gone. And then he's just went about his day, just like anybody else would after they just step over a dead body on their floor. And there's a lot of hesitancy here. He's not known for hesitancy. So we're seeing a lot of deviation from baseline. Now, when he's saying I went about business and he was gone, there's vocal hesitancy there. Hiding time or missing time, whatever you want to call it, it is pretty good. And there's a large eyebrow flash, like Greg, you were talking about. A small shift to internal dialogue, which I won't really dig into. But here's the crux of this. Here's the most important thing to take away from this. This is a normal part of his story because it's normal for him. If there was a body and he didn't kill it, he wouldn't care. I don't think it would have emotionally affected him. And I think he believes, just like everybody else, we tend to think other people are just like us. And that's one of our biggest mistakes when we interrogate people, when we influence other people, we automatically assume everybody's like me. That's why some guys get their wives like chainsaws for a Christmas gift or something like that. I want to give them what I want to get. As a quick footnote, he was diagnosed by multiple psychologists with antisocial personality disorder, and there's a lot more on that to come in the next video. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Once again, we see this shallow affect displayed as he talks about waking up and finding a body in the living room. Doesn't bother him, doesn't seem to bother him. And he talks about it like it was something normal. For example, if he talks about, like, I walked in and this one guy asleep on the couch and there's a bunch of dirty clothes there in the floor, a bunch of dirty laundry. That's like nothing to him. He's not showing the emotions you should show or you would expect one to show in this if it really did happen. And they experienced that. We're not seeing any of that at all, not even a little bit. Again, this goes back to my theory of the difference in a clinical psychopath and the one who has amygdala damage or damage to the limbic system somehow. He doesn't something, and the difference in the clinical psychopath, they may attempt to show some kind of emotion during this because they know they should. They've been watching other people. They don't understand what emotions are. So over the years, they watch them and they mimic them. He's not even mimicking here. So I think there's not that part of his brain. That's why I don't think he's the born this way. I think something happened to him because he doesn't even try to mimic that. He doesn't even try to pretend it's normal or not normal. He doesn't have the facial expressions that show. And I came in, this guy was dead on nothing. He shows no emotion whatsoever in there in that. So for me, in this situation, there's no rational thinking or thinking that a rational person would do when those emotions should be shown. We're not seeing those. I don't think he thinks that way. All right, Mark, what do you got?
It's all right.
Sorry, man.
So social behavior. And there's been some nights, where you go to bed and you get up the next morning, you go downstairs and you're kind of climbing over bodies and, you check to see that, people are okay. And then, you go about your business, you go off to work and you kind of hope they'll have been gone by lunchtime and their hangovers have disappeared. You kind of hope. In his particular case, if it were me and I'm climbing over bodies and one of them's dead, like that would be the point where you then do not go about your business. It's all gone pear-shaped, clearly. And there's a whole bunch of ramifications, but the usual social responsibility is if somebody's dead, you have to deal with all of that stuff. For him, yes, it's odd, isn't it? Had a drink, went to bed, dead person, went about my business. That is antisocial. It's not the norm for a social society. Now, what really for me pins this one down, and I always dislike seeing this, is bureaucratic behavior. We've had it in the numbers, we've had it in the way that he organizes things, and now you see him shuffling the papers. Now you see it's like the end of the news report, shuffling the paper. These are just papers. These are just lists of numbers and things that died, things that I buried. Yeah, very bureaucratic behavior. Again, a great example of this is not somebody you put in charge of countries. You don't let them be put in charge of anything where they're in charge of large amounts of human life. It's not going to go well. Not going to go well at all. Shuffling those papers, massive red flag for me. Just
want to highlight on John Zick. You know, they want to make such an issue over John Zick and his disappearance. I think he was killed for his car, personally.
And your personal knowledge of the Zick case then is
my personal knowledge of the Zick case is that I had come home and Zick and Rossi were at the house. I had a few drinks. I went to bed. When I woke up the next morning, Rossi was sleeping on the couch and Zick was dead on the floor. I went about my own business, and he was gone later on.
And where did he go? Where did he end up?
I assumed he ended up in the crawl space.
Did you see him being transported down there?
No, wasn't present. Didn't do the transporting.
But when he was dead on the floor?
He was dead on the floor, yes.
And did you have conversation with anybody about that? No.
In other words, I just kept my mouth shut because I didn't want to get involved. Mm-hmm. My idea was to just stay out of it. I was 19 when I ran away, and that was in 61. I went to Las Vegas for 3 months. Took my car and left.
Yeah.
I worked for Palm Mortuary, being the night man, picking up bodies at the hospitals and stuff for them. I worked as a night man only. I did have nothing to do with the bodies. All this talk that I slept with the dead ones or had sex with dead bodies, there is no truth to any of that.
You did live in the mortuary.
I lived in the mortuary, yes, but not in the embalming room. I mean, they make it sound like, I slept in the crypts with them. And I never climbed into a coffin or anything like that. That is so damn ridiculous. It's the same thing. The contention is that I slept all night with Robert Peace. If you want to say I slept in the same house with a dead body, okay, fine, I'll buy that. But in the same room, no. And besides, the dead won't bother you. It's the living you got to worry about.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
I'm going to just have a few. This is a heyday. This is one of the creepiest things we're going to see ever in all the things we watch. And we've seen some doozies. There's more right eye accessing as he's recalling facts, even though he's saying and denying when he's talking about having sex with dead bodies and that kind of stuff. His nervous smile shows up and it's out of baseline. You think, well, that's pretty creepy, until he outright laughs. And a lot of people will do a nervous laugh to push away, to distance away from things. They don't realize they're doing it. It's just all out nervous laughter. And he has no idea how creepy that is because he continues to dig a hole. He says, well, I might have slept in the house with a dead body, but not in the room with a dead body. Well, I don't think the whole contention that you were sleeping with the body had anything to do with the fact he's dead in your house. I think there's more connotation here than we're hearing. And then here again is one of those, what we feed, we become. This guy has thought for so long it's normal to do the kind of goofy stuff he's done, the horrific stuff he's done, that it's become normal and every day for him. I think he shows disappointment that we can go back and look at the rest. It's disdain or something in his lower face when he screws up the date. That disappoints him. We're back to a control personality, and that disappoints him, and we can go back and look at the rest of those. And then the only time I see a request for approval is when he's saying the contention is I slept in the house with this guy or in the bed with this guy. Okay, I may have slept in the house, but I didn't do the other. And then he says that the dead are not the dangerous ones, the living are. We certainly know that by talking to him. I'll leave it at that and say, Scott, what do you got?
All right, we're back to the big head illustrations. And he sounds like a child when he's talking about the accusations of sleeping with dead bodies. The smiles and the laughter and the eye contact while he's discussing this are what nightmare movie characters are made out of. You see this one on those horrible movies where you see and what they do is juxtapose that normal behavior against just creep factor 10, and that's what we're seeing here. Then to jump from one sentence, like you were saying, Greg, to where he's using humor and stuff. For the first time, we actually see to an explanation. This is the first time we actually see concern on him, or an expression of concern, where his focus is that. And these behaviors just don't go together, not at all, except in a horror movie. That's the only time you'll see him. Chase, what do you got?
I honestly believe that his denial about sleeping with them is truthful, but none of the other stuff is. In many cases, an interrogator might make a false claim that's unrelated to the crime to get a baseline of truthful denial behavior So I may be talking to somebody that's charged with $10,000 of theft, and I may talk about human trafficking onto that to get what a truthful denial it should look like out of that person. While he was working at this mortuary, several staff members reported that he did have what they called unusual fascination with the bodies. No one suggested that it was of a sexual nature. But I think Gacy is a quintessential example of Dr. Pincus's formula theory, where he has all these things. There's three things that make a perfect psychopath, or that make a quintessential psychopath. And this is abuse, mental illness, and brain injury. And that, according to Dr. Pincus, it's Pinkus. I'll put a link in the description right below us here. They make a serial killer. And his bizarre behavior was never really explained. But after his execution, on request by Dr. Morrison, his brain was examined. They found no trace of abnormalities whatsoever. So he does have psychological and physical abuse, mental illness, an early childhood brain injury. And as a bonus to add on to that, he had something called Klinefelter syndrome. And Klinefelter syndrome is also called 47XXY, which is there's an XXY when it should be an XY on the 47th chromosome. Long story. You can look it up if you want. But even after testing this, having this syndrome makes you more prone to more serious crimes. And this is even after adjusting for socioeconomic variables like education, father figures, cohabitation, all that kind of stuff. That makes people more likely for sexual abuse, arson, murder, etc. And the Klinefelter syndrome is something that was confirmed he did have. So he had the perfect storm of all three of those things, plus a genetic predisposition to violence and psychopathy. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I would say he knows that he's going into the most antisocial behavior when he starts telling the story about the mortuary. And I think I detect that from his laughter, because he protests too much. He's laughing so far out of his usual baseline here that from my point of view, I would say he's utterly trying to distract from what we know. Look, most people have come across killing other people, murder. But interfering with dead bodies, that's quite an extreme. Also, the human body, when dead, has almost zero power. And so what a great way to exert power over something with no power. Now, he also has a confounded and frustrating logic around this. He says nothing to do with the bodies. But before that, he said picking up the bodies and stuff for them. Well, if it's about nothing to do with the bodies, and that is not A, picking up the bodies is A. So you can't have both at the same time. It's just logically impossible. He's confounded in the logic. He's frustrated by that. I worked only as the night. As the night man. I worked as the night man only. So that would suggest that if there's interference with bodies, that's got to be done by a day person, clearly. You know, if I was only there at night, so I kind of interfered with them. Well, no, you're more likely to have had less people around to see you. I grant you, Chase, that maybe others didn't see him having any kind of sexual relationship with bodies because they weren't there at night when he was the only person there. And just like Savile, we get a whole bunch of possibility there of how can you have the most power over another human being while interfering with them when they're dead. It's a huge power play. And therefore it's antisocial, because we know that, you know, if a human being has lived a life, they're at the least power when they're dead. And so they need protecting around that, because people would take advantage of that. And so we have all kinds of social lessons around how you deal with dead people, what you do with dead people and what you don't do with dead people. He's breaking the rules. That's antisocial personality disorder. Absolutely. Confounding those rules. There, that's all I got on that one. He's an odd guy. I'll give him that. He's very odd.
I was 19 when I ran away, and that was in 61. I went to Las Vegas for 3 months. took my car and left.
Yeah.
I worked for Powell Mortuary, being the night man, picking up bodies at the hospitals and stuff for them. I worked as a night man only. I did have nothing to do with the bodies. All this talk that I slept with the dead ones or had sex with dead bodies, there is no truth to any of that.
You did live in the mortuary.
I lived in the mortuary, yes, but not in the embalming room. I mean, they make it sound like, I slept in the crypts with them. And I never climbed into a coffin or anything like that. That is so damn ridiculous. It's the same thing. The contention is that I slept all night with Robert Peace. If you want to say I slept in the same house with a dead body, okay, fine, I'll buy that. But in the same room, no. And besides, the dead won't bother you. It's the living you got to worry about. I have a lot of things that I've forgotten that I can't remember. For instance, I can go back to my childhood and stuff, and I still remember that. But yet, I can go into the 70s. And there are a lot of things I can't remember. The same thing with the victims. I've looked at all of, I don't know if you notice here, we got pictures of every one of the victims here. And believe it or not, for the last 12 years, I've studied these photos of the victims. And there is no, we have a shot of all of the victims together here. And when you look over at the photos, I have no recollection of any of them. Never met them. And we've gone over this more than once. They're just names and faces. And when you look at them, the thing of it is, we took it a step further. We went into their backgrounds. I wanted to know where they were at, what schools they attended, who they hung out with, and what kind of activities they were into. And that's what we dug up on each one of the victims. But still, there is no association. None of them never worked for me. None of them... They never went to any places that I ever hung around, because I didn't hang around that many places unless you were involved in politics or if you were involved in clowning, then I might have ran into you. But there's no way I could have run into any of them.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
I'm not going to cover a whole lot. I'm just going to tell you, this is among the creepiest things I've ever seen. This is a trophy case for this guy. That's the reason he is hands all over. He's Gollum, and this is the Precious. That's all this is. This guy's got his hands all over this. When he's flipping to show you his trophies, look at his face. Just pay attention to this guy. Change in his cadence. Look, I don't know any of these. I'm going to tell you why I don't know them. And then he flips to them. Well, come on. These are murdered children, most of them. Some were adults, I think, but murdered children. He's flipping to it with glee. There's no, look, this is a sad thing. There's none of that. This is a trophy for him. And then he's got this brow up, as he says, unless you're in politics or clowning, I wouldn't know them. That's request for approval. These are victims. And he never says one time, I did not kill any of these people. He said, I didn't know them, their faces and names. That's one of the sickest things I've seen in this entire thing. Chase, what do you got?
He starts with this memory loss statement and rolls right into the photos, just citing that he has no memory of meeting them. So he says, I have memory loss. Let me just put that out there and then talk about some more memory loss. I think it's interesting that he marks the page and continues to flip while he talks. The page is marked by his ring finger. So it's like the page is marked with a finger, and then he's looking through the book and finally decides to flip to that. It's marked the whole time. He has it marked. I don't know why that is. If you do, let me know in the comments. I'm going to read them. In court, Gacy's defense argued for this serious mental impairment after these APD diagnoses were received from all these psychologists. And the court didn't really buy the story about impulse behavior, citing, and I quote, if Gacy had 33 irresistible impulses, just how was it that he dug the graves in advance, which they proved. And going back, just to give you one more interesting fact about this, and Mark, you were talking about this earlier, in his vehicle, they found a radio and a magnetic police siren, and figured out that he regularly posed as a police officer, which would almost, just knowing how human beings respond to perceived authority, he would almost have carte blanche to get anybody he wanted to, A, into handcuffs, or B, to get into the car and take him where he wanted to take him. That's all I got. Scott?
All right. I agree with you guys. And Greg, you're right. This search for victim information is a form of trophy exhibition. That's all it is. Sometimes a serial killer will take as what they call a trophy when they take a finger, or they'll take hair, they'll take photos or a piece of clothes, clothing, something like that. And that's their trophy. And it triggers the memory of the horror they brought on this person, or whatever they get from it, the excitement from it. And so that's why they'll take those things. And the rest is just an excuse. He used the excuse for saying, I didn't know these people. I can prove it. I looked at them. I don't know who any of these people are. I never came in contact with any of them. Goes to your thing, Chase. If he was pulling people over, or Mark, who said the siren thing? Was that you, Mark?
No, Chase.
That was me.
Okay. If he was doing that, yeah, of course he'd have no reason to be connected with him before. And I mean, that's crazy. So that's the only reason he would bring that up, I think, in the first place, is to show he had nothing to do with him. But I think it's trophy exhibition. That's all it is. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, believe it or not, he says. And yeah, this is something from Ripley's Believe It or Not. This is Madame Tussauds quality kind of horror we've got here. One thing that I find quite strange is we've been over this more than once. I still don't understand who the we is. I can't work out whether he's socializing this, whether he does have some partner involved or people involved in making this book that he's got there. Or there's some other persona there alongside him. I'm not sure. They're just names and faces when you look at them. They're just names and faces when you look at them. So back to that bureaucratic piece. We took it a step further, he says, and because I wanted to know. So he's kind of saying, I've investigated me better than anybody else and found me innocent of most all of these, apart from the ones that I'm not innocent of. It still confounds me as to why he wants to distance himself from some but not all of these crimes. I can't work out what his plan is around that. It seems to me, from what I've heard, there can be no sentence reduction, there can be no appeal. Other than it is a classic of antisocial personality disorder that they can downplay and upplay things in bizarre manners and twist and turn those. Number one, to be manipulative, and two, because that's the way they see the world that day, because they're not conforming to our usual sociological norms. So it could be that. Yeah, that's all I got on this one. He's about as strange as we've ever had.
I have a lot of things that I've forgotten that I can't remember. For instance, I can go back to my childhood and stuff and I still remember that, but yet I can go into the 70s and there are a lot of things I can't remember. The same thing with the victims. I've looked at I don't know if you notice here, we got pictures of every one of the victims here. And believe it or not, for the last 12 years, I've studied these photos of the victims. And there is no, we have a shot of all of the victims together here. And when you look over at the photos, I have no recollection of any of them, never met them. And we've gone over this more than once. They're just names and faces. And when you look at them, the thing of it is, we took it a step further. We went into their backgrounds. I wanted to know where they were at, what schools they attended, who they hung out with, and what kind of activities they were into. And that's what we dug up on each one of the victims. But still, there is no association. None of them never worked for me. None of them, they never went to any places that I ever hung around, because I didn't hang around that many places unless you were involved in politics or if you were involved in clowning, then I might have ran into you. But there's no way I could have run into any of them.
All right, well, let's throw around the room and very quickly, 30 seconds or less, tell what we think about this case or this guy, and then we'll wrap it up. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of calm around stuff, but then just go to that moment where he just starts laughing around the interference with in the mortuary. That's quite a big differential. I only point that out because those are the kind of big differentials that we're often looking for, to go, well, what's that about? Why be so calm here around dead people? And then why be laughing at these dead people over here? What's going on there? So great differential there. Chase.
Yeah, I agree. I think this whole thing was just it's an example of a perfect storm of everything coming together that could possibly manufacture a psychopath, all happening as it possibly could. And he becomes a horror movie level psychopath. In fact, they do make movies about him. And that's really what we're seeing here. And I think he had a dissociative capacity that was present. So most people that have any kind of abuse in childhood become good at dissociating and removing themselves from events. And I think him just having that little bit of capacity made him use that as a defense in trial, but it was absolutely, in my opinion, not the case. There was no dissociation. There was some alter ego he named Jack, I think, that was responsible for some of these crimes, which is not the case. But he used his capacity for dissociation as a defense. Greg?
Yeah, Mark, to your point, when you say you wonder why he's doing this, I think because he needs to be admired for something. And even if that is something horrific, he needs to be admired. That's the reason he's willing to say, I've done these, but not these. I didn't sleep with dead people. I'm not a homosexual. The things that he's drawn a line in his mind matter. He separates himself from. And if you want evidence, he needs admiration. Met Rosalind Carter, was tied up in politics, was tightly tied to the Polish festival, drove that. I think the clown thing was more about admiration than the other piece. So when I see that and I see the control pieces, yeah, whatever made him a psychopath, thank God there are not many of them like him, because we know 33 people died as a result of him, and he's gone now to lethal injection. But what a horrific story. And you can see how calmly he talked about it, just like I said with the cooking oil story. That's what he's doing. And he rolled around in something so he would look and smell like normal people and be able to pick up his victims. He says, and some of it is verifiably not true, that he didn't know any of these people. There's one of the guys who was working for him who came up missing, which is what started all this thing. So, he's comfortable lying and arbitrarily altering the truth to fit him just so he can be admired. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I think this is a great example, in my opinion, of the psychopath, the differences in a psychopath being born and one being creative, however he's been creative. And I think the whole thing, you're right, it makes great movies. It makes a fantastic movie, and it's all set up. It's got the clown stuff, the things that scare us as a kid, even though it's supposed to make us happy as a kid. As an adult, clowns scare us to death. So I think it's a great example of the juxtaposing the created one by the one that's born that way, in my opinion. So, all right, fellas, I think this was a good one, and we'll see you next time. Today we're going to talk about Ed Kemper. And from May 1973 to April 1974, he killed 10 people, including his mother. And that was while he was on parole for killing his grandparents. Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
Yeah, so these videos come from a documentary called Murder, No Apparent Motive in 1984. It was about serial killers and FBI behavioral science profilers. These are some of the best interviews from that video. Here's the piece you should know. He killed his grandparents at 15 years old and was incarcerated until 21 in a state mental hospital. They declared him a paranoid schizophrenic until he convinced them that he was rehabbed and was released from prison. He was on parole, on probation, as you said, Scott, when this happened. When they asked him why he killed his grandmother, he said because he wanted to know how it felt, and he killed his grandfather so he wouldn't be angry with him about killing his grandmother.
Well, I'm not an expert. I'm not an authority. I'm someone who has been a murderer for almost 20 years.
Can you say how many people might be doing crimes like you were doing?
It would be a guess, but it's not. It's far more than 35. It isn't that impossible in this society. It happens.
Are there more people?
They didn't give up.
How many?
She didn't give up. I did. I came in out of the cold. And what I'm saying is there are some people who prefer it in the cold.
What did people see?
A nice guy.
Did you like Kemper?
I like Kemper.
You were able to appear like an ordinary person, non-threatening to...
I lived as an ordinary person most of my life, even though I was living a parallel and increasingly sick life, other life. One victim let me back in the car. I locked myself out. She opened the door for me. My gun was under the seat. What in the hell am I doing telling you that? Am I a masochist? Am I looking to be tormented further? I'm trying to show you just how awful this got, how commanding these rages got. I was raging inside. There was just incredible energies, positive and negative, depending on a mood that would trigger one or the other. And outside, I looked troubled at times. Other times I looked moody. Other times perfectly serene. Not very sane. But again, people weren't even aware of what was happening.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So let's start by talking about resistance to interrogation. Everybody asks me always what I can tell them. Let me tell you this, none of it works. You're not believable. And so the biggest struggle for a person who's trying to resist interrogation is to appear to be cooperative and helpful. Ding, ding, ding. That's who we're looking at right here. Wait, and I'll show you where as we go through. But this guy's soppy, sincere. Wait till we get through. You will be able to see it as clear as day. It starts right here, though. He's doing these long vowels. I'm not an expert, an authority. Listen to those lengthened vowels he's doing, and he pulls with his eyes as he's doing it. This guy's not stupid. He's been in the system since he's 15 years old. He's heard psychologists say paranoid schizophrenic. I'm sure he played that. Whatever he needed, he learned all the right language, and I think we're going to see it all through this thing. When he's shaking his head no, he's not contradicting his message. He is supporting his message when he said they didn't give up. He does, however, show disdain. In disdain, we see that drawing back of the mouth and that back when he's talking about himself as a nice guy because he knew he wasn't. I think that he likes to teach. He likes to pontificate. And this guy, if he does a good job, all he has to do is to go, really? Oh, tell me more. Play naive. We play it. We prey on the person's natural tendency to want to teach, and it works. And you'll get to see this. This guy's a celebrity of some sort already by this point, by 1984, and we're going to see him just pontificate about crime and those things. Chase, what do you got?
I really agree with you here. He frequently refers to expertise and authority in a lot of situations, and I think this speaks to a mindset of a person who confuses what expertise is. I can promise you that killing people for 20 years makes you more of an expert in killing than every professor who spent 5 times as long doing stuff. I think there's a massive difference between skill and experience and someone who has information and data. So he's got a lot that nobody who studies psychopaths has. And I think there's a genuine desire to communicate the full experience of truth here, the full expression of truth. He's trying to come across really clean. You can see this in the way he's comfortable editing his language to make sure it's accurate. There's no hesitancy or stress when he's editing that information. And we see a little bit of self-soothing behavior, touching his wrist. And I think this is more likely to be the presence of all the cameras that are around and not the subject matter that's being discussed. And while he's talking about rages, he shakes his head. And this might show us a little bit about his mindset, like he's trying to shake it out of his head. And there's a potential that he resisted these rages, and that accentuated by this hand up here to kind of help right there. There's a small gesture, like he's trying to pull it out of his head. And if I was the interviewer here, I might make this gesture again later, after a few minutes, when asking a follow-up question about these rages. I might do that exact same gesture that I saw him do. And just finally, notice the lack of ownership in all the language here. A mood, not my mood. These rages, not my rages. And how commanding they get. So these rages are now commanding me to do something, which is highly dissociative. And we're going to see some more of this along the way. Scott, what do you got?
I agree. He disassociates himself with just about everything. It's like it happened to someone else. This is why I thought it was paranoid schizophrenic as we first started going through these things. I've ended up on another spot with that now. But yeah, I agree with you. He's not owning anything. He's not taking anything as his own. It's almost like he's talking about somebody else. His blink rate is really low. He seems really relaxed. Doesn't seem like too bothered about talking about this. He's fairly non-expressive facially. But he has these little smiles peppered throughout his conversation during this. There are no visual or audible cues of stress. Everything sounds fairly normal. And even compared to as we go through this, I'm using that as the baseline, which as a viewer, you don't have yet because you haven't seen all those. And when he says it happens, he uses his assertive face like he knows something, like he's sure about that. He uses his illustrators sparingly. He doesn't use those very often at all. And he's very aware of how he's looking to other people. These are all the things that point toward the narcissistic personality, obviously, and by these choice of words and putting everything bad on somebody else. And we'll see how deep that goes in just a few minutes. He's got his arm resting with his hand up, and that suggests he's comfortable, but at the same time being dominant in that situation. I think the most fascinating part of this is they got George R.R. Martin to interview him for this. I don't know if you all are familiar with who that is. Do you know who that is?
No. But I'm going to assume that's a joke.
He looks just
Who
like
is George R.R. Mountain? Who was it?
Martin. He's a writer,
author.
Yeah, he wrote Game of Thrones and some other stuff. All right, Chase. What do you got?
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. I only got through the first 10 minutes of Game of Thrones, so.
Oh, okay. So, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. What have I got? Well, number one, that I'm clearly not a Game of Thrones fan, ever. Take that wherever you go. Look, first of all, he's super calm. That's the main piece of body language as far as I'm concerned. Like, he kind of does nothing. I mean, everybody's picked up on some really good fine points of that, so it isn't like he does nothing. But in the grand scheme of things, he really does hardly do anything. So it's a good job with the behavior panel and not the body language panel, because I think we'd run out of stuff pretty quickly. Net for me of his story is that society creates a space where a guy like him can commit multiple murders because people are relatively foolish. I think that's underneath what his story is, that it isn't his fault. Yes, he has these rages and he goes into that, but ultimately he's suggesting that situations present themselves, and those situations even re-present themselves when they really shouldn't. People allow him in the vehicle when it shouldn't have happened. It's other people's foolishness. He puts himself across, in my opinion, as something heroic. He says, came in from the cold. That's Le Carre. He's a double agent. He's a Richard Burton figure. He's heroic. So this has all the markings, like you, Scott. I was surprised at that early diagnosis at the start, because I went, what? How did somebody diagnose that, especially at a young age? There's that for a start, but also instantly see something which is really quite narcissistic there, which is everybody else is at fault. Yeah, I'm a bit of a hero, actually. I think Richard Burton and a really cool kind of double agent going on there. So look, let's see how this continues, because early days, we got a lot of great videos to go through. Let's see what happens.
Well, if you don't know who we are, we're the Behavior Panel. And I'm Scott Rouse. I'm a body language expert and analyst, and I train law enforcement in the military in interrogation and body language. And I created the #1 online body language course, Body Language Tactics, with Greg Hartley. Mark?
I'm Mark Bowden. I'm an expert in human behavior and body language, help people all over the world to stand out, win trust, gain credibility every time they communicate, including some of the leaders of the G7. Chase.
Hey, I'm Chase Hughes, did 20 years in the U.S. military. I wrote the #1 best-selling book on behavior profiling, influence, and persuasion, and I transform people's lives through teaching those skills today. Greg?
I'm Greg Hartley. I'm a former Army interrogator, interrogation instructor, resistance to interrogation instructor. I've written 10 books on body language and behavior, and I spend most of my time in business.
Well, I'm not an expert. I'm not an authority. I'm someone who has been a murderer for almost 20 years.
Can you say how many people might be doing crimes like you were doing?
It would be a guess, but it's not. It's far more than 35. It isn't that impossible in this society. It happens.
Are there more people?
They didn't give up.
How many?
She didn't give up. I did. I came in out of the cold. And what I'm saying is there are some people who prefer it in the cold.
What did people see?
A nice guy.
Did you like Kemper?
I like Kemper.
You were able to appear like an ordinary person, non-threatening to...
I lived as an ordinary person most of my life, even though I was living a parallel and increasingly sick life, other life. One victim let me back in the car. I locked myself out. She opened the door for me. My gun was under the seat. What in the hell am I doing telling you that? Am I a masochist? Am I looking to be tormented further? I'm trying to show you just how awful this got, how commanding these rages got. I was raging inside. There was just incredible energies, positive and negative, depending on a mood. That would trigger one or the other. And outside, I looked troubled at times. Other times I looked moody. Other times perfectly serene. Not very sane. But again, people weren't even aware of what was happening.
You were involved in the campus because your mother worked there.
Yes. I was also involved in killing co-eds because my mother was associated with college work, college co-eds, women, and had a very strong and violently outspoken position on men for much of my upbringing. My mother was a sick, angry, hungry, and very sad woman. I hated her, but I wanted to love my mother. And I watched the alcohol increase. I watched her social life drop off. I watched her get bizarre. She had terrible pain from her life, earlier life, her upbringing, a failed marriage with my father. I'm a constant reminder of that failure. I hate to distill it down into such, into one-word realities like that. There's a lot that leads into that happening, but that is what happened. They represented not what my mother was, but what she liked, what she coveted, what was important to her, and I was destroying it.
Okay, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is going to start his mantra, his thing. Mark, you started it before where you said he was saying, look, people are idiots, people are fools, people are going to play a part, but more importantly, his mother and his father and all of that is going to play a part. His brow goes down, his eyes narrow. That's anger. And he's doing that when he starts to talk about his mother's dislike of men. He's starting to illustrate his central message. He does great request for approval, meaning I'm raising my brow, trying to get you to give me so I can keep moving along with the story. At her life, at miserable, and at father. Interestingly, one of the psychologists when he was young, or maybe later, said he was simply punishing the abandonment of his mother and father because his mother got remarried or they got divorced. His mother made him live with her, ran away, moved in with his father. His father sent him to live with his grandparents. He killed his grandparents. So, look, this guy can preach whatever message he wants with all this soppy thing he's doing, but listen to what he's saying, not what he thinks he's saying. He's got a message to get out. His face tightens, his brow goes down, and his mouth narrows when he's talking about these people. And he says, it's the way I was raised, and. But if you go back and look in his history, when he was a young child, he abused animals. He did all the stuff, all the earmarks that we find of psychopaths. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He's got this because of this mantra. And Greg, what did you say this documentary was originally called?
It was called Murder Without a... hold on one second. No apparent motive. Murder.
No apparent motive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No apparent motive. And I think this is a theme that's gonna come along because he is trying to put down an apparent motive. He says, look, multiple murders because of this. And he's got mother, hate, love, men, sick, angry, failed, failure, alcohol, social life, bizarre, pain, marriage, father. He puts down a whole bunch of external factors that basically go, look, multiple murders because of this. And so, without a motive, no, he's put down, here's your motives. I've given you the jigsaw puzzle, perfect put together in a very, very simple idea. In fact, he admits that he's simple. He says, it sounds very simple. Yeah, it does sound very simple. Does it sound overly simplified? Does it sound like he's trying to offer us something where we go, oh yeah, because your mother, your mother was a bit nasty, wasn't she? I mean, yeah, some mums can be terrible people. Absolutely. But that sounds too simple for me, and he admits that it's too simple. So, is it more complex? Is it more complex than that? And I think, Greg, you're hinting at it that there's some early signals that it is it is more complex than simplicity that he puts forward. He says, you know, there's a one word motive for this, and I think his word is mother. Really, it is super kind of Freudian, isn't it? And that's kind of a good kind of whistle that people might jump on and go, brilliant, super simple case, wrapped up, here we go, nice, serial killer, sorted. I think it's a little more complex. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I have to agree. Watching this morning, I don't know a whole lot about the case, to be honest. Right here, when he's saying I was involved in killing co-eds, this is more distancing language, and it's interesting here. He's copying the word involved from the interviewer, and he borrowed this language from him. And this is a great method to make somebody feel like you're answering their question. And I'm sure he's developed this skill rather than learned it from some kind of training. He describes his mom as sick, angry, hungry, and sad. I was really curious about the hungry part. I would love to have been there and asked him about this. But I think this is the same reference that he loosely makes to himself. And if you listen to these 4 words over the next few clips, you're going to hear him describing himself as sick, angry, hungry, and sad. And you hear him build a case for destroying everything that was important to his mother. He wants to destroy everything that was important to her. I'd like to know what she destroyed that was important to him. And I don't know a lot about this case, but if you do, let me know in the comments, because I think this is an example of what I call a reflection aggression. And reflection descriptions are right here when he's describing all the parts he hates about himself and how ugly they look in other people, and how if he can get rid of it in someone else, then it might leave him too. Scott, what do you got?
All right, I see what you're saying. I think the things that we're seeing reflect back when he was a kid, and he was a mean little kid, and she was getting after him, trying to make him mind. I think it goes back that far. There's some other things that happen where we'll hear him talk about some chickens and things like that. But I think he was mad at her or hated her because she tried to make him mind all the time, because apparently he was out of control a lot of the time. He wasn't being a good kid or a good person. And he puts all of his transgressions on his mother, every single thing. And you're right, that's the recurring theme throughout this. It's all of his mother's fault. And Mark, like you were saying, he's the hero here, and it's all because he does these things because his mother, quote unquote, made him do it. It's what he's trying to make it sound like, but she didn't. And I think George R.R. Martin did a great interview here, because at the beginning, when he asks that first question, he pauses, and then it hits him. And you can see him pop into that thing and start blaming his mom for all this. That's when all that stuff starts coming out. And when he talks about killing co-eds and women, we see a little duping delight there, just a little bit. And then he goes on a deep dive again about how his mother's a bad person. Talks about all the drinking, the crazy behavior, all those things. And I think he does this to this redirection to her every time, obviously, to protect his ego. Because when you're dealing with a psychopath, the ego is the most important thing to them. Or a hardcore clinical narcissist, that's the thing they protect the most. Once you brush up against that ego and do something bad and make them mad, they will wait forever to get you back. They will wait and wait and wait, and they'll see their shot and take it. And I think it goes back to his childhood, where she was trying to make him mind, maybe spanked him, maybe tried doing stuff, but he was still out of hand, and that's one of the reasons he hated her guts so much.
You were involved in the campus because your mother worked there?
Yes. I was also involved in killing co-eds because my mother was associated with college work, college co-eds, women, and had a very strong and violently outspoken position on men for much of my upbringing. My mother was a sick, angry, hungry, and very sad woman. I hated her, but I wanted to love my mother. And I watched the alcohol increase. I watched her social life drop off. I watched her get bizarre. She had terrible pain from her life, earlier life, her upbringing, a failed marriage with my father. I'm a constant reminder of that failure. I hate to distill it down into such, into one-word realities like that. There's a lot that leads into that happening, but that is what happened. They represented not what my mother was, but what she liked, what she coveted, what was important to her, and I was destroying it.
Did you actually kill the girls?
My frustration, my inability to communicate socially, sexually. I wasn't impotent, but emotionally I was impotent. I was scared to death of failing in male-female relationships. I knew absolutely nothing about that whole area, even if just sitting down and talking with a young lady. I need to be able to really communicate, and ironically enough, that's why I began picking people up. And I'm picking up young women, and I'm going a little bit farther each time. It's a daring kind of a thing. At first there wasn't a gun. I'm driving along. We go to a vulnerable place where there aren't people watching, where I could act out, and I say, no, I can't. And then a gun is in the car, hidden. And this craving, this awful, raging, eating feeling inside. I could feel it consuming my insides. This fantastic passion. It was overwhelming me. It was like drugs. It was like alcohol. A little isn't enough. At first it is. And as you adjust to that psychologically and physically, you take more and more and more. It's the same process. So it finally came down to the thing of, do I dare bring this gun out? Already realizing if that gun comes out, something has to happen. It was going to happen. I didn't see it then, but it was going to happen. I was playing a dangerous game with a loaded gun that got us all.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I spotted some body language. There's some body language in there, but it's in a weird place. So there's concern with him on the question until he starts to answer, and then all the concern clears up. And so I'd expect it to be somewhat the other way around, because his story is about frustration, inability, he's scared, needs to be able to communicate. I would expect concern and frustration and some kind of body language around all of those kind of words, and there's nothing. There's just concern when he's listening to the question. Is it that he doesn't know what question is coming? Is it that he doesn't like not to be in charge, and everything kind of softens up when he's in charge? It's the wrong way round for me. Anyway, I saw some body language, so fantastic. I've fulfilled that part of my session for you. What else do we get from him? Well, we get craving, addiction, passion, fantastic, overwhelming, like drugs, alcohol. So he's doing the whole I got addicted thing. And he starts off with it was like drugs or alcohol. So he does a simile, but that very soon dissolves into a metaphor, because he says you take more and more. Now it's not it's like you take more and more. He just says you take more and more. So now he's ill with an addiction. He has an illness. It's not him anymore. It's an illness that he has. He's still the hero there. And so we get it displaced into an it. We get Stephen King's It again. It was going to happen. I didn't see it. So that's total abdication of responsibility. He's ill. He can't control it. It creeps up him from behind. We should all feel sorry for him because it's an it. He has zero responsibility for this. So I would instantly go, this is antisocial, and so we have an antisocial personality here. No denying it as far as I can see. That's what I got on that one. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I actually like this one a lot because it starts to show him through. Look, you can cover and you can do all of this soppy sincerity and do all of those things you want. But if your brain is trying to say what it thinks while your mouth is doing what you're willing it to do, it's hard to cover those up. So when he says something about the girls, you see that chin engage. That chin boss is engaged. And Chase, I'm sure you'll talk about it. We talk about it all the time. So we usually associate that with grief or with with grief or with shame. And if you pay attention to him, usually we then look at the rest of the face to know which it is. There's no grief muscle. There's nothing else involved. So I'm just going to call that shame. And Chase, you may have a different opinion when you see it. He says sexuality. He does a minor lip compression. This is the beginning of something we're going to see a lot of. That's withheld emotion, I think. And then he quickly has to jump in there and not that I was sexually impotent, like it's a point of pride for him. His chin comes up a bit. And now we start to see the mask slip or whatever you want to call it, there's some mixed messaging. He goes from, I picked these girls up to expand my ability to communicate. But then he quickly shifts to say daring and carrying a gun. I think that's his brain saying what he actually was doing while he's trying to cover it with some kind of soppy sincerity at the top. Then you get that. I honestly don't think that he had any intent of telling you the truth. I think that's just his operating system underneath coming out and saying what actually happened. That's a lot of message shifting there to go between those two different messages and then to go to some rationalizing why it happened. I think he's just trying to win over this guy. He's socially aware enough, antisocial personality, yes, but socially aware enough that he's doing what it takes. Listen to the shifting. I'm driving. We go. A gun is in. No connection to him whatsoever. I'm driving, but we go. We didn't go. You drove those people somewhere to kill them. A gun is in there. How the hell did a gun get there? It was going to happen. It got us all. How did it get us all? No, you kill people. You drug them down this thing. But where he's talking about people feeling this, Mark, I think he's doing exactly what you're saying. He's throwing at everybody else drinks have this problem. He's just more of the same. He's doing what this guy wants to hear. Scott, what do you got?
All right. When he's describing how it's a drug, what he's talking about is this. When psychopaths actually start feeling something, because they usually don't, because they've got a problem with their amygdala, either it doesn't work, it's damaged, or there isn't one. The only thing they get any kind of feeling whatsoever is something that would scare us half to death, from jumping out of planes or doing something. And when he does something like kill somebody, that's such a big deal. It gooses his adrenaline and it gives him a feeling. He actually feels something. So I think he became, what he says, addicted to that actual feeling something, which he hasn't felt anything or not much up to that point. Like you were saying, Greg, when he killed his grandfather, or his grandmother, he wanted to see what it felt like to do that, see if it made him feel anything. So that's what they're talking about, or that's what he's talking about in that situation. He actually did feel something, and he liked feeling something, and that's maybe the only thing that did it for him. Now, at the beginning of this, up to this point, his total reasoning for why he killed has changed. Before it was about his mother. Now it's from trying to get back at his mother and for his stunted social skills. That's what he's blaming on, not being able to talk to people, not knowing how to act socially. Then he talks about picking up women and not hurting them, but all of a sudden there's a gun in the car, like you were saying, Greg. Really? You put the gun in the car, man. It just wasn't there all of a sudden. He keeps distancing himself from everything, like he's looking at it in the third person. Which is really odd. When he says awful, raging, eating, there's a full expression of anger when he says eating at him. So that must be one of his key words that triggers him there, or something he thinks about how that's eating at him, that kind of thing. Quite often when you see a psychopath out in the wild, or once they look back on them and see that, they'll see them hunting for these situations where they can make action happen, something that'll give them that adrenaline rush. For example, the guy who, the doctor who found out he had the same brain setup, to make a long story short, as a psychopath, would take his family on these really dangerous trips, like little kids and stuff, on these whitewater rafting trips. You'll see him doing things like that. You'll hear about them. Your dad did what? But they won't come into the normal world out here in the wild and hurt anybody or anything. I think that has to do with the way they were raised around a lot of people that took care of them, loved them, and they didn't see a lot of violence. Whereas psychopaths, like you have those, I always use examples of ISIS and those types that are in those, they see violence growing up and it's not a problem for them at all. It's natural for them to be violent. In this case, I don't think it was natural for him to be violent, but I think it goes back to his mom being what he thought was being mean to him. She's simply trying to get him to mind, and that made him mad. And when he started doing stuff, like he did some things when he was younger to animals, I think that gave him that rush and gave him that feeling. And he just kept moving it up to people at this point. It ended up being those girls. But he went from blaming everything on his mother to blaming everything on his stunted social skills at this point. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. When I teach criminal profilers or detectives, this is the language pattern shift of a criminal type that we call the intruder victim. And in this sense, the criminal is a victim of intrusive thoughts and feelings. And whether it's true or not, they're either believing this or selling it to the interviewer. It doesn't matter. So we use that archetype to describe this as an intruder victim. You can hear throughout this clip how dissociative it is, the guns in the car, this craving, this awful raging, this eating, this feeling, this passion. And he sums it all up in the end with a statement that 100% completely identifies him as the intruder victim. It got us all. And I agree with you, Scott. This is him telling us that the intruder got us all. This is the team pronoun. He identifies himself as another victim in the pool with all the other people. And it's all of this monster that he's kind of describing. This monster is actually going to come out and show its face here in a minute. We're going to get a little more accurate description of this. And I'll tell you how his mother might have helped to make that happen. All right.
Oh, Greg wins that one hard, man.
Why did you actually kill the girls?
My frustration, my inability to communicate socially, sexually. I wasn't impotent, but emotionally I was impotent. I was scared to death of failing in male-female relationships. I knew absolutely nothing about that whole area. Even if just sitting down and talking with a young lady. I need to be able to really communicate, and ironically enough, that's why I began picking people up. And I'm picking up young women, and I'm going a little bit farther each time. It's a daring kind of a thing. At first there wasn't a gun. I'm driving along. We go to a vulnerable place where there aren't people watching, where I could act out, and I say, no, I can't. And then a gun is in the car, hidden. And this craving, this awful, raging, eating feeling inside. I could feel it consuming my insides. This fantastic passion. It was overwhelming me. It was like drugs. It was like alcohol. A little isn't enough. At first it is. And as you adjust to that, psychologically and physically, you take more and more and more. It's the same process. So it finally came down to the thing of, do I dare bring this gun out? Already realizing if that gun comes out, something has to happen. It was going to happen. I didn't see it then, but it was going to happen. I was playing a dangerous game with a loaded gun. It got us all.
On one occasion, Kemper picked up 2 roommates in Berkeley.
And that first killing in May of '72, when that gun was pulled out, I launched it out. I had it under my leg, out of sight, parallel to my leg in the seat. It was something that had been thought out in fantasy, acted out, felt out hundreds of times before it ever happened.
Kemper drove them at gunpoint to a secluded area near a park. He took one of them into the woods, leaving the second girl tied in the car.
I'd just gone through a horrible experience with her roommate stabbing her. And I was in shock because of that. I couldn't believe that it was that way. And I'm walking back there bewildered. I gotta kill her. I can't let her go. She's gonna tell on me. Everybody's gonna get me. She sees the blood on my hands. What are you doing? And she pulled back and she gasped. And I think, whoa, I don't want her to know what happened. I said, your friend got smart with me. She'd been getting really smart with me a lot, but I never hit her. I killed her, but I didn't hit her. I said, your friend got smart with me and I hit her. I think I broke her nose. You better come help. She's about to die. Why does she have to know that? I couldn't deal with telling her that. And when I attacked her, she didn't at first realize what was happening. It didn't go through. She had very heavy coveralls on. It knocked her right up into the lid of the car, but it didn't pierce the clothing. So it wasn't that swell a knife anyway. I went out and bought a pawn shop, huge knife. And I kept on just mindlessly attacking. She falls back into the trunk.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
Right here, there's more unusual language that reveals his mindset. The gun was pulled out, but there's smooth and fluid body narration here. His body is assisting in telling us the story and how helping us understand the story. So he says it had been thought out. It had been felt out. And when he's saying, I just had been through a horrible experience with her roommate, he's the one who endured the suffering in his mind. His eyebrows are down to mention I never hit her. And as a rule of thumb, eyebrows typically go upward desiring agreement and downward desiring understanding. So I really want you to understand this. I never hit her. I killed her, but yeah, I'm not the type to hit people. And I think he's frustrated here that her questions are somehow pulling him out of his fantasy. I think this girl or woman questioning him in the back seat of the car, these are just little alarm clocks interrupting a good dream to him. And I think that upset him more than anything else. And when he goes through any violent action, there's severity softening, which we talk about all the time. All the details about the knife or the violence are gone, and he's distancing, he kept attacking instead of stabbing. And what we're really seeing, he's distancing the mask here that he's wearing from the details of the intruder that we just talked about. And we're going to talk about this intruder a lot. So this intruder is this dark force that secretly lives in him, that he wants to get it out so much. You saw in the previous video, he's like, dare I use this gun? And then somehow, oh, crap, it's out. I don't know how that gun got out. Now I've got to use it. It's this dark intruder. So I'm going to call it the intruder if you guys want to join me. If not, we're not friends anymore. But Scott, what do you have?
All right. He's constantly removing himself from his actions. And that first killing, when the gun was pulled out, it sounds like somebody else doing it. And then he doesn't say, this was something I thought about and acted out hundreds of times. He says, this is something that was thought out and acted out hundreds of times. Again, the severity softening of this, I think that's the real star here, is the severity softening. Everything is not him. He's almost viewing it from a third person. That's why I was still with that paranoid schizophrenic situation earlier. And from this angle, it looks like he's doing these little single shoulder shrugs, but I think he's illustrating at that point, and we can't see his hands, so I think that's what's happening there. He never gets graphic. He never gets into gory details. This is the first time he's talked about blood. And when he says, when I attacked her, he's actually meaning when he stabbed her. So he's even severity softening there at that point. And apparently, again, that severity softening to me is the star here, because that's of the utmost importance to him, because he's trying to keep that what he looks like to everyone else in check. So he looks like a good guy. He's done these horrific things, but he's still coming on like, hey, I'm a great guy. It's not my fault. It's my mom's fault and my inability to socialize properly. And then when he says, I kept mindlessly attacking her and she fell into the trunk. No, you don't fall into a trunk when you're being mindlessly attacked. I think he pushed her in there after he was stabbing her. That's what it sounds like to me anyway. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, so to your point, Jason, Scott, I'd just gone through a horrible experience. I was in shock. So that's narcissism. So just to show you the difference, like if I look at myself in a mirror, though that is where the original story of Narcissus comes from, him looking at himself in a pool, it's narcissism is probably wrongly named because that's kind of low rent as opposed to what we've got here, which is this true narcissism where it's not somebody taking selfies. They have killed somebody. They've killed somebody, and now it's all about, but what about me? Think about the pain that I went through. And of course, the rest of society, because there is something, antisocial about this, goes, you shouldn't really be thinking about yourself in this situation. And the true narcissist will go, well, no, actually, I should, because it's all about me. And they won't be able to see the sociological side of it. Now, let's move on to this idea of paranoia. He thinks to himself, everyone's going to get me. Everyone's going to get me. And so it would be easy to go, hey, that's paranoia. Paranoia, everybody's going to get them. No, but if you murder somebody, everybody will be out. Anybody sensible, anybody reasonable, anybody in the society will go, we got to get that guy and we got to incarcerate him. Or certainly we got to bring down on him the strongest rule that our society has come up with. So that isn't paranoia. That's narcissism. Again, everybody's going to get me. Yeah. So there's concern that she didn't at first realize what was happening. We see that this furrowed brow, concern, like she didn't realize what was going on. It's confusion around that. So there's a disassociation for me in terms of understanding any empathy, anything that's going on in this other person's head. He's literally confused by it. It's like, why wouldn't she know what's going to happen? Why wouldn't she be responding as I would respond? So he's lacking in two types of empathy here, and there are two big bits of empathy. One is emotional empathy and one is cognitive empathy. Emotional empathy is when you feel the same thing as somebody else, often at the same time. Cognitive empathy is when you can recognize an emotion that somebody's feeling. I don't feel sad, but I go, oh, I think they're feeling sad right now, and I can think about it. He can't do either of those things. He's not feeling sad for her, and he isn't able to even think somebody else would feel fear or feel something or do something else. He's lacking in the two big buckets of emotion there. So again, that leads us strongly down a path to an antisocial personality there, and I would steer around paranoia, which again, why at the start when he was diagnosed with that, I kind of go, look, not that I have those qualifications. People way more eminent than myself would have done that, but I wonder why. I wonder why they would have hit on that at that particular point. Not sure. Greg, what do you got on this one?
That was a good one, though. I didn't want to burp on it. So anyway, I'm glad I'm last on this to Mark, because I'm going to tie everything you have all said back together, because this guy we always talk about a mask. This guy has just full bore grabbed his mask and thrown it off. He has no idea he's done it, either that, or maybe he's just not smart enough to realize it. But when we talk about psychopaths, Psychopath 101 is they only see people in the way those people affect them. We say psychopaths have no feelings except for these emotions that are related to terror and those kinds of things. Scott, that's the thing you always bring up. Well, if those two things are true, let's start there and say they can't feel what another person feels. This guy just said, hey, look at me, I'm a psychopath, because he illustrates for the first time as he's telling a story fluidly, which we say is honesty and truthfulness. And emphatically, what is he illustrating about? I stabbed her. I did this. I did that. There's not a single element. And Chase, you started with talking about it's about him. There's not a single element of any of these people. Nothing about the person that he's doing this stuff to. When the gun was pulled out, the knife came off of her. It's not because he's being passive in trying to soften, in my opinion. He just doesn't know it matters. So he's saying, I did this and I did that. This happened, that happened. And then I had just gone through a horrible experience with a roommate. That's feelings. That's his feelings. He's telling you what he felt. I just gone through all this. I don't even know that he's severity softening. I was in shock. The place he puts the single most emphasis is around it was a cheap knife. More than he puts around this 2 women he killed. Again, it's just another object. He can't tell the difference. I think what we just saw is this guy just grab his mask and throw it in the trash and not even have any idea he's done that. This is a great one. That's all I got.
Oh, man. That was good. I have to think about that one.
On one occasion, Kemper picked up 2 roommates in Berkeley.
In that first killing in May of '72, when that gun was pulled out, I launched it out. I had it under my leg, out of sight, parallel to my leg in the seat. It was something that had been thought out in fantasy, acted out, felt out hundreds of times before it ever happened.
Kemper drove them at gunpoint to a secluded area near a park. He took one of them into the woods, leaving the second girl tied in the car.
I'd just gone through a horrible experience with her roommate stabbing her. And I was in shock because of that. I couldn't believe that it was that way. And I'm walking back there bewildered. I gotta kill her. I can't let her go. She's gonna tell on me. Everybody's gonna get me. She sees the blood on my hands. What are you doing? And she pulled back and she gasped. And I think, whoa, I don't want her to know what happened. I said, your friend got smart with me. She'd been getting really smart with me a lot, but I never hit her. I killed her, but I didn't hit her. I said, your friend got smart with me and I hit her. I think I broke her nose. You better come help. She's about to die. Why does she have to know that? I couldn't deal with telling her that. And when I attacked her, she didn't at first realize what was happening. It didn't go through. She had very heavy coveralls on. It knocked her right up into the lid of the car, but it didn't pierce the clothing. So it wasn't that swell a knife anyway. I went out and bought a pawn shop, huge knife. And I kept on just mindlessly attacking. She falls back into the trunk. I just killed a young woman. I slammed down the lid of the trunk. She isn't dead, she's dying. And I panicked. I thought, I just locked the car keys in it, because I can't find them in my pocket. Oh my God, I locked them in the trunk. I'm kicking on the trunk lid and yanking on it. Oh no, I don't believe this. I started to run, and I tripped over the gun that I'd had in my pants that I had totally forgotten was there. I stopped. I said, stop and think. I collected my wits. Check all your pockets. I picked the gun up. I stuck it back in my pants, now remembering I had one. I checked all my pockets, and there's the keys in the back pocket. I never put them in my back pocket.
Everyone makes mistakes, and that's what we have to hope for. The more mistakes they make, the better their chances.
I thought I was pretty slick, and went and tripped all over myself. That first 2 murders, the first 24 hours, there were 3 clear times I should have been busted, and I wasn't. Because 3 different individuals or 3 different groups of people got scared and minded their own business and looked the other way.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so this is really interesting because now we get a story of panic. So what comes out of this for me is serial killers are not criminal masterminds in every case. We've got somebody who, even for them, when they deviate from a usual behavior, there's a cascade of other stuff that happens. So he's tripping over himself, doesn't know where he's put his keys, and he has to get his wits back together, what small amount of wit there may well be, and get himself sorted out with this. It's just worth remembering for all of us in all our behaviors. Once we start to deviate from our usual patterns, there is a cascade of mistakes that happen. Every time I lose my keys, just like him, every time I lose my keys, I'm like, okay. So what was my behavior deviance from baseline that's caused me to put my keys in a different place than I always put them, because I always put them in one place. So something else down the line has changed. Anyway, interesting for me. But here's where he now goes with this. He's a bit of a clown. He's a bit of an idiot, but he's not as much of a clown or an idiot as the individuals and the groups who turn a blind eye, who don't respond as they should. Now, maybe he has a point, but maybe it's like, well, you know, you're not that bright. You're just hoping that everybody else is just a little less bright than you. And that's how you get away with it. For all of us. If you see something, say something. If you see stuff that is out of baseline, if you see some behavior, prove this person wrong and, you know, intervene in some way if it's safe for you. Get somebody else to intervene. Call some kind of authority and go, hey, something odd is going on, because he might well be right. He might well be right that there's some stupid criminals out there that are just relying on all of us being just that little more stupid than them. And that little more, just enough, will give them a chance. And again, there's the concern in his head. He doesn't understand it. He can't understand why people would have turned a blind eye, as he makes it out. Now, also, he's a narcissist, so also he's going to make out that everybody else is stupid as well. So we can't be entirely reliant on his story. But Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. He says they got scared and minded their own business and looked the other way. If you live in a house with several people and you walk by a full trash can, you might decide right then to snatch it up, take it outside, but it's more likely for most humans that you'll assume someone else might walk by and do it in a few minutes. If you live by yourself, you do not have these tendencies because it's just you. And this is called diffusion of responsibility. It's also called the bystander effect. And it's a very scary social phenomenon where we're less likely to help people the more people that are around us. In 1964 in Queens, a woman was stabbed to death in front of 38 witnesses. People didn't call the police because they just assumed someone else would do it. These were real witnesses. And we have a tendency to do what the crowd's doing, and it's 10 times more powerful to do what the crowd's doing than you might actually think. We also have a tendency to assume somebody else is going to take care of situations when there's multiple people around. This is the reason these people, in this case, minded their business, so to speak. And this is a critical thing to teach to your kids, everybody you know. And just knowing about this alone can reduce its effects on your future situations. There's no vaccine for this, but this is as close as you can get. Just understanding this could save your life or somebody else's in the future. Greg?
Yeah, I think when we look at military people, we typically think of people who run toward danger. Same with cops, same with firefighters. That's a trait that you either have when you go there or it's taught to you. You can teach yourself any of those traits. You can also teach yourself to be suspicious. My wife will tell you when I'm driving along the road and I live in rural Georgia and I see someone looking around at the trunk of their car near the edge of something, I'm like, well, that's what they got in their trunk before we go much further. So I slow down because you never know. People get thrown out all the time. So get your head clear around what is possible. Doesn't mean it's always going, and don't always think people are criminals, but get your head around what is possible. I think it's natural. Chase, you say it all the time. People think other people think what they think. It's not true. This guy doesn't think what you think. You just saw it. So pay attention. Everything he says in this video is about his internal process. Nothing new. My gun. I stumbled over my gun. I lost my keys. You don't hear anything about was the young woman dead in the trunk or she banging and screaming, because he doesn't care. He cares about his feelings and what's going on inside his head. And he's probably in terror. And Scott, let's assume that we're right. The only feelings they feel are those adrenaline feel. Well, he's got that going right now in spades. So he probably is altogether going there. What this interviewer has done very well when you're embracing a narcissist is kind of admire him, ask him questions that make him feel good about talking. This is right in here where I might lean into him just because I enjoy getting what I want out of the conversation. I might lean in and start to do a pride and ego down and say, well, that's because you're stupid. And if anybody had any common sense, you would have been caught a long time ago. Now you get to see what's behind the mask for real, because they get really angry when you prod them that way. And then finally, just as you think about looking at this guy and you think about everything he's saying here, nothing is changing body language wise. Mark, you're dead on. This is just, Scott, you said all the time, there's nobody in there. This looks like nobody in there. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And at the top there, when he says, I just killed a young woman. She isn't dead. She's dying. All these things just sound odd. Everything in here isn't the way it should be and doesn't sound the way it should sound. I get the feeling he's talking about himself in the third person the whole time, like he watched this happen. And I said that before. We've all said that before. We're not seeing the facial expressions to the extent we should be seeing them on someone who's wired properly, I guess you'd say. But he's more animated about describing how he thought he locked his keys in the trunk than he did about stabbing the girl. So about killing either one of them. He's the most worried. I think that gave him an adrenaline rush when he thought he was going to get caught. I think he got a buzz from that. And his head's moving side to side more deeply than it has up to this point. And like you guys were saying, his eyebrows are up a little bit further. His cadence speeds up, and his tone is strong, and his volume is up. Everything sounds like he's being excited, but we're not seeing it on him like we should be seeing it. It's really odd. It's really odd at that point. I agree with you on that.
I just killed a young woman. I slammed down the lid of the trunk. She isn't dead. She's dying. And I panicked. I thought I just locked the car keys because I can't find them in my pocket. Oh my God, I locked them in the trunk. I'm kicking on the trunk lid and yanking on it. Oh no, I don't believe this. I started to run, and I tripped over the gun that I'd had in my pants that I had totally forgotten was there. I stopped. I said, stop and think. I collected my wits. Check all your pockets. I picked the gun up. I stuck it back in my pants, now remembering I had one. I checked all my pockets, and there's the keys in the back pocket. I never put them in my back pocket.
Everyone makes mistakes, and that's what we have to hope for. The more mistakes they make, the better their chances.
I thought I was pretty slick, and went and tripped all over myself. That first 2 murders, the first 24 hours, there were 3 clear times I should have been busted, and I wasn't, because 3 different individuals or 3 different groups of people got scared and minded their own business and looked the other way. My mother worked at the campus, and I had an A sticker on my car, and obvious access day or night to the campus. I was picking up some very lovely young women. You know what we were talking about as we're driving around, almost as often as not? This guy that's going around doing this stuff. And the second they started talking that, they didn't realize it, but they were getting a free ride. I couldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole, I swear. You know, but they'd be telling me what all about this guy, and they're comparing notes and speculating on what he looks like, how he carries himself, why he's doing this stuff, telling me about it.
So how come they get in a car with somebody at that time?
She judged me not to be that guy. I didn't look like him. It was getting easier to do. I was getting better at it. I was getting less detectable. I started flaunting that invisibility. A human head, 2 of them, at night in front of my mother's residence, with her at home, my neighbors at home upstairs, their picture window open, the curtains open, 11 o'clock at night, the lights are on. All they have to do is walk by, look out, and I've had it.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is a good one. This interviewer is feeding his ego, and he's now getting the chance to deliver the message he came to deliver. I was good at it. He's talking about the drug now, Scott. You were dead on earlier. This drug he's addicted to is adrenaline, and he's talking about it now. He's talking about going in there and doing all this, and you heard the acts he takes. He even moves to the most cliche thing I've ever seen as he starts to pontificate, as he puts his thumb and finger against his face like the thinker so he can tell you exactly what he thinks. He came here planning for this. Look at his eyes. They're now narrow, and he's got full-blown disdain at people not being able to identify him. I think he sees people as stupid. He sees people as part of the problem. He's crowdsourcing his guilt. I'll leave it at that and say, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I think you're right, but let me advocate on his behalf, if I may, a lesson which is important for us all, which is he's kind of correct in saying that you can't tell who somebody is from just how they look. You can't go on that first assumption. Behavior and behavior analysis is not, hey, that person looks okay. We've got to know what is their behavior, and we want to look at what are the big patterns of behavior. And certainly when it comes to antisocial criminal acts, just to say they're not likely to be super smart. So it's about access. It's about who's got really easy, simple access. And he gives us something really important here, which is to say, look at that sticker on the front of my vehicle. That gets me access to the people that are easy prey for me. And so that's what we've always got to look out for in behaviors. What are the stickers that these people have? What have they got access to? If we're looking for somebody who might come up against us and our family, okay, who has easy access? Who's already in the vicinity? Now, that's not to be paranoid and to look out for your, as your nearest and dearest as perpetrators, but do look out. What are the bigger behaviors there? Who has quick and simple access? Now, one last thing about this, which I think is really interesting, which again feeds this narcissism. If you talked about him, you got a free ride. If you said, hey, there's this killer out here, who's murdering all these kids. Like, what do you reckon to that? You get a free ride. You don't get killed. If you feed his ego, as Scott's been calling it there, if you feed that gap, he's got a gap in him, something that he's got a hunger. It needs filling. There is a void in there. And if you fill that void, you don't get killed. And that's really key, because if you can build his sense of self, and his idea out there is my mother killed my sense of self. I don't think that's probably wholly accurate, but he's saying the void is there because of my mum. My mum's to blame. I think there may be some elements of that, but it's not the whole story. It's more complex than that. But if you fill that void, you're getting a free ride. You don't get killed. So I wonder what it was that triggered him with some of his other victims, not victim blaming here, but looking at the analysis of this. What was it that took away from him that meant this person has to be destroyed, or these two people have to be destroyed? It's a possibility there was some trigger there. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. My thought on that was he was just saying that so he would look better. I'm not so sure that even happened at that point. He may have picked somebody up, and that might have been the quote unquote road he went down. But maybe that didn't happen. He was just trying to make himself. He created a situation where it looks like he has feelings. So, but he doesn't have any, except when those things happen, he can feel things. I don't think he has the empathy in him to pull that off, is what I think. And he likes showing you he's the person that knows what's going on, and he's the guy in charge, and he knows things that nobody else knows. And he likes putting that on display like he does in this story. He likes letting you know that. And when he talks about almost getting caught, he blames the three people that let him get away with it. He blames it's their fault that he didn't get caught. It's their fault. And the interviewer said, well, why did she get in the car with you? And he says, she judged me not to be that guy. I didn't look like him. Well, that's like when Greg was saying his fingers up here, he's doing the classic. Let me tell you something. Here's what I think. That's so over the top, because he doesn't know how to act. Quite often, psychopaths will watch other people behave, and they'll start behaving like that, especially if there's some type of emotion put in with it. And I think he's seen somebody else do this and thought that was the thing to do on one of these police shows he's been watching as he goes through all this. His posture straightened up, his head is pulled in, and that posture and everything happened like that. That's when he does that little smirk, like, I know more than anyone else on any of this, which he does because he was there and did all that. But he pauses and he holds that because I think that's where his ego goes, yeah, this is all about me at this point. Now I look so cool because I know all these things. All this stuff happened. Here's what I did. He gives the impression that he's special, and he's not. He's just a psychopath. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I totally agree with you guys. Scott, I agree. I don't think this happened. I really don't think this happened. I think at this point, it's starting to creep in. There's a desire to be caught. I think he wants to be caught by somebody. And I think this might just be, he's talking about how they're perceiving the situation. So he's pointing at his head, maybe just referring to how they viewed something. And I'll give you an example right now on why we might hear so much of this dissociative language. And if you guys will entertain it, we'll do it as a group here. Well, you just to visualize yourself the last time you took a shower. And our brains default to visualizing ourselves in third person for meaningless scenarios like that. If you visualize yourself during a recent emotional encounter, or maybe the last time something emotional happened, we're more likely to visualize that situation in first person. So what I'm saying is, this has no stakes. It's not a big deal, and it's something that's maybe potentially a little bit exciting for him, but it's still one of the situations where there's a GoPro, and he's viewing that entire situation through that GoPro lens. So it's kind of a third-person visualization because it wasn't a huge event.
My mother worked at the campus, and I had an A sticker on my car, and obvious access day or night to the campus. I was picking up some very lovely young women. You know what we were talking about as we're driving around? Almost as often as not, this guy that's going around doing this stuff. And the second they started talking that, they didn't realize it, but they were getting a free ride. I couldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole, I swear. But they'd be telling me all about this guy, and they're comparing notes and speculating on what he looks like, how he carries himself, why he's doing this stuff, telling me about it.
So how come they get in a car with somebody at that time?
She judged me not to be that guy. I didn't look like him. It was getting easier to do. I was getting better at it. I was getting less detectable. I started flaunting that invisibility. A human head, 2 of them, at night in front of my mother's residence, with her at home, my neighbors at home upstairs, Their picture window open, the curtain's open. 11 o'clock at night, the lights are on. All they have to do is walk by, look out, and I've had it.
Why did you keep the heads? Why did you keep them?
Something out of my childhood. I could put it on an incident. I mean, my father chopping the heads off of our 2 pet chickens and my mother insisting that I eat them for dinner. You know, we could say it was something that simple. I don't think it was. Now, my dad heads out back with a hatchet. I got on my bike and I tried to stop it. I remember that. I got on the bike, rode around the block. I was crying. I haven't talked about that for a lot of years. I'm sure that may have implemented something, that may have gotten something rolling, but along fantasy lines. But it took a lot of years of development along those lines to really get off.
But how are you able to, in 1 minute, have someone's in your hand, and very shortly thereafter?
Living through a fantasy, however that would relate to that head. And then 5 minutes later, I'd put that away, and there'd be a knock on the door, and I'd put it away and answer the door. And the landlady would be there, and we'd discuss it.
Discuss what?
Reality. Her reality, not mine. Some people go crazy at that point. I felt it. It was one hell of a tweak. I mean, to just flip out and not know where I was. To be walking up the stairs with a camera bag that belonged to a young woman that had her in it. Walking up to my apartment, past a happy young couple coming down the stairs who nodded and smiled at me as they went by. Good evening. And they're going out on a date where I'd love to be going. And I'm aware of both of these realities, and the distance between those two is so dramatic, so amazing, so violent, that really, I could feel the wheels squeaking inside. That was really pulling on it. And I imagine at that point some people break. But I didn't literally go insane. I didn't get lost.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so he's going to try to put his mask back on now. He goes to that soppy sincerity. I mean, this is his thing to trade. He comes in with this, going out of his way to try to be helpful. He's telling you how it went and why it happened. When they ask him for the question about what in your history could have caused this horrendous act, he says, well, hold on, maybe I can come up with, and he goes into internal voice. One of the first times we've seen him do it, he starts thinking of an answer, and then he has that little nervous smile, nervous laugh. Even he doesn't believe it. Listen, and you can tell his cadence shifts at that recall, and you can tell this wasn't scripted. It's very different than the way he answers earlier. What he does start to say then is this thing about these chickens, and I don't believe that at all is the case. I think he's just trying to make something up, and you hear him soft pedal as he works his way along. This is his mask coming back out, and he's trying to be helpful. If I really wanted to get rid of that mask, I'd just poke on him and say, I don't believe you. I think it's innate. I think you've got a core problem. I think that you're a broken toy, and I think that your mom just made the broken toy worse. He would come unglued on you, just about guarantee. And he's 6'9", so people probably don't do much of that to him. Now, I will also say this is more of his organism. This cover has been how he's gotten here. We always say the organism does what made the organism successful. Women wouldn't have gotten in the car with him if he were clearly somebody that's horrible to look at. Although people are really bad judges of character, Mark, to your point, and think, hey, that guy looks okay. You can never tell a serial killer. That's always the joke. You know, I'm dressing as one for Halloween. I'm just not going to wear anything different. That's how people go about it. So we do see him do a sacred space where he covers his hands and he starts to rub, but I think that may be B-reel because it doesn't seem to tie in. Yeah. Meaning B-reel is something they shot somewhere else and they're just showing him rubbing his hands. But we call that sacred space because I take control of my space by creating a barrier and then do something that I do all the time to make it feel comfortable. One of my favorite things he does in here is when he gets to this place where he says exactly what he's talking about, horror and how horrible and how tough and how close he could. He does a pause for effect, a dramatic pause. It would be like me saying, casually walking along and saying, I was having dinner with Joe Biden. And that's for effect when you do that. You're doing it intentionally. You're hoping to get some kind of feedback. And he didn't. That's part of his power play. He isn't finished with power playing yet. He's trying to say, look, I went through horror and it didn't affect me. I didn't lose it where other people would. He says some people break, but I didn't. I think he's enjoying his power over the situation. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah. So just Just going away from this video for a minute, show it like the background of what we're actually seeing here. And I think we're looking at someone who appears to have been injected with beliefs about men from a very young age. And this tremendous force, this desire to escape that, seems to have given this archetype monster that his mother installed in him even more power. And I'm not by any means an expert on this case here, but this storyline seems so honest that this is what I would assume is what we're really seeing. He became the monster that he was told he was. I'm sure he was broken to begin with. And in cases like this, we tend to see a trend exactly like this. Someone pretends to be incredibly self-aware. Then they take responsibility for actions and no responsibility for intent. And that's kind of what we're really seeing here. I'm taking all the responsibility for physical actions, zero for intent and causes. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, really interesting. I could put it on an incident. I could say it was something that simple. So he even outs himself to go, it isn't that simple. And it isn't about the incident, about the chickens. I think though chickens may have had their heads chopped off somewhere in his life. As I put here, this is not a Silence of the Lambs story. Now, why I bring that up is in that particular situation, Lecter tells Clarice that her whole motivation around her relationship and chasing after him is to do with an incident in her childhood around, there goes Greg, never likes me talking about Hannibal Lecter. He's gone off to sulk about that, clearly. So Lecter says to Clarice that everything motivates, he's back again, everything motivates back to this childhood experience. Of course, the great thing is in Lecter's case, you never really hear about his background, but he uncovers her. I think this is what he's trying to do here, not because he's seen Silence of the Lambs. I think this is way before probably Silence of the Lambs, but it's a psychological trope. It's a psychological idea that you can trace everything back to one event and go, here's the cascade that comes from that. And he says it himself, I could put it down to that. We could say, he's suggesting, no, don't even bother with that. It is more complex than that. He then talks about the compartments of reality. There's his reality where he's got. In fact, I won't say that because I think we'll take that out of the video. There's his reality where he has evidence on him of a crime, and then there's the other reality of two people, waving hello to him. And he talks about the massive distance between those two things. Well, unwittingly, he's absolutely telling us about the disassociation that he feels, that he cannot put these two things together. They don't live in the same place. For you and I, if we were in his position, yes, we would break. We would break because we wouldn't be able to hold those two things together. We wouldn't be able to hold those two moments together of one very pro-social act and one very antisocial act all in one moment. It would be impossible for us to hold. He says other people would break. He says, he didn't flip out. He didn't go insane. Well, maybe because you have a personality disorder in the first place and you don't really need any insanity. It's at such a strong level. You don't need to be mad to be doing what you're doing. Scott, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I think the chicken story didn't happen. And then when he adds that qualifier, I haven't talked about this in years. I think you're right, Greg. He went right back and said, what can I do here? I think here's how, here's how I'll do that. The part where he's discussing of realities, discussing the differences of reality, he talks about that with the landlord and all that. We're not psychologists. None of us have a PhD in psychology. None of us have ever been in that game. We sort of are in where we are now talking about that, but we're not involved in that. But after all the reading stuff I've done, this is where when he started talking about the differences in reality, that's why I went at the very beginning and thought, this looks like a paranoid schizophrenic. But it goes to show you, what do I know? But that's what gave me the thought about that was the differences in reality as he's discussing those. And you guys have covered everything else, so I'll leave it there.
Yeah, well, he's been institutionalized since he was 15 and talked to many, many, many psychologists, and you can see he's kind of a sponge. So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why did you keep the heads? And why did you keep them?
Something out of my childhood. I could put it on an incident. I mean, my father chopping the heads off of our 2 pet chickens and my mother insisting that I eat them for dinner. You know, we could say it was something that simple. I don't think it was. Now, my dad heads out back with a hatchet. I got on my bike and I tried to stop it. I remember that. I got on the bike, rode around the block. I was crying. I haven't talked about that for a lot of years. I'm sure that may have implemented something, that may have gotten something rolling, but along fantasy lines. But it took a lot of years of development along those lines to really get off.
But how are you able to, in 1 minute, have someone's in your hands, and very shortly thereafter...
Living through a fantasy, however that would relate to that head. And then 5 minutes later, I'd put that away, and there'd be a knock on the door, and I'd put it away and answer the door. And the landlady would be there, and we'd discuss it.
Discuss what?
Reality. Her reality, not mine. Some people go crazy at that point. I felt it. It was one hell of a tweak. I mean, to just flip out and not know where I was. To be walking up the stairs with a camera bag that belonged to a young woman that had her in it. Walking up to my apartment past a happy young couple coming down the stairs who nodded and smiled at me as they went by. Good evening. And they're going out on a date where I'd love to be going. And I'm aware of both of these realities, and the distance between those two was so dramatic, so amazing, so violent, that really, I could feel the wheels squeaking inside. That was really pulling on it. And I imagine at that point some people break. But I didn't literally go insane. I didn't get lost. They'd buy me a beer, I'd buy them a beer. Casual relationships, but I was poking around a little bit trying to find some things out. I knew they wouldn't be privy to hot information, but there were some things that were bothering me, like were there any speculations on how they were dying.
Did the cops like you?
Like I said, a friendly nuisance. I got in the way, and it was deliberate. Again, friendly nuisances are dismissed.
How did you get the knowledge to outsmart the police?
Watching television. Believe it or not. Joseph Wambaugh, police story. Got some tremendous insights into not just the gimmicks, the actual things, the tidbits that you would pick up from their procedures, but the mechanics behind that, the logic behind it, was I would not allow myself to walk into even a potential trap of behavior. And one of those was talking about those crimes too much to people, initiating conversations about that.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
I think it's interesting here that we're hearing a person describe themselves as cunning, intelligent, self-aware, and he accidentally, I think, calls out the precise reason for his lack of responsibility for the intention of his crimes. He says he would never allow himself to be caught in a trap of behavior, which we know he is wearing a mask for this interview. But if this actual mask was actual physical, these words would be on it, a trap of behavior, because this is what he's describing his crimes are. All of these crimes are him getting caught in a trap of his own behavior, and he's calling this thing a trap of behavior. So I think that is extremely telling. I think this is maybe an unconscious revelation, something that's coming out. Greg, what do you think?
Yeah, a couple of things. If you had a question about whether he has a grasp on reality, he certainly has a grasp on reality when he says that kind of thing, where a trap of behavior, because he knows that certain things get you in trouble with the cops. He is doing exactly, he's showing us exactly how he behaved with the cops. That overly helpful, friendly nuisance, that's exactly the same role he tried to take with the cops. You see him putting a, Trump does this when he's talking about putting a finer point on something. He does the same thing when he was talking about getting the information. It actually says, I was too smart. No, nobody thought you were that guy. I don't know if he was that smart. But this guy gets it, understands that he's a narcissist, and plays right up to him. And he just starts to play naivete and tell me more, tell me more, tell me more, which is an elicitation technique where you pretend not to understand. And people who are narcissists love to tell you more. It works every time. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah. Again, I'm not a psychologist. None of us have PhDs in psychology, but I would put all my chips on him being a psychopath. That's what we're looking at. The classic clinical narcissist, everything shows up in from about the second or third video on. For me, that's what we're looking at. When he's talking about hanging out with the cops and asking questions, if you hang out with cops and there's a serial killer and they don't know you, but all of a sudden they start seeing you around and you're talking about serial killers and what's happening with the case, they're going to ask you about that. And they're going to say, yeah, they're going to talk to you. And one's going to go back and I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Come back and go, dude, come with me. They go in there. This guy is asking me a lot of questions. Let's talk to him. That's what would happen. They're not stupid. He's coming on like he's smarter than everybody else. They would have put that together very quickly that he's doing that. Think about it. If that was your job to find serial killers, and that's what the most popular thing to be doing then at that time was going on, and somebody you didn't know came up and started asking about serial killers, and this guy was acting odd socially like he says he was, and he's saying he was being odd and being a nuisance like that on purpose. No, this guy ain't Columbo at all. He just doesn't know how to get along with people. He said that in the beginning. And so I don't think they liked him. I think they blew him off if he even did ask about that. Because if he had gone into it and had been asking questions, they would have nailed him right then. They would have said, oh man, those are red flags. Keep an eye on him. And they would have caught him, I think, earlier for all that. I'll let it rest there. Mark, what do you got?
Well, 1 point, Scott, you might have gotten away with it one time, but when you're 6'9", you're going to get attacked. Hey, Lurch has been asking questions around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, very soon it would be. Who's that 6'9" guy who keeps coming in the bar buying us all beers and talking about the murders? Yeah, it begs belief. It's him having a narcissistic fantasy. It's because it's totally contradictory. I go in, I buy them a beer. I'm friendly, but I'm a bit of a nuisance. Oh, but you don't want to fall into that trap of being the person who's kind of showing up at the funerals, and you're doing exactly that. You can't have A and not A at the same time. His logic has A and not A at the same time. It's complete nonsense to feed that little gap. No, actually big, massive gap in his life.
They'd buy me a beer, I'd buy them a beer. Casual relationships, but I was poking around a little bit trying to find some things out. I knew they wouldn't be privy to hot information, but there were some things that were bothering me, like were there any speculations on how they were dying?
Did the cops like you?
Like I said, a friendly nuisance. I got in the way, and it was deliberate. Again, friendly nuisances are dismissed.
How did you get the knowledge to outsmart the police?
Watching television. Believe it or not. Joseph Wambaugh, police story. Got some tremendous insights into not just the gimmicks, the actual things, the tidbits that you would pick up from their procedures, but the mechanics behind that, the logic behind it, was I would not allow myself to walk into even a potential trap of behavior. And one of those was talking about those crimes too much to people, initiating conversations about that.
There was a memorial service for 2 of the victims.
Yes.
Were you tempted to go?
Yes.
But
I'd seen one too many episodes of one too many crime shows where that is one of the available resources for clues. Tracking down the attenders. One man taking pictures of the people there to eliminate as potential suspects.
Some police department, now they actually came to your house to pick up a handgun.
Sheriff's representatives. One of the detectives was upset because he heard I had a .44 Magnum pistol and was a convicted man. He came to take the gun away, and it was on he and his sergeant detective. They were staking out the wrong house. It was across the street, and I'm playing around with the car, standing next to the gun in the trunk. They come over and ask me about, excuse me, sir, do you know who lives in this house across the street here? Well, that house was 609 Harriet. You crossed back over to this side into 609 Ord, and they were looking for me and didn't even know that, see what I mean? bad news. Well, at any rate, we walk into the house to have them ask my mother about this other house, and I'm saying, hey, which 609 are you looking for? And they said, are you Ed Kemper? Yes. And it goes on. And I needed to find out what they were looking for, the murder weapon, the .22 automatic, or the .44 Magnum, and I don't want to advertise that I've got a whole bunch of guns. So I made a comment to divine between the two. And I said, yes, quite a little gun, isn't it? And he retorted, a .44 Magnum, I hope so. And I said, whew, okay, because that loaded .22 was under the front seat and guaranteed me an arrest right on the spot. And .44 was in the trunk. I forgot that. I took them in the house, we went into my bedroom, and the closet doors open, and I have a high-powered rifle with a scope on it.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
There's a piece of elicitation in this. And Greg, I think you might call it a provocative statement. And so I just highlight it because I think it's actually quite good. He uses a question, it's quite a little gun, isn't it? It's quite a little gun, isn't it? And that elicits from the police officer exactly what gun is being looked for. The reason why it's an interesting question is it could go either way. It's enough of a statement that's open enough that it could go either way, that you could get a bit of information from that. That's all I got on that one. Chase, what do you got?
Yep, I agree with you. And you took I had the same note.
Damn.
But let me expand on this a little bit. We as human beings have a natural need to correct the record. And we have a natural need to correct inaccurate information when it's presented to us. And that is one thing in my classes I teach as an example, like go find out how much someone makes for a living in a grocery store. And you walk up to that person and say like, oh, I just read an article. You guys got bumped up to $22 an hour. That's fantastic. And they're like, what? No, we get $15.50. So you get information, sensitive information by asking less questions. And I don't think this happened. I don't think it happened. But this technique is called elicitation. If you want to learn like from the master of this, buy the book called Confidential by John Nolan. We're not going to get checks from him, but I hope you get the book. It is where I started my path down that course, and it was that book is kind of the foundation for the current intelligence operatives course that exists today. Greg?
Yeah, John is the master. I took his Train the Trainer course to be able to teach for him. He didn't allow you to just read his stuff and teach. He's a fantastic guy. I call him one of the most dangerous people you'll ever meet because he is so casual in conversation and collects information, just wild information. Just like Chase just said about salaries, rate hike increases, all that kind of thing. If you've never heard of him, look him up, John Nolan. And if you can't find the book, put a note over to us, send us an email because I know him. I know he's got some, and maybe we can get those into a box for you. Okay, not that we will buy the books or ship them to you. Let's not mistake that, but I can point you in the right direction. I know John, know where to find him. Okay, so that sorry, when he says he's sorry, is a feigned sorrow. And you see him withdraw his lips, compressing some kind of emotion or controlling some kind of emotion. Well, there's no chin involvement. There's no chin boss. There's no grief muscle. So I don't know what the hell he's covering. You tell me. Tell me down below what you think he's covering. I think he sees what other people have done, and maybe that's what he's doing. But his demeanor does change. And something in there, I'm with you, Chase. He increases his cadence and his brow furrows when he's talking about this thing. It looks awkward. It doesn't look like someone really, really telling you a story that's true. And then when he says, I have a bunch of guns, and he's telling that whole story, there's amusement in his eyes, nothing in the lower face. That makes me think this didn't happen, Chase. I'm with you. Mark, what do you got?
Ben. Scott, what do you got?
Scott, what do you got?
All right. I agree. I think who showed up at his house, I think they did, is probably his parole officer. I think they were checking in on him. And I think the rest of it is because that didn't happen. Now that maybe they showed up, but I don't think they asked him about a gun. He was smart and cool enough to work his way out of that and get away with something. He keeps telling how cool he is in this. If we go back through all these videos, don't think it happened. That's all I got.
You could imagine him pulling up to pick those girls up on the campus and be like, where are you going?
There was a memorial service for 2 of the victims.
Yes.
Were you tempted to go?
Yes.
But
I'd seen one too many episodes of one too many crime shows where that is one of the available resources for clues. Tracking down the attenders. One man taking pictures of the people there to eliminate as potential suspects.
some police department, now they actually came to your house to pick up a handgun.
Sheriff's representatives. One of the detectives was upset because he heard I had a .44 Magnum pistol and was a convicted man. He came to take the gun away, and it was on he and his sergeant detective. They were staking out the wrong house. It was across the street, and I'm playing around with the car, standing next to the gun in the trunk. They come over and ask me about, excuse me, sir, do you know who lives in this house across the street here? Well, that house was 609 Harriet. You cross back over to this side into 609 Ord, and they were looking for me and didn't even know that, see what I mean? Bad news. Well, at any rate, we walk into the house to have them ask my mother about this other house, and I'm saying, hey, which 609 are you looking for? And they said, are you Ed Kemper? Yes. And it goes on. And I needed to find out what they were looking for, the murder weapon, the .22 automatic, or the .44 Magnum, and I don't want to advertise that I've got a whole bunch of guns. So I made a comment to divine between the two. And I said, yes, quite a little gun, isn't it? And he retorted, a .44 Magnum, I hope so. And I said, whew, okay, because that loaded .22 was under the front seat and guaranteed me an arrest right on the spot. And .44 was in the trunk. I forgot that. I took them in the house, we went into my bedroom, and the closet doors open, and I have a high-powered rifle with a scope on it. I knew a week before she died I was going to kill her. And she went out to a party, she got soused, she came home, went to sleep. I was woken up by that, came out. I walked up to her bed. She's laying there reading a paperback. As many thousands of nights before. And she said, oh, I suppose you're going to want to sit up all night and talk now. I looked at her, I said, no. I said, good night. And I knew I was going to kill her, you know? And I was so cold and so hard. And that's the first time in 10 years I've looked at it that way. I mean, that intensely, that honestly. It hurts. Because I'm not a lizard, I'm not from under a rock. I came out of her. See? I came out of my mother. And in a rage, I went right back in. For 7 years, she said, I haven't had with a man because of you, my murderous son. This is one of our arguments. And I humiliated her. So there, you know? A 6 young woman dead because of the way she raises her son and the way her son is raised, the way he grows up. And what's her closing words? I suppose you want to sit up all night and talk. God, I wish I had.
Your grandmother and her daughter-in-law, your mother, were 2 women very important in your life, and you killed them both. Could you say what they were like that led them to the same fate?
Same thing that kept them from ever being friends. They were both aggressive, matriarchal women. They'd been the daughters of strong matriarchal women. I still loved my mother, and it's hard for somebody to comprehend that you murder your mother through love. It isn't a rational process. It's a very painful process. It isn't rational, and I've got to still live with that.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, now he's back to his story about the monster that created the monster. He disparages the victim. We always say that's a bad sign. I mean, he's admitting to doing it, but when a person is not admitting, often they will disparage the victim to try to push blame back on them. He just outright does. He said, she caused this problem. There's no emotion in his voice whatsoever until he gets to the point where she says something negative to him. When that happens, he rolls his eyes to try to contain emotion and then actually gets emotional. And that's around, or you just want to sit up and talk. Is that real? Possibly. Because if you pay attention to him trying to control it, his chin engaging in grief, and then that lower lip quivering, it looks real. But that's all about him. It's not about her. I don't think it's about feeling grief for killing her. It's about she picked on him, and that's what I think it is. I don't think any of this has anything to do with her. And then he says, I'm not an animal. And then it's back to her. She raised me. She did this. I think we're going to find that if you got the chance to talk to him and you pulled the scab off and started poking, you get him pretty damn angry if you said, look, you are an animal, and this is where it's at. Finally, then when he says, I wish I had, he does a sound, he does a lip compression. That's more of him masking. And then all he's doing is just trying to hide why he did it. I don't think he did it because of her. I think he was enraged. That probably happened. I don't think he had this moment of epiphany. I'm killing these girls because my mother. I just don't see it. I think he's doing all the right words, saying all the right things. And maybe he had a moment where he had remorse and came out of it, but coming out of the cold, don't know so much. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, there would be one kind of analysis that goes, hey, he built up his getting used to or built up his relationship with the act of murder over some young women who were surrogates for the mother, and then finally got the bravery or the moment to kill the mother. And that's like a classic subconscious, unconscious act that is, somewhat Oedipal, and not quite, but it has that reference to the mother, and there he is. Pinocchio has cut the puppet strings, and he's a real boy now. But that's just all a bit too simple, because he'd already killed his grandparents. It's like he'd already done that, and then gone to young women, and then his mother. No, he just isn't able to inhibit his desires, which is, one day he wants to kill some young women, the next day it's like, no, all right, my mum, and I'm uninhibited around that. I don't think it's as grand as he makes out, though I agree, Greg, for me there is some true emotion there. It's a big deviation from his baseline, which is almost doing nothing. And we have got hard swallow, the concern, the eye roll as part of the impersonation. I think the eye roll could be protecting yourself from the emotion, or it could be part of the disdain that his mother may well have showed him. But there's contempt there. Chin boss, there is some blocking. There's this fist clench that we haven't seen from him before. So it's all out of baseline. Could be deception, could be truth. I would be going, it's more on the truth. Now, does that mean, well, it kind of destroys the whole psychopath thing because there he is having feelings? No, for him, it could be rather like telling a joke. In that you can see how well a joke is constructed, and you might be able to laugh at it. It might be a joke at somebody else's expense, so it fits in with your narcissism. It certainly tensions will have been built up with society and with his mother. This is a release of tension. It may well look like feeling and emotional to us, and certainly it has some elements of that, I would say, but he's not building up those tensions for the same reason that you and I might. He's building up those tensions for other reasons, mainly to do with himself, not his mother. I would build up tensions around my mother because I have a relationship with her, a loving relationship with her. He doesn't. So his tensions build up for another reason. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, right at the beginning of this clip, there's an unusual head shake. He's nodding and then starts shaking right at the beginning, which I thought was unusual. Well, I'm not going to pretend to even know what that means, but it's definitely outside of his baseline. And the instant he covers his mouth is what looks like when someone has a spontaneous emotional recall. His eyes move down into his right with perfect unison with the rest of his body movement. And there's a mixture of contempt and anger for his mother, and it gets even stronger the more he's putting himself into the present moment of this memory. the contempt and the anger get stronger and stronger. And there's a slight tongue jut in this video, right at the word paperback, right when he's saying she's reading a paperback, as she always does, because that's stupid, of course, because nobody should be doing that, because that's what bad people do. And we see that distaste, wanting to spit it out, so to speak. So this is a rare video where you're going to see this actual emotional breakdown. And I think that fear and anger are almost one and the exact same emotions. And I think we're seeing those at the same time here. So typically, one of my college professors in psychology said that all patients will either have emotions rooted in love or emotions rooted in fear. And everything is a derivative of those two things. Some people need more or less of one or the other. And, we're seeing that here for sure. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I see what you're saying about the beginning and that head thing. I think that's when he sees that path that he's going to go down and talk about his mother. I think that because I think maybe the stress starts building on him just a little bit. That's why that it increases a little bit more, because we haven't really seen that. You're right up to this point. His voice tone, his diction, his timbre, everything seems normal compared to his baseline, everything we've seen up to this point. And then he breaks like that. I think you're right, Chase. That we're seeing all the things that say that's real. And I think it's about himself. And to your point, Mark, it's about stress release as well, all that pent up stress. Here's the part I found interesting, and I can see why he would say this, but he said his mother referred to him as her murderous son. I think, and as you go, as training detectives and training police officers, as you go, you get to know them, and you talk to them, and you see how they start solving these problems they come into. And it'll be sometimes the weirdest things, how they'll put things together. But it sounds to me, if I was going to think along those lines, I think she called him out on it. I think she said, you're probably the one killing all these people, because it was so easy for him to kill his grandparents. And it was no big deal for him to do. They want to see how it felt. I think during this conversation that they had, when she was calling him her murderous son, she said she did that a lot. I bet she finally got around to saying, and I'll bet you're the guy killing all these girls. I'll bet you that's what I think happened. And that's why I think he killed her. I think he became enraged at that point once she threatened to tell on him. And I think that's why I got so mad and ended up doing the things that he did to her. That's my opinion. That's what I would think from just being analytical and just trying to be logical about the progression of something like that. Because I don't think he would go out and do all this other stuff and then finally come in and kill his mom. I think something had to instigate that. And I think that was her threatening him that instigated it. Although the odd thing is he turned himself in later, which we'll talk about in here in just a couple minutes.
I knew a week before she died I was going to kill her. And she went out to a party, she got soused, she came home, went to sleep. I was woken up by that, came out. I walked up to her bed. She's laying there reading a paperback, as many thousands of nights before. And she said, oh, I suppose you're going to want to sit up all night and talk now. I looked at her, I said, no. I said, good night. And I knew I was going to kill her, And I'm so cold, it's so hard. And that's the first time in 10 years I've looked at it that way. I mean, that intensely, that honestly. It hurts. Because I'm not a lizard, I'm not from under a rock. I came out of her. See? I came out of my mother. And in a rage, I went right back in. For 7 years, she said, I haven't had with a man because of you. My murderous son is one of our arguments. And I humiliated her. So there, a 6 young woman dead because of the way she raises her son and the way her son is raised, the way he grows up. And what's her closing words? I suppose you want to sit up all night and talk. God, I wish I had.
Your grandmother and her daughter-in-law, your mother, were two women very important in your life, and you killed them both. Could you say what they were like that led them to the same fate?
Same thing that kept them from ever being friends. They were both aggressive, matriarchal women. They'd been the daughters of strong matriarchal women. I still loved my mother, and it's hard for somebody to comprehend that you murder your mother through love. It isn't a rational process. It's a very painful process. It isn't rational, and I've got to still live with that.
Why did you wind up giving yourself up?
It had to stop. It had to stop. Once my mother was dead, there's almost a cathartic process at that point. I got physically ill right then, when she died, when I murdered her. And once she was dead, there was no way I could back out. I had backed down from giving up 1,000 times. You know, I used to get drunk and go sit out in front of the sheriff's department in a parking lot across the street on one of those little concrete parking berms, and I just sit there and say, no, I still can't. The clanging doors, I could still hear them. No, because it'll never open again. You know, so I rationalized that to give up would be insane. To give up would be crazy. I'd be giving away my freedom, and I don't need to. But I look back on that and wish I had earlier, when I was saying those things to myself. The people who were later dead wouldn't be. The regret that came later would have not had to be. Those people, not things, those people would still be with their families, with their loved ones. They would have their own families. If I had had the courage to make that decision, instead of painting myself into the corner.
Where might you be if you'd never given in to the impulse to murder?
Where might I be? If my parole had been successful, I believe I'd be married, I'd have children, I'd be heading toward my first grandchildren.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so he signals towards regret, and he signals towards people being people and not things anymore. So what are we to make of that? Is it antisocial personality disorder reformed by the prison system? Well, of course, there's a whole industry around that. There's a whole industry about going into prisons and helping people out who have these personality disorders. So, you know, I wouldn't want to malign a whole industry that it wouldn't be a possibility. Or is this person been through that system, has got enough vocabulary together, and is putting that forward? And what we have here is still a child that throws murderous tantrums and more, because it's not just about grandparents and parents. It's more than that. But it does finally end in this murderous tantrum that he throws. I'm not going to say which one it is. Could be either one of those. I think it's probably the second one. But Chase, what do you think? What do you got?
Yeah, I think this is the case of the dog that kills its abusive owner, but now has nothing there to continue to feed it. And I don't think he knew what to do without her. And he kind of became the monster that she always told him that men were, that he was, calling him a murderer his whole life. That stuff soaks in, especially when it's from an authority figure. Whether you like him or hate him, that stuff soaks into our skin. And I'm not blaming this all on her at all. I mean, he's got all kinds of issues on his own. But the mom certainly helped. When we study placebos and how they affect the human body and the brain, what is said makes a big difference about the placebo. The appearance of the doctor, whether or not it's a pill or an injection, and what color the pill is. There's 100 layers that play into this, but I think that lends itself to understanding why he might have turned himself in, is that he didn't have that force anymore. He didn't have that thing anymore in his life. That's it. He didn't know what to do. Greg?
Yeah, I just have one line, and I'll add a little bit to it. He says people, not things. Mark, that's therapy talk. I mean, this guy probably never heard those words before until somebody said, you can't treat people like things. Look, this guy's smart enough to pick up that and take it and run with it. more complex. I will say human beings are layers and layers and layers of things. What happened when he was a kid? Who knows? We'll get to that later. But here, the one thing to note is he was living in his mother's house, I believe. If you're living in your mother's house and she's suddenly gone, you might turn yourself in because you don't have somewhere to live. I don't know his story. I don't think he's this altruistic creature who suddenly came up with, hey, I need to go turn myself in. Maybe he felt remorse, and maybe he just felt like a dead end. No idea. Don't care. All we've seen to now is this is not a normal kind of a creature. Scott, what do you got?
I want to go back to the logic of detectives and police officers. I don't think it has anything to do with anything emotional with it all. I think he flipped out and killed her. And when he did that, all of his victims up to this point, besides his grandparents who he got caught for, so they caught him, where's he going to put her? What's he going to say? He has no story. He has no nothing. There's going to be blood everywhere. It's going to be a horrific scene. He has no, what's he going to do? Say, oh, she's out of town? Something like that? No. And especially since he's on parole, they're going to check into that. And they're going to look in that room. They're going to look all over that house and see where she is when she doesn't show up after a while. So I think he knew he was going to get caught. And that's why he turned himself in, because they would be on him. Maybe not really, maybe not that week, but in a month and a half, 2 months, when nobody's heard from her friends, work, all that, where is she? Prove it. That's when he's going to get in trouble. So I think I'm going to follow the logic of detectives and say that's what I think would have happened, and that's why he turned himself in, because he knew there was no way out of it at this point.
Why did you wind up giving yourself up?
It had to stop. It had to stop. Once my mother was dead, there's almost a cathartic process at that point. I got physically ill right then when she died, when I murdered her. And once she was dead, there was no way I could back out. I had backed down from giving up 1,000 times. You know, I used to get drunk and go sit out in front of the sheriff's department in a parking lot across the street on one of those little concrete parking berms, and I just sit there and say, no, I still can't. The clanging doors, I could still hear them. No, because it'll never open again. You know, so I rationalized that to give up would be insane. To give up would be crazy. I'd be giving away my freedom, and I don't need to. But I look back on that and wish I had earlier, when I was saying those things to myself. The people who were later dead wouldn't be. The regret that came later would have not had to be. Those people, not things, those people would still be with their families, with their loved ones. They would have their own families. If I had had the courage to make that decision, instead of painting myself into the corner.
Where might you be if you'd never given in to the impulse to murder?
Where might I be? If my parole had been successful, I believe I'd be married, I'd have children, I'd be heading toward my first grandchildren.
Well, let's throw it around the room and talk about what we think we've seen and wrap it up as quickly as we can. And Mark, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I'll go back to it again. This isn't a simple Silence of the Lambs film. It's more complex. There's more going on here. He's trying to pretend it's super simple and he's crazy smart, but it's none of that. So lovely to see some great stuff in there. Go back over it again. Take a look. Lots to learn out of this one. Chase, what do you think?
Yeah, I think with the mom, this is a case of if I can't win your love, I'll win your submission. And I think that's what we're seeing here, especially with that relationship. And there's a writer named Margaret Atwood who wrote about this. And I think she described the two-sided weirdness that we're seeing here pretty well. And I remember reading this in a book about confidence and discipline. If I get the title, I'll put it in the description. But she said, men are afraid that women will laugh at them. Women are afraid that men will kill them. And I think that really speaks to some depths of this layer upon layer that Greg was talking about. Greg?
And Chase, just to highlight that, I ducked down like this because I have line of sight to her house right now.
That's a cool thing.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
That is a cool thing.
She has bars on the window, so she's a little bit paranoid. Sorry, Greg.
when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, as they say.
Yeah.
So yeah, we all have that. It's the reason I check when I see people on the side of the road, right? It's in my nature. Yeah. So look, this guy is a complex creature, as you are. You don't have any idea what your parent did when you were 6 years old that caused you not like green beans. Don't know. Anything can impact you. The difference is that at some point, most of us go, okay, hold on. How do I fix that broken piece of me? Some people just go to be full-blown broken toys. This guy did. And if all you are is a broken toy, your meaning goes away. You still got to be a broken toy. You still got to go and tell everybody what a broken toy you are somehow. I think that's what we're seeing here. I think this soppy sincerity that he shows to get people to listen to him is so he can do more of what he's always done, and that's instill some kind of creepy fear or terror in people, and I'm not a fan. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think it's a great example of seeing a psychopath when they're watching them grow, watching them go through life and the things that they do as they go through life. When he was little, he was mean to animals, and he killed his grandparents later on. I guess, what was he, 15 years old or something like that? Yeah. And then he gets out of prison, and then that behavior continued. He quelled it for a little while, then that behavior continued. I think we're seeing someone who had outbursts of rage, and that's when he killed his mother. Because he talks about rage, he talks about anger, he talks about these pent-up things that happen before he kills these people. And I think that's what it was. And yeah, I'm sure he hated his mom. I'm sure he hated everybody. Anybody that had anything to do with brushing up against that ego like you do with a psychopath, and they will get you back. So you have to be real careful with that. If you spot one or are aware that someone is one, and like I said before, I'm not a psychologist, don't have a PhD in that. None of us do. But from what I've read and from what I understand, that would be my opinion only, that this guy's a psychopath, and that's what we're seeing. I think she hit that ego and she said she was going to tell on him, and I think he killed her at that point. All right. I think this is a good one, fellas, and we'll see you next time.
So what do you got?
I told him I wasn't happy that he wasn't going to pay me. He had the attitude that nobody could hurt him. I think he was wrong.
Today we're going to talk about Richard Kleckley. He was a hitman for the mob and went to prison for the rest of his life. Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
Yeah, so HBO recorded 2 sets of videos about Kleckley, one in 92, one in 2003. This is the 92, the less sophisticated Kleckley. He was called the Iceman because he put bodies in freezers, and in one case he left one in there too long before he dropped it, and that's how he was discovered. We'll leave it at that.
All right, please subscribe and hit the like button and hit the little bell down there so you know we have a new episode come out. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Here we go.
How many people have you killed?
I have an approximate guess. Approximate, we'll go with more than 100.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
He starts off with this, let's see. He twists his forehead. He does this little wrenching his mouth thing, which I think we're going to see as an adapter as he moves through this whole thing. By adapter, I mean a way to release nervous energy to make the uncomfortable comfortable. He exposes his lower teeth a little, looks down right. He's got this request for approval as he raises his head. And then he goes, approximately, we would go at more than 100. I don't believe he killed 100 people. Clearly, the guy killed people. And after I watched this, I went and started digging to try to figure out whether other people believe he killed over 100. And the FBI says, probably not. Probably 15. They'll give him 15. And it depends on who you read. But he then blinks and makes eye contact to see the approval. Then he drops down to the right. And we see him kind of going back to an emotional state. What I think we're seeing here is a guy looking for some approval. And I think what we're having here is the beginning of a narcissistic personality type getting a mirror. Once people start admiring him, if you go watch the second 2003 video, he's a very different person. So I think what we're seeing here is him working to see what he can get. As a matter of fact, when he says that he hundreds, I guess, he does a little bit of a lip retraction or a little bit of a purse lip, for disapproval. I don't think he's killed hundreds, but that's what I think. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, one thing Scott and I have discussed in another video is this expressing, is what Scott named it. So over time, if we do a lot of facial expressions throughout our life, somebody's happy all the time. You can see that kind of etched in the wrinkles of their face after the age of like 30, 25 sometimes. If they're sad all the time, you can see that kind of etching itself into the person's face over time. This guy has no wrinkles in his forehead. This guy, until he was probably captured, has not sought approval from anybody. And he hasn't been very communicative with his face, most likely because those emotions aren't natural for him. And we're going to talk about the psychopath's emotions in a minute. But I think this is, except for the number here, we see some recall at 8 o'clock, and we see his eyes move over in that direction. So we're getting a baseline, but it might be a baseline for deception. So that's when we have to keep asking questions here. His eye contact stays, and I think that's also, Greg said it was for approval. I totally agree. But I think there's a second layer to this, that he enjoyed the emotional reaction of the interviewer to what he was saying, how many people he killed. And I think this also probably speaks to the other part of his life where he probably enjoyed the emotional reaction of victims to his killing. And I think this whole concept of psychopathy, it's not in the DSM, but it can be traced back to this guy named Pinnell. And this was in 1792, and he labeled this psychopath condition. It was originally called madness without delirium. And I'm going to give you one tip on how to spot a psychopath in conversation. This is not a way to do it instantly, but these need to stack up. So I'll give you one for every video. Psychopaths are much more likely to focus their language on food, sex, and money. And just think of the bottom few rows of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's where most conversations will be focused. And that's also the questions they will ask you as a person. So that is red flag number one. We'll do number two in the next video. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, I think this is going to be a great example of the differences in a sociopath, or what people term a sociopath, which is so there are no sociopaths, just so you know. Sociopaths are just hardcore criminals. They go to prison early, they kill people, or they get killed early. A lot of times it's stabbing, those types of things really grows really violent people. But their brain is intact. Their amygdala are formed as they are supposed to form, but they act differently because they weren't brought up with love and attention, and the emotions weren't nurtured as a child when they grew up. So we're going to see the difference in one of those and a true psychopath in these videos as we go along. So after the question, there's this long pause, and he does this really odd mouth gesture. And we see him do this a couple of times where he kind of pulls on his mouth. And I think that is an adapter. And these things that we're seeing in this video, and as short as it was, let you know there's an issue there. There's an issue with the answer. And he's trying to structure his answer. I believe, I'm under the impression he's deciding what he's going to say. And he's come to a little juncture here where he's going to say, or a juncture where he's going to say, I did this or I did this. And so he makes his decision and he goes with it. And whether all these things are true or not, I agree with you guys so far. We have to pay attention to the deceptive cues we see here. And all these things tell us there that he has issues with what he's saying. That not because he doesn't want to say it because he'll get in trouble, because he's already in trouble. He's gone away forever. They've already said, dude, you're never getting out. We don't care what happens. You're in here forever. That's it. You're done. So moving forward, we'll pick apart those things that differentiate a true psychopath, the clinical psychopath, whose amygdala, the part of the limbic system that don't function properly, that let you have empathy and sympathy for other people and be able to feel for other people, whether those are functioning properly or not due to a clinical part. Was the person born that way, or were they raised that way? Nature versus nurture. That's the road I'll be going down on this. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so first off, just the rhythm of him. He's not in a hurry, is he? Like, he's super relaxed, not in a hurry at all. So let's just keep that in our mind. That's his general kind of demeanor. The first thing that hit me about this, and it's about how we decide who we are or who we're going to project. And immediately I went, well, hang on, this is Marlon Brando. This is Kurtz. This is The Godfather. And almost down to a T. Almost down to a T. And so I instantly go, what if, because I don't know, but what if this is a character that he's playing? What if he's worked out that if he comes across as Marlon Brando in The Godfather or Kurtz in Apocalypse Now, that's quite scary for people because they've already got this idea lodged in their head. So look, that's either true or false or something in between. But I'm going to follow this trail of, is he performing, as Chase might say, a mask for us, and why that particular mask? And if so, why? Why is he performing this particular caricature or almost superhero, this almost Superman? Rather like, but by the way, I don't know this. I don't know what this guy has done. I only picked up that. I've never seen him before. It was only like, he's killed 100 people. So he says, I don't know. I'm with you, Greg. I was like, yeah, I think you're being the superhero right now. That's the superhero version that's the Marlon Brando version of what you did. So I'm a little suspicious of this guy right up front. Seems very casual, almost even apathetic to a caricatured point. There you go.
How many people have you killed?
Oh, an approximate guess. Approximate, we'll go with more than 100.
All right.
How do you feel about killing?
I don't. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. I don't have a feeling one way or the other. I think if I had a choice, I wouldn't.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I don't, he says. Very clear, I don't. But then he adapts in the chair. It's like, possibly not then. Possibly you do. Or something else. Like, I don't know, but possibly not, I don't. I don't buy I don't because of the adaptation, that the movement in that chair. I don't buy it. At all. He protests too much. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. Hey, you just the first time would have been fine, my friend. You didn't need to say it again and the at all. Like, why do you want to let me know that it doesn't bother you? A lot of vocal clicks along the way as well. And we're going to see those build up over the time. If I had a choice, I wouldn't. So he's now putting forward the idea of it's not him, it's the pressures around him. He's a product of society. So you could go, okay, so if he's breaking rules, in a bad way, that would fit in with the sociopathic model. He just doesn't, his actions don't fit in with what society thinks at the time is the right way to behave. Obviously this is performative and it performs over time. Different societies, different times think different behaviors are good and bad. But in this particular time, it's generally bad, to kill, more than 0 people. So ultimately, he's going, I'm a product of circumstance. So here's what I do. I go, I don't buy what you're saying because too much happened there in terms of adapting and vocal clicks and let's blame society. So if I had a choice, I wouldn't. So what drives you? What is driving this? What bothers you? What are you saying about the world outside that bothers you enough that you had to do this? That's just the way my inquiry goes. I now start to want to know from him, what is it about this outside world that so bothers you that you had to do this? There. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm with you. He says way too much. Well, no, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. In fact, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. It sounds that silly to me when I hear it. He, at how do you feel, his chin goes down, which we typically associate with shame or guilt or something to protect the throat. And that's in our DNA. He licks his lips. Either that's a tongue jut or it's grooming or it's whatever you want to call it. But he licks his lips. If you ask me about something I really don't care about, I'm going to say, don't care. My shoulders are probably going to rise. My body language is going to illustrate what I'm saying. His doesn't. His posture changes entirely. He crosses his legs. He breaks eye contact. His breathing changes. And then he says, I don't. His posture changes again. That's when he crosses his legs. His blink rate increases and his eyes drop down into his right, which and I'll always say this is as close as I get to an absolute, associate with internal or with emotional thinking, emotional thought. If I don't care, I'm certainly not going to emotion. I'd be like, I don't care. And then he does this taffy pull and a request for approval at the same time as he says, it doesn't bother me at all. Then he goes on and on about how much it doesn't bother him. And he says, if I had a choice, and his lips retract back into his mouth. He's asking for approval there. For me, yeah, is he a bad guy? Did he kill some people? Yeah. Does that mean that he's the guy who killed 100 people and he's the most prolific hitman in history? Yeah, maybe not. But if you're already in jail and you want people to be afraid of you, or you want notoriety so that the next time they talk to you, they pay your family or something, of course, that's a great option. If I kill 15, why not 100? If it bothered me, why wouldn't I say it didn't? Because I got nothing to gain, nothing to lose. That's always the point, that nobody negotiates from a position of weakness. And what he's doing is creating this persona, this ICEMAN persona, so that he has something to sell. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah, I agree with you completely. After that question, he, like you were saying, he adjusted his seat, and then and from discomfort. And this shows there's everything we're seeing in this one shows there's psychological discomfort here. He adjusts in his seat, he moves back, takes a deep breath, all these things, and he braces himself. These are red flags for emotional and psychological discomfort here. Psychopaths don't get emotional because they can't. There's no way for them to become emotional. Then he says, I don't have a feeling one way or the other when you ask him about murdering. His head moves to one side and then back to the other. And he's trying to be tough and stoic at all at the same time during this. All these things show us that he's dealing with an emotion in there. And he says, if I had a choice, I wouldn't. And there's the truth, because it bothers him. He wouldn't want to do it, but he did have a choice, but he didn't want to do it. You know, he didn't like doing it. He's not going to say that. Obviously, he doesn't ever say that, because it comes on like, oh, it doesn't bother him because it's supposed to be scary and stuff. But he's dealing with emotions here. We're seeing psychological discomfort from the emotions he's feeling. That's what I'm getting. So again, we're going down that road. Is he a nature versus nurture psychopath or sociopath, or what everybody calls a sociopath? That's the road I'm going down still. Chase, what do you got?
I caught myself early that time.
I was trying to look down to the other side, because when I really look at you, it looks like I'm looking the wrong way. So I was looking down here. I didn't get to watch your face. I was just trying to look like I was into it. Dang
I saw him go, damn it.
All right.
Okay, go
let's do it
ahead.
again.
No, we're going to save that.
All right. His clinical diagnosis is a malignant narcissistic sociopath. And psychopaths are nature and nurture. So we could have a genetic predisposition to psychopathy with a horrible childhood or trauma that makes those genes express themselves. But Scott, I do disagree that I think psychopaths absolutely can feel emotion, but it's more muted than most of us. But that's my opinion.
Dude,
it's just
what are you saying?
What I learned in college.
Okay.
And I did a little research here before we got on the video. But I think all that we're seeing here is we're seeing deception. We're seeing him build a character. He loves the name that he was given. And I think that, yeah, just like Mark, you said it, I think maybe there's some kind of benefit to him doing this, whatever it is. There's some genuine eye recall, because I think he's actually thinking of the truth. And then he goes down to exactly what Greg said, into that internal dialogue, that emotional recall. He's got that discomfort there with his body because he is crafting a story. And I think some of the lip compression we're seeing here, we see the lips squeezed together. That typically means that a person's withholding information or opinions. And we see that right at a key point in here. And I'll let you take a look at when you see the lip compression. But I think the eyebrow raise that we see in this one is uncommon for him. Just looking at his head, you can see it's uncommon. And I think it's seeking approval. And I also think he's looking for the emotional reaction of the interviewer here. So red flag number 2 to look for psychopaths, whether or not we're dealing one in this video, they're very unlikely to drive any discussion into things like family, religion, or spirituality in a conversation if they're hiding their psychopathy or if they're hiding their illness. And these are also on the scale for sociopathic individuals. That's all I got.
How do you feel about killing?
I don't. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. I don't have a feeling one way or the other. I think if I had a choice, I wouldn't.
All right.
There was a man, he was begging and pleading and praying, I guess. And he was pleased God and all over the place. So I told him he could have a half hour to pray to God. And if God could come down and change the circumstances, he'd have that time. But God never showed up. And he never changed the circumstances. And that was that. It wasn't too nice. That's one thing I shouldn't have done that one. I shouldn't have done it that way.
See, that's the one where when I first watched these, I was like, something's up here. This is years ago when I saw that one. Mm-hmm. All right, Greg, what do you got?
So in this case, there are a couple of things I want you to watch, and I'll show you why later, but that drawing the side of his mouth is an adapter. Like, Scott, you said the same thing in the very first video. In the beginning, I was like, is he being sarcastic? What is he doing? But you'll see it. As we get later in the videos, we'll point out why we know for sure that's an adapter. His blink rate goes up when he's telling this story. This story I actually believe. He's got emotional eye accessing. He's milling his jaw. You can see the muscles in his jaw milling. He is editing his thoughts as he goes through on what exactly to say. He's also managing his image as he goes through this. He's got this image he needs to keep up. His breathing changes. He makes no eye contact. He does a tongue jut at the right time for this to be a distasteful thing for him. And then when he does that thing on the side, that's controlling emotion or leaking nervous energy. In this case, I think it's emotion. I think he's fishing for approval from this guy, for the bad guy that he is, in a kind of a twisted way. Chase, to your point earlier, when we say a person has this facade and this deception, it can be because they're trying to get more admiration for the bad guy that they are. In this case, I think that's the case. That's why I think he's exaggerated the number of people he's killed and that kind of thing. And it appears that many people believe that. Mark, what do you got?
I've got somebody who looks like a bad knitwear catalogue model, as far as I'm concerned. There he is in this, I think, 80s maybe colourful kind of piece of knitwear, looking off into the sunset. I expect him at some point to like point at his watch as well at the same time. I guess he probably doesn't have a watch, but point at his watch. It's such an act that's going on here from my point of view. There's right up the front, there's so many different thoughts running through his head. If God could have come down and changed the circumstances. So now we've got God involved, okay? So if God could have come down and changed the circumstances, we see some vocal clicks around there. So I kind of get the sense he's maybe creating this really good look into the sunset story, is if, God could have come down and changed circumstances, things could have changed, and he gave God a chance, and God failed, And so now somebody has to die. This is a very old story and an incredibly dramatic story, which is why I think this dramatic undercurrent of music goes so well in this look into the distance, is this is the test of God. This is when you say to God, hey, I don't think you're all that. I don't think you're going to come and do anything. Come and have a go. God doesn't show up. And actually, you're a little bit disappointed in God when that doesn't happen. And so what happens is you wreak your revenge on the world because God has failed you. Okay, so he's created a very grand story around here, around the testing of the gods. It's very kind of certainly biblical, and it's very Greek as well. And so we get this lovely Greek statue in terrible 80s knitwear. Speaking of great knitwear, Chase, what do you have?
I've got some knitwear.
Yeah.
But I think we're actually seeing, this is my opinion, I think we're seeing genuine regret here for a part of this. And we'll talk about that in a second. This is the only time we're going to see him displaying an eye flutter, which is most of the time we see that suggests a person is protecting themselves from something they're saying or something that they're thinking about. Think about when your dog does it. Like if you get close to your dog's face, you start talking to your dog in a little bit louder tone of voice, you'll see their eyes start fluttering. There's some protection going on. And we're starting to see a pattern that he's making eye contact at the moments that the interviewer's reaction would make him feel powerful. And those are the moments that we're seeing a lot of eye contact, what Greg was just talking about a second ago. And he avoids any eye contact during vulnerable or sincere moments. So we're seeing him look away during all that. And Richard was raised as a Catholic, and he had a seriously rough childhood. And I'm willing to bet that he probably prayed the same way as a child for God to show up and change circumstances for him growing up. He was beaten. His siblings were beaten by mom and dad both. And we're going to talk about that in the next video. Let me give you red flag, whatever number this is.
3.
Psychopaths are a lot more likely than normal people to talk about unachievable goals, almost in a way that makes you think they're already about to achieve them or have achieved them already, where normal people are more likely to talk about plans and hopeful goals and milestones that they need to hit or want to hit. So that's an interesting thing that we can see in usually a first conversation with a person. That's all I got. Scott?
All right. Yeah, you're right. His father beat one of his brothers to death when he was little. And then when he took him to the hospital, he said he fell down the stairs. That's what he told the people at the hospital. So, yeah, really bad guy at home, even though he comes on like he was a great guy at home. Now, I agree with you, Chase. There is a genetic disposition, we'll say, that when you show up in the world, that you're fearless, that you're very low amount of fear. And thank God, a lot of those people go on to be police officers, and they go to the military, and they become fighter pilots and test pilots and astronauts. Those types of people, their degree of fear they have is extremely low. And when you group that together with somebody who's beating your brother to death and beating you up every day and beating your mother and beating everybody in the house up and just royal, you know what, then that's the kind of psychopathy or sociopathy that you see those kind of people come from in what I call the nurture psychopath or sociopath, or what do you call them. So I agree with you. The emotions they feel, as we talked about, they go very small, very small. There's some there, not in all of them, but in some they do have very small emotions they can feel and go through, but not to the degree that we're seeing here in this guy. That's why I'm going with the nurture instead of nature on this part. Because when he says there was a man begging, that's when we see that eye flutter. And at this point, this indicates, again, he's struggling with something. He's struggling with struggling to find the right words to give out. I'm sure he's been asked these kind of questions before, and I'm sure in his mind he's thought up the answer, what he would say, but now he's having to structure these things and then send them out. So I agree with you. I think we're seeing that eye fluttering there. And the guy, and he says, and he was pleading, you see that nostril flare, and as he breathes in, What was that?
Cash.
Making money, boys. We're making money. That indicates there's an emotion in play at that point. And I think that may be anger, or it may be, again, regret, being angry at himself for doing something he wish he hadn't done. And this is that one where he says, I shouldn't have done this one that way. I shouldn't have done that. When I first saw this one years ago, I said, okay, that's it. Because I think I saw the second one first. I was like, geez, this guy, he's either, or he's just, this is the worst guy to ever walk the planet. But then after seeing this one later on, I was like, this guy is full of, so for a lot of it, not all of it, but for a lot of it. And like Mark said, this is acting. A lot of this stuff is like, he's trying to be the hero in prison kind of thing. But all these things we're seeing show that there are emotions in play there. When he says, he talks about the guy, he says, and praying, I guess. Then we see that short breath out, then a micro expression of contempt. And I don't know if that micro expression was for the guy or for him saying this, or to the guy he's saying it to. He wish he hadn't said it. I can't figure that part out. Then we see the deep breath. And he adapts again with that bottom lip. And that again puts me on the trail of emotion there. I think and I'm focused on emotions because I'm really going hardcore one way or the other, nature versus nurture on this one.
It was a man, he was begging and pleading and praying, I guess. And he was pleased God and all over the place. So I told him he could have a half hour to pray to God. And if God could come down and change the circumstances, he'd have that time. But God never showed up. And he never changed the circumstances. And that was that. It wasn't too nice. That's one thing I shouldn't have done, that one. I shouldn't have done it that way. The man owed me money. He was giving me a runaround. I told him I wasn't happy that he wasn't going to pay me. He had the attitude that nobody could hurt him. I think he was wrong.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
One thing I noticed here right away is this lower eyelid here squinting right at the words, nobody could hurt him. And we see this squinting in, old Western movies, like a cowboy, meet me at sunset out in the street kind of thing. And this typically denotes discomfort or anger. Learned this from the grandfather, the godfather, the father of body language, Joe Navarro. And I want you to use this. I want you to use this squinting, this lower eyelid squinting technique. When you watch somebody read through a contract or tell you about a previous relationship or a previous employer at a job interview, the squinting is going to tell you exactly what to ask the next question about as soon as you see that. So Kuklinski's childhood was really bad. Both parents beat him, his siblings. His older brother, like Scott said, died of a head wound, said he fell down the stairs. His younger brother was convicted of rape and murder of a 12-year-old. And his wife reported that, Richard was good and bad, and that he never physically abused, but emotionally abused the kids. And there is a genetic predisposition to psychopathy and child development has a major role in whether or not that's expressed. But psychopaths have reduced connections between, and sociopaths in many cases, reduced connections between a part of the brain called the ventromedial prefrontal cortex. And this is just the part that's kind of responsible for sentiments like empathy, guilt. And that connection that has a problem is between that and the amygdala, which kind of mediates our levels of fear and anxiety. So here's psychopath spotting tip. What number is it? I think it's 4.
4.
They're much less likely to mimic verbal and facial expressions during conversation. But if they've practiced a whole lot and they can mimic those things, you'll see a longer delay between your expression or your communication and their facial reaction. Because our normal ones, when you talk to somebody who has empathy, you'll see it right away because it's not thought of. It's not a conscious process. So that's all I got with that one. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, nice. Thank you. Wasn't going to pay me. I think we see disdain on that. So, breaking of a social code. The code is if you borrow money from this guy or whoever I guess his boss is, you pay. And so disdain suggests you're breaking the social code. So some understanding of a certain code. So understand my thoughts would be when it comes to sociopathy, they're antisocial, but it depends which society you belong to as to who's being antisocial. If you belong to the society who lent the money and said, look, pay it back with interest on a certain date and you don't pay it back, then, time to put some heat on, some pressure on. And now in one person's mind, that's not antisocial behavior. It's part of the social contract. Just don't get involved with the wrong society. If you think that the penalty is antisocial, don't be involved in that society. Nobody could hurt him, he said. Nobody could hurt him. I think we see a chinge up there. And so there is some real aggression in there. I think he was wrong. That's really a power statement. So I think what we're seeing in all around this is the challenge here to power. Just as we saw back in the past video, he's got this story, this big story of challenging God's power. Now he's got a story of challenging the power of somebody who's made a deal, doesn't want to pay back that deal, wants to renege, thinks they can take the punishment or will not be punished. And he says, I challenge that, and there you get punished. So a theme here of somebody who wants to challenge power. One very grand, almost kind of fallen angel-like in many ways. And this one, so, big, that's a big story to play in a prison, is basically to go, what you have here is Lucifer. What you have here is a fallen angel. What you have here is somebody who has fallen from grace and is now challenging the gods at every root. Here you've got what you have here is somebody who, if you break the social code and you think you don't have to pay, I will challenge you and I will win. Straight down the line, though, big challenger. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, so I'd reiterate that culture matters, and what's acceptable in a culture, if you live in a violent world, is very different. Chase, I would say when you got promoted to whatever E5, E6, E7, whenever you got promoted, you remember everyone who outranked you punching you in the shoulder as you walk down the line, right? That was just part of our culture. It's just one of those things. If you get wings or if you get some certain ranks, they'll drive the spikes from the back into your body. The more modern army, people say, oh, you can't do that, I hear. But in my day, when you got ranked, you got it pounded in, or you got wings, you got them pounded in. That's just part of it. So culture matters. In the case of a very violent culture, it's acceptable, Mark. I think that's a great call out. This video ends, if you watch the very end, with some mild contempt. You see that lip rise just a bit. I'm not sure who it's for, whether it's for the guy that he killed, injured, whatever, or it's for the guy he's talking to. There's sarcasm in the smirk when he's talking about the guy. He does something that I have a friend does this when he's making a point. He does the whole moving his, and I don't think it's because he's feeling stress or fear. This guy, every time he makes a point, just before he makes a point, he'll go, well, and it's just a behavior pattern for that guy. I think that's what we're seeing here. I believe this story. I believe he went and took out some kind of vengeance on a guy who didn't pay him. And you can tell because his speaking is less labored. There's less emotion to it. It's probably something he felt justified for, and it's more smooth. I think it's a fairly easy one to follow. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, in the comments, because y'all comment on this, I think Greg looks a little bit more friendly when he's wearing a jacket and a shirt and a button-up shirt like that.
Shucks.
So I think you look less threatening, Greg. That's just
I'll start dressing this way all the time.
Okay, I dare you. Okay, when coming into there, when he's talking about the guy, the guy owning money, what happened was this guy was a really low end. The guy who got your money. If you owed money, he went and got it. He was that guy, break your leg, break your knee, whatever it was, pop your knee out. And he had a sheet 4 feet long, B&Es and everything, all these small comparatively crimes. So he couldn't be in the mob, but he could be hired by the mob. He could be an outside contractor because he wasn't Italian. You can't get in if you're not Italian. So that was a big problem he had with that. He couldn't get in, but he was always on the outskirts of it, so he wasn't really in. So he liked to feel like he was in. So his lips are pursed to the side, and he breathes out a little bit and has that little micro expression of a smile because he's almost dismissing this guy, showing his dominance, his narcissistic dominance over this guy. That's why his head goes back. Next. Is with the flared nostrils as well, because I believe he was probably mad, or had to be mad to go do this. But we're seeing a lot of these narcissistic things come out as they will in this personality type. We know the chin jut and the head jut, of course, that's aggression, and that suggests or indicates that anger towards that guy. I don't think it's toward the guy talking and asking the questions or anything. And all this leads up to anger toward the guy that he killed. I believe that's what it is. And going back to mimicking, Chase, because that's one of my favorite things to talk about as well. What they will mimic, as you know, is they will mimic you. They'll watch you and see your emotions, and then if you get mad about something, later on they'll go get mad about it somewhere else and sort of rehearse this emotion and let people see it so it looks like they have that emotion or are experiencing that, or happiness, whatever the thing was. And they'll say the exact same things you will, quite often. I've heard a guy, I've told that story before, where I heard a guy do it in the booth sitting behind me. It was a guy I knew. And I was like, oh no. And started putting things together and found out a bunch of really horrible stuff about him. And he's loose in Canada. And don't worry, you won't be there very long. They'll be coming for you. I always say that. We'll get you. So that's what I got for that one.
The man owed me money. He was giving me a runaround. I told him I wasn't happy that he wasn't going to pay me. He had the attitude that nobody could hurt him. I think he was wrong.
We good?
Yeah.
We're good. All right.
What'd you do afterwards?
I walked away, got in my car, and went home.
What'd you do when you got home?
I put toys together for the kids for Christmas. I saw the broadcast while I was putting the toys together that came down. Mob-related killing. That was the first time I knew I was mob-related.
How'd you feel?
I was annoyed I couldn't get the damn wagon together.
All right. I'm going to go first on this one. It's going to be pretty short because I think he's full of it. I don't think this happened anyway at all, like he said it happened. There's nothing there. He's at this point, he's trying to make stuff up, but he's got nothing. And it wasn't the first time he learned he was mob related, because he knew he was mob related, because one of his first jobs for the mob was to off somebody. And this wasn't one of his first jobs. It describes that in the beginning of it, and all the details that went into it. Of all these details he went through at the beginning of this, which you didn't get to hear, we should have put it in there, but it was a little bit graphic. Then he comes up with this answer to these things. Nothing there. I'm not buying this at all. I don't know. So, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. Too many vocal clicks in there. I mean, just I walked away, vocal click. And then there's just a succession of them after that. So that immediately alerts me that there's some kind of stress going on in this story. And I got here in my note here, like, this is a front. This is he's just fronting it now completely, I believe. Chin jut before mob-related killing. So I think he's wanting to see us off that idea. Like, I didn't know I was anything to do with that. Now, maybe that's a cultural thing. Like, you can't say, look, I was part of this thing called the mob. That's not a thing that you ever admit to. It may be something around that. But certainly, again, this challenger comes out again. That's about the realest thing that I think we have there, is this challenger comes again. He is on for a challenge. He is going to challenge authority, be it the highest, in the universe, if possible, or somebody who's made a mistake within his society. He's going to challenge those. Laughs and checks the camera. And I that kind of alerted me, like, why the laughter? Because that is often a release of tension. So not often, laughter is always a release of tension. Okay. So what is that tension about? What did he have tension about around that? A look of approval there. Now, how do you feel? How do you feel is the question. And I count around about 4 thoughts go through his head until he lands on the idea that he lands on, which is he was annoyed about not being able to do the kid's toy, which is a lovely idea. Like, it's a super lovely idea. Like, all I could think about was how this kid's toy was really annoying me. It's like, oh, you're cold, you are. Oh, you're a nasty one, you are, sir. It's like it took him 4 goes to go, what can I land on that one? I know. Didn't like the toys. So yeah, he is a misfit toy, this one, certainly. But I'm not buying it. Not buying it at all. Still wouldn't like to be in a room with him, but not buying him. Chase, what do you got on this one?
So I totally agree with you. And you guys got a lot of what I had here. This is absolute BS. And you know what it sounds like? It sounds like an 80s movie. It sounds like something you would see from a script in the 80s and early 90s. And that's where the culture was at the time. So that's the story that he probably put together from watching all that stuff in the media. We're still seeing his need to see the reactions of people. And we're seeing the eye contact and the kind of checking with the interviewer, checking with the camera to get some reaction only at the moments that he's feeling powerful and strong. And I think, again, this speaks to probably what I would estimate to be similar behavior with victims. And we're seeing the smile come up here right at the moment that it's most creepy, that it would be most creepy for the camera about the mob. And there's this, I think, the perfect example here of the second type of squinting. So we're seeing discomfort this time and not anger with the same lower eyelid behavior. So this little lower eyelid squint, it was anger before or being a tough guy. And now we're seeing discomfort with the same squint. So now you get a chance to see the same eyelid movement under a different circumstance, to see the two body language definitions of this behavior right there. So let me give you one more tip here. And I think this will be number 5. Psychopaths and sociopaths are extremely rewards driven. And even in the face of severe consequences, they'll keep going through it. So when they're performing actions for reward, a psychopath's brain in particular can release up to 4 times the levels of dopamine that your brain and my brain can release. That's all I got. Greg?
Yeah, his blink rate does increase. And it's interesting. Blink rate increases to start with, and then he makes real hard eye contact in a way he hasn't done up to now. He does that pursing of his lips a little bit. And I agree with you, Chase, with the eye squinting thing. I was actually in my notes, I said, who does he think he's Clint Eastwood? Because he's got some snarky line for the, he's squinting his eyes, and he's got some snarky line for the wagon and that kind of stuff. And you're like, yeah. He closes with some self-amusement. You see him kind of doing a little, almost like almost on the edge of duper's delight or something there, but he's got some self-amusement for sure. Not sure exactly why, but he's trying to get across that he's a hard ass, that he's this, that he's that. Now, the other one that I would say is exactly the line. I was thinking of a line from not Apocalypse Now. What's the other one? From Joker, Recoil. I can't think of the name of the movie. You know it well. It's 2 movies. But anyway,
Batman?
a Vietnam War movie. No, a Vietnam War movie. It really starts off one way, ends the other. It's got
Full Metal Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, there's a great line. What do you feel? Recoil. That kind of line is what you're dead on. Exactly something from a movie to make him a hard ass. I don't think any of us are buying that. But I agree. I won't be in a room with a guy. Just because he didn't kill 100 doesn't mean he didn't kill 15 and do horrible things.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
All right.
What'd you do afterwards?
I walked away, got in my car, and went home.
What'd you do when you got home?
I put toys together for the kids for Christmas. I saw the broadcast while I was putting the toys together. It came down. Mob-related killing. That was the first time I knew I was mob-related.
How'd you feel?
I was annoyed I couldn't get the damn wagon together. I've never felt sorry for anything I've done other than hurting my family. The only thing I feel sorry for. I'm not looking for forgiveness, and I'm not repenting. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I do want my family to forgive me. Oh, boy. I'm gonna make this one. Wow. This would never be me. This would not be me. I feel for my family. You see the ICEMAN cry. Not very macho. But I've heard people that mean everything to me. But the only people that mean anything to me.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So at hurting my family, his breathing changes. You hear him start to change respiration. Then his blink rate change. You see his blink rate increase just a touch. He doesn't do a lot of blinking. He does that jaw milling thing we were talking about earlier. He's crunching his teeth together or something. So you see these jaw muscles flexing and relaxing. And then he does an expulsive kind of breath or a sigh. And you can hear then that he's really choking back tears. This is genuine, whatever's causing it. I mean, guys, if you've ever been in a place where you're trying to choke back tears, everybody has their own style of doing that, but you can hear the moisture in his mucous membranes starting to build up in his throat, all that kind of thing. And then you see, if he were shaven, you would see, Chase, your chin boss, that trembling at the chin and the lower mouth doing that. And this is how we know that thing he does with his mouth all the time is an adapter and not just some kind of sarcasm or that. Because when he's trying to choke back that emotion, he's doing that. Not to mention all the tongue between the teeth and all those things about distaste. So here we see who the person really is. From my angle, if we talk about nurture versus nature, and we believe that nature, people who are born without the ability to process information and create the amygdala create the message, I would think he's not that kind. I would think he's just been so hardened by abuse that he can turn this stuff on and off. So I think if I were choosing one of your guys' ways we're talking about it, I would say nurture, not nature. That's just my point. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so there's just too many kind of vocal clicks and, stuff going on here, and real emotion. I absolutely agree that what I get is the stress of an internal battle going on. And the battle, I think, is between the superhero that he's set up called the ICEMAN, which is he's a supervillain. And who is, I think it's probably, I didn't know about the ice crystals idea, Greg. My assumption was it was about what a cold killer he is. And I assume that's what led it to become, his trademark, is that it's like he is stone cold, icy cold, emotionless. And so I think he's trying to keep that persona in front of us, or that mask in front of us. And he's wrestling because internally he has real feelings for real people in his family. And that's not to say that he didn't hurt those people, as well. It is more than complicated. It's complex and in no way should be celebrated. So I'm not celebrating this behavior in any way whatsoever. But there's a real internal battle going on. There's a wrestling match going on. There's real empathy for that family. The Iceman is a cover story. You see this digging of the teeth here, which I think is not just withheld opinion, not just like, I'm not going to say this, I don't want to let this out, but I think it's probably a stimulation action. In order to control the emotion, he's going to cause himself some pain in his lips to bring his attention into that pain rather than the internal wrestling pain that's going on. It's interesting, though, how he still kind of transfers to, you're seeing the Iceman cry rather than you're seeing me cry. So he is able to save it for himself. Probably, he's going to have to, the other inmates are going to see this and he's going to be able to say, well, that was the Iceman. I'm still the Iceman. The Iceman cried. So it's still the Iceman. He still says the Iceman exists. The Iceman hasn't melted because he's still got to go in with that story of, there isn't a weak version of me. There's the Iceman now crying. So the Iceman is still here. Still, at the end of the day, still looks like a knitwear catalog model, though. So still not as scary as he could be to somebody like me who doesn't respect knitwear. I do respect Scott, though. Scott, what have you got?
Thanks, Mark. I agree with you. He's talking about himself in the third person of this thing he's created that somebody else called him. Because, like Greg was saying earlier, what he would do to mess up the timeline on when the bodies were found, on when they actually died, he would put them in a freezer, sometimes for a year, for quite a long time, then go throw them out in the woods. But one time they found one too early and like, hey, man, this guy's frozen. There was ice inside this guy when they were doing the autopsy. So I think this clip shows exactly why he's not the nature psychopath, but he's more the nurture, quote unquote, psychopath, because he has true feelings that are coming out here. We see a series of gestures and cues and expressions and verbalizations of emotion here. And at sorrow, regret, and pain. We're seeing all those things in this. The clenched jaw and those deep breaths and those heavy sighs, that tells you pretty much everything. And again, like you nailed it, Greg, we see that the chin boss down there, we see that trembling down there. And we see tears. He's got tears in his eyes. One of the main things we hear here that goes against everything for even the clinical narcissist is where 2 times he says he was wrong. He says he was wrong. And about what he did because he hurt his family. And he says that hurting his family was the worst thing he's ever done, obviously. But he says I was wrong 2 times. And I think that's you're not going to hear that ever from a psychopath unless he's mimicking somebody, but I don't think he's mimicking this. Everything we saw here, these are all true emotions I think we're seeing at this point. So I don't think he's a clinical psychopath. I think he's a hardcore criminal who was raised in with a violent upbringing, no love, no positive interactions, nothing like that from either one of his parents. And he went on to do that to his own family, not knowing the real difference, because that's the way that usually travels through generations, people doing that. But that's why I think that we're not seeing a true psychopath here. Although he did many of the same things a true psychopath would do, we're not seeing those behaviors here, which are true, not just a little bit of emotion, but a lot of emotion here. And you don't see that in a psychopath. Chase, what do you got?
I was watching this morning to Greg's comment about the chin boss movement here, which you'll see this muscle quiver during grief and sometimes shame. And it was the first time that reminded me of the term bald-faced lie. A person will tell a bald-faced lie, which refers to a person having no facial hair and still being willing to be deceptive. But we definitely see that muscle in here. I think the majority of the sadness we're seeing here, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say this is self-pity sadness. This is like, I've done all of these things, and look at me. I feel so bad. I'm ashamed. It had nothing to do with hurting them. It had to do with how he felt. It was all about him. And I think that was inward directed pity that we're seeing there. I think it's also funny, Scott, you were saying made a mistake and all this stuff. He's taken on the name ICEMAN, which he was named for because of a mistake. The whole thing is because of a mistake.
Yep. Hey, good call.
I think that's unusual, too, that he would do that. And maybe he doesn't even know why they say that. I don't know. It had to come up in prosecution. But I think that's pretty interesting. And I think, Scott, that speaks to your point as well. Most of the facial movements that we're seeing here, I think, are emotional redirection. And I think the chin boss does show us that's almost impossible to fake that level of chin bossery. And psychopaths can feel some emotion. Sociopaths can feel some emotion. But most of the time, it's not, just like Scott said, it's not to the level that you're going to see here. And typically, according to peer-reviewed research, the sadness and emotion that psychopaths can feel to an almost normal level is when it's about someone they care about or someone they're attached to, like family members and things like that. But 99% of the time, those emotions are severely muted. And the only regret will usually come from hurting someone close to them. And that's documented. And it was documented before this case ever took place. So disrespect, rejection by other people, and typically loss of control. And number one in all the research here, in all the research that I looked through this morning, was loneliness. Loneliness, and he even uses the word lonely in some of these interviews. And not what we looked at tonight, but loneliness was one of the number one things that causes that level of emotion in psychopath. So if you ever encounter one of these people, I'll teach you a quick trick here. And if you want to prevent yourself from being sold a product or being sold a human being, hold your chin while you're talking like this. It'll make you look interested, and it will keep you from nodding when they are trying to get approval from you by nodding their head like this. It will keep you from doing that. Even look at these guys here. All three of them kept themselves from nodding, and we nod to each other the whole YouTube video and they stop. So it'll keep you from nodding. It'll keep you from agreeing with a person. So finally, as our last way to spot a psychopath, they might display the wrong emotion on accident in response to good or bad information. My aunt just got in a car crash and they smiled first and then correct it. Or we say some really great news. I'm just got tickets to go to Hawaii. We're going on this major vacation. And they have this big frown on their face and then correct it instantaneously or very quickly to the appropriate emotion that they've learned over time.
I've never felt sorry for anything I've done other than hurting my family. The only thing I feel sorry for I'm not looking for forgiveness, and I'm not repenting. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I do want my family to forgive me. Oh, boy. I'm gonna make this one. Wow. This would never be me. This would not be me. I feel for my family. You see the ICEMAN cry. Not very macho. But I've heard people that mean everything to me. But the only people that mean anything to me.
Okay, well, let's run around the room one time. We'll say what we we'll wrap it up and say what we think about this guy and these videos, and then we'll go one at a time. We'll start with Mark, then Chase, then Greg. Mark?
Yeah, look, clearly he's a bad lad. Clearly there's nothing, to celebrate about him. Done some bad stuff, absolutely. But I'm not buying any of it from him, certainly not the degree that he's going to. There's a lot of story going on there, a lot of masking to protect something, some quite strong feelings inside there. And I'll say it again, he looks like an 80s knitwear catalog model. So I'm not that scared. Not that scared of him. Chase, what do you got?
I think he looks like an 80s knitwear catalog model. I totally agree with you. If you look throughout his entire life and everything that he's done to his family, his kids, all the killings, everything's about significance. And the moment that he got arrested, the only way to maintain a high level of significance is to create ICEMAN, to be ICEMAN, and make it as bad and dangerous as possible, because that's at that point when you're locked up in a cell, that's the only way to become drastically more significant, which he thrives on. Greg?
Hate to say it, but he's fulfilling his Maslow in his own little world where he gets to be the coolest bad guy he knows. That's all that is he's making himself more significant than he was. Ask yourself for just a minute. Go watch our Eileen Wuornos video. Go watch our Richard Rodriguez video and tell me which of the three doesn't fit the mold. That's my only question. I think, yes, he may behave like a psychopath and he may behave like all of that, but I think it's a learned trait, to your guys' point. It's a nature versus a nurture thing. Those folks, you make no mistake. Did you ever see a tear drop out of either one of those people's eyes? Laughter, maybe, not teardrops. So it's a very different mindset. I think the guy, yes, of course, he killed people. They know how many. They can track, but I think he's self-aggrandizing, and that comes with the territory. I'm going to make myself bigger and cooler than I was, and it probably keeps people off you, and it gives you some notoriety. There's also at least one article I read that said the second more famous interview in 2003, his wife was paid handsomely for that. So there's a way to provide for your family while you're in prison. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I think you nailed that one. Yeah, I think we're seeing, this is a classic example of someone who everybody goes, oh, this guy's a psychopath. But he's not. He's not a clinical psychopath. He's a hardcore criminal who had a rough upbringing and was just a violent person. And those people end up in prison fairly early most of the time. This guy made it for a while. But they end up being killed and killing somebody just out of anger and going to prison, whereas he planned all the ones he killed. And I don't think by any means did he kill over 100 people or even close to that. I think a lot of what we're seeing is like all you guys were saying, he's acting. He's making a lot of this stuff up so he can be the ICEMAN. One thing I learned from being in the music business, being around people who are famous for a really long time, is they'll start, those that sort of become detached from the earth, they start talking about themselves in the third person. And I think I've told you all the story about the one guy. It was an elevator story that I've told you guys before. We'll go over it later. I can't tell it here. But he would talk about himself that you want to go do this with this, and he would say his first name. And I've seen that time. And you'll see people on talk shows referred to, well, so-and-so doesn't do that kind of thing. He's not that kind of person. It's like, well, dude, are you talking about you? And that's what he's doing here. And you see that in these highly narcissistic personality types. Someone can start off normal and then turn into that. But in this case, I think it started when he was little, after being brought up in such a violent family and violent surroundings as he grew up. But I don't think he killed that many people. I think we've seen bald-faced lie here, like Chase was saying. And I don't think he's a psychopath. I think he's a hardcore criminal. That's what I think. All right. Well, if you like what we're doing, please subscribe and hit the little bell down there after that, and that'll let you know when we have a new video come out. I think this was a good one, fellas, and I'll see you next time.
Thanks.
But at night, when I close my eyes, I can see Christy reaching her hand out to me while I'm driving, and the blood just keep coming out of her mouth. And that, maybe it'll fade too with time, but I don't think so. That haunts me the most.
Scott Rouse, I'm a body language expert and analyst, and I train law enforcement and the military in interrogation and body language. Mark?
I'm Mark Bowden, expert in human behavior and body language, help people all over the world to stand out, win trust, gain credibility, including leaders of the G7. Chase.
Hey, I'm Chase Hughes, did 20 years in the U.S. military, wrote the #1 best-selling book on behavior profiling, influence, and persuasion, and I train people in those things today. Greg?
Greg Hartley, former Army interrogator, interrogation instructor, resistance to interrogation instructor, written 10 books on body language and behavior, and I spend most of my time on Wall Street and corporate America.
All right. Today we're going to talk about Diane Downs, and she's the person who was put in prison for shooting her children and denying it. Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to see?
Yeah, so we're going to see 4 videos, I believe, and the first 2 are from immediately after this happened. She shot 3 of her children. 1 died, 1 was paralyzed, and 1 had a stroke. 2 survived and were later adopted by the prosecutor in this case. And we're going to see that initial video, a video a few weeks later. Then there's a video of her in prison years later, and finally her parole hearing in 2010. That's it.
There are more than 4 videos. Those are just where these groups of videos come from.
Yeah, the clips came from those 4 videos. Yep.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
We were just out, I guess, sightseeing, I guess you'd say. And the kids got tired. They fell asleep in the car, so I decided to just head on home. But I saw a road I hadn't been on before. We like to take back roads. And just went down that road, and there was a guy standing in the road, flagging me down, so I stopped. Everything was done in a matter of 5 or 10 seconds. He swung himself around and fired twice. One caught me in the arm, the other one I went off somewhere. Danny cried the whole way. I could hear him softly just moaning, and Christy was dying. God, all the blood, all the pain.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
So let's talk about some of the words that she uses here. It's just going through her story. It's I guess, and, just, so, but, just, and so. And I'm not even going to talk about that. I know that Scott's got some great stuff to talk about how people speak about that, and we didn't even talk about this beforehand. But she's using interjections to explain the actions, which means she's explaining the behavior and the purpose of her behavior. Truthful people almost never do that. And it's interesting that when she's telling the created story, she says flagging me down, and she uses herself instead of the word we. When she's talking about we like to go on these back roads, she switches back because that's probably a truthful statement. Throughout the whole thing, there's no emotion on her face whatsoever. And there's a giant flag here. When somebody's discussing something emotional and they want you to feel it too, if the face is not participating in that story, that should be a huge red flag. So I want you to just close your eyes when this video plays again in just a second. And I think you'll agree that it sounds like a really bad narrator trying to audition to read an audiobook. And that's what I heard this morning. I like to listen to them first and then watch them on mute and then kind of bring them together. But that's all I got for this one. Scott, what do you think?
All right. This is one of my favorite subjects, psychopaths. So what I'm going to do today, instead of going through and knocking out the specific body language in every move, I'm going to tell you about, everybody remember Jeff Foxworthy, the guys, you might be a redneck if, that thing? I'm going to sort of go down a list. So if you have some of these, you may be a psychopath if. So, for example, she's showing what's called shallow affect with her emotions. They're reduced emotional responses, where what she's talking about should have a lot of emotion come with it. A lot of everything from fear to terror to sadness. All these things should be happening, but we don't see any of that at all. And it sounds like she's talking like a robot. She sounds like she got a moon accent. I am from the moon. I did this. I did. It just sounds odd. She doesn't show any emotions whatsoever. And the hint of emotions that we see are faked, or as she says later on, feigned, when she's talking about something else. So number one is not number one, but in the list so far we've got shallow affect. Then we have callous and a lack of empathy, in other words. So she has no feelings. You can feel sympathy for someone and say, oh, I feel bad about that. But you can't, as a psychopath, can't put yourself in that person's place and say, oh, that hurts the finger because of this. I know how that feels. They can't do that and say that's horrible because it feels this way. They can just say, well, they can't do that. Their brain doesn't work that way. I've got a long list. Then we have lack of remorse or guilt. Don't see that either. She doesn't show any remorse for doing that, shows no guilt for doing that, feeling horrible about it. And she has what's called a grandiose sense of self, which is everything is great. She's the best person in the world. She's brilliant. She's pretty. She's good at everything she does. And we're going to see that thread run throughout all these videos as we go through here. Now, out of the 20 items that are on the Hare, what's called the Hare Psychopathy checklist, and Dr. Robert Hare is the guy who came up with this checklist. So if you go down the checklist, and he wrote this book, Without Conscience. And so if you go down this checklist, you ask, there's a way to do it where you're talking with someone who you suspect of being a psychopath, and you ask them questions that deal with these specific items on this list. And you have to ask them a certain way to get them to answer truthfully. You can't say, one of them is being glib, and Greg and I always joke about asking somebody that because we always go, are you glib? You can't say it like that. You have to ask questions so you can see how they answer them. And we're going to show you all these in here as we go through. So that's out of the 20, we saw 4 in here. We saw shallow affect, the callousness and lack of empathy, lack of remorse, and a grandiose sense of self. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to start off by saying we can call lots of people psychopaths, but she's on page 4 between Ramirez and Bundy. So there you go. She is. We don't have to guess, and we can work on the mechanics from there. The thing you notice in the beginning, there's a show in the 1960s called Dragnet, and the guy would always say, just the facts, ma'am. That's all you're hearing, just the facts. They're not real facts, but they're just the facts. She's telling a story with all the passion of telling you about ironing her socks. There's just nothing to it. She walks through it. It's mechanical. If you listen to pitch, tone, and cadence, if I was telling you about one of my children being harmed, my pitch would be rising because my voice is rising because I would feel that pain, typically. The tone may be more driving and telling you something. She's flat. Shallow affect. There's no affect to her. And her cadence is monotonous. It's just bum, 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 bum. She's doing that romancer thing. She's staring you right in the eyes the whole time she's telling it because she's looking to see what's going on and to make sure that you are paying attention. There's a one shoulder up when she says we, I guess. And when she raised that shoulder at I guess, and then she goes, I guess you would say, that's a pause for her to think. And then she does this God, all the blood. There is no emphasis on that. She talks about a bushy-haired man, and then finally, the last 2 things, her brow raises at I stopped, and her brow raises at, and one bullet went this way and one bullet went the other way. The only times I see any kind of request for approval or any kind of connection, I think she just doesn't know what's normal human behavior. That's what I see here. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so never seen her before. Fresh to it, only heard afterwards what she was up to. So I come fresh to this and I hear immediately a story that if it were my story, I would expect to have feelings of fear or anger or confusion or surprise. There's enough in there for me to say if I was part of that narrative, I might have some fear, there may be some anger, there may be some confusion, there may be some surprise. I don't see any of those emotions on her. I don't see any of them stated. She doesn't verbally state them. But there's enough in there that I would expect many human beings, including myself, to experience some of that. So that's kind of interesting. Just as been said, not only is it read like a poor narrator, I think the reason we go, that's like really poor narration, is it's written like a melodramatic novel. And so we tend to go, well, that's a really bad reading of what could be super melodramatic and quite emotional. So again, we go, where's the emotion in the voice? Where's the emotion that fits with all the blood, all the pain? That's a great piece of writing. All the blood, all the pain. We would expect a huge amount of emotion to be wrapped around that. We don't see it. So of course, I instantly go, well, this looks like it's somewhere on an antisocial behavioral disorder spectrum. However, what I have to do is go, well, I'm not in the room with this person right now. They're not threatening me in any way. I don't know the whole story, so I'm going to suspend my judgment about this. Now, you and I, we all know now what she's done. But what I want you to pay attention to is just because you hear and see these things in actual life out there doesn't mean you've got somebody with an antisocial behavioral disorder. Okay? It's just, the two things don't fit. We're pretty lucky here because it's like, okay, guns, I mean, all the other things of an antisocial behavioral disorder come out. Yeah? Risky stuff. Okay, so it all converges in the right way, but you have to be careful for yourself that if you come across somebody who talks in this way, who affects or doesn't affect in this way, so long as you can look around you and go, yeah, I see where the exits are. There's other people around me. I've got plenty of resource around me. I'll be like, let's talk some more. Let's suspend judgment, lean in, talk some more, see what actually might be happening here. So yeah, absolutely. First sniff of this, I go, antisocial behavioral disorder, absolutely. But because I'm not in the same room as her right now, I go, let's have a look. Let's see what else is going on. There, that's what I got for you.
We were just out, I guess, sightseeing, I guess you'd say. And the kids got tired. They fell asleep in the car. So I decided to just head on home. But I saw a road I hadn't been on before. We like to take back roads. And just went down that road. And there was a guy standing in the road, flagging me down, so I stopped. Everything was done in a matter of 5 or 10 seconds. He swung himself around and fired twice. One caught me in the arm, the other one I went off somewhere. Danny cried the whole way. I could hear him softly just moaning, and Christy was dying. God, all the blood, all the pain.
Awesome.
If I had shot my own children, would I not have done a good job of it? Why would I have taken my kids to the hospital? Wouldn't I have made sure they were dead and then cried crocodile tears? That's insane to think that I would do such a thing and then bring the witnesses in against myself. That's crazy.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
I love this one. If you want to talk about an embedded confession, this is a dumb person embedded confession. She's saying, look, I would have thought this out and I would not have made it look like something dumb. That's evidence that it's real. How does that possibly even cross your mind when you're sitting up and thinking this? This just proves they're not all smart. They're not all super geniuses. She's not. She's dumb and she's a psychopath. We got that, both of those things figured out now. There's anger at the one point she's challenged. If you look at her challenged, she sets her jaw, her lower teeth are exposed. She narrows her mouth into a pursing move. She makes hard eye contact and her voice changes to terse. And her tone changes and her cadence changes. She's telling. And here's the one interesting thing, and I always say there's a Swansea and I forget the other university out of Wales that's done a study that says that psychopaths' pupils don't dilate to negative emotions. Ding, ding, ding. Look at this. No movement whatsoever. So there's another instance we're looking for. She starts illustrating with her brow and browbeating with her forehead to make the point. And then she does this kind of throwaway word, or Scott, as you would call it, fading facts. Crazy. well, because she doesn't like that word. There are a couple of others. She's more animated when she's angry than she is telling you a story about her children being killed. There's something wrong with this right out the gate. Chase, what do you got?
So we have more audiobook narration. There's this, she's speaking as if she's reading like an IKEA furniture assembly instruction guide. And I think it's important here to note that she's mentioning insane and crazy in the same little sentence, which could be a hint at her subconscious thinking about what a defense strategy might be or what a future defense might be for her. There's an eye flutter, which means her eyes are blinking rapidly, both at the moment she says insane and at the moment she says crazy, which is a huge red flag. But overall, throughout this whole video, there's a lack of denial. And keep in mind, one of the famous things that I like to talk about is the vanishing perpetrator. And it's all here. This is defense versus providing information. And that's one of the biggest things that you can ever look at talking to anybody. Is there a defense or are they providing information? It's a huge difference. And anybody can hear that. But I think it's interesting. There's a chin tuck. The chin goes down at the moment she's saying, that's crazy. And we tuck our chins down out of a protective or fearful response. But she's planting all of these questions and trying to use those to kind of change your mind. This is sometimes effective in other scenarios. And because in all persuasion and influence, this includes interrogation, this includes doing a TV interview with a psychopath, your primary resource is focus. Above all else, capturing the ability to capture someone's focus is number one. And focus is driven by questions. Questions are the steering wheel for focus. And I think that she's somehow unconsciously absorbed this over her lifetime, and she's using this questioning thing to drive what you're focusing on. Why didn't all of these things happen, and why didn't this add up? Questions drive focus. That's all I got. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, so emphatic non-contractions going on there. That's when the words don't get shorter. They're full length and actually maybe even elongated. So they become very emphatic. So that for me and anybody who like me grew up as a kid in the 70s, it sounds like Texas Instruments Speak and Spell. I don't know whether anybody else remembers that, but I used to love that thing because I was particularly bad at spelling. And I thought, that's amazing. That thing can spell. You know, and it would go spell regulator, R-E-G, you know, had a fantastic way of getting itself around these words. So reminds me of Texas Instruments Speak and Spell. So it's quite, I guess, mechanical. And again, that puts us off because it feels very inhumane. Feels very unhuman. That's going to make us stand away from her and go, oh, I don't like this. Now, in this case, we have every right to. But again, if somebody speaks like this, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're psychopathic. There could be a whole bunch of reasons why they don't contract. And they're quite emphatic about some elements of it. Now, there is a sense there of indignation. You see that she lowers her head with anger. So look, this idea that might be propagated that anybody with antisocial behavioral disorder or psychopathy doesn't feel emotions. Yeah, they can absolutely feel emotions to some extent. Okay, they just don't feel them when we would expect them to feel them. That's why they're antisocial. In order to be part of society, you need to feel remorse at certain times. You need to feel anger at certain times. You need to feel sorrow or happiness at certain times. These may be limited or just in the wrong place to exist within society. So they become outsiders of that society, antisocial, not part of the social network. So I think we do see anger in her. And that's an emotion. The head lowers for anger, and it's indignation. I'm being wrongly found out or accused here. Last thing, single shoulder shrug on bring the witnesses against myself. So I don't think she believes that she ever brought witnesses against herself. My guess is, though I don't know, they showed up anyway without that. This is an element of being grandiose, which is to say that you can take the things that should be against you and say, actually, I caused that thing to happen. I caused the witnesses to show up. That's my good. I can choose. I can choose my pain. I can choose what happens to me. So elements of grandiosity there. She's in charge of her own trial, which obviously she wouldn't be in charge of at all. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, I'm going to go through three more from the Hare psychopathy checklist, and so you'll have an idea of how many are on there and how to go about checking or talking to someone. I'll put a link below to somewhere you can go find out about that, and there'll be some books and stuff there as well, some links to books. Now, first thing we see again is that shallow affect. There's no emotion there, no emotion at all. Not only because she can't do it, she doesn't know how to do it. And we're going to see later on where she's got confusion between emotions. She's showing one emotion when she should be showing another one. So that's number one, is the shallow affect. The second we see, again, is the grandiose sense of self, whereas she says, wouldn't I have done this right? Wouldn't I have done it the right way? She's assuming we think she's brilliant. And because obviously she thinks she's pretty smart because she knows she would have done it the right way. Well, obviously she wouldn't because she didn't. So she didn't think that out. And Robert Hare says, a psychopath is a cunning, usually intelligent, intraspecies predator. And in this case, we're seeing that, but she's not intelligent. This isn't a very smart person at all. And we're going to see that get worse as this goes along. Another one is the pathological lying that we're seeing. And she just keeps going and going and going. And she adds things on, as you'll see as we go along, to this story as well. There's things she didn't tell in the first part of the story, or when she first got in trouble, that she tells later on when she's in prison and trying to get paroled and telling what the story was. Things like that. So she's adding these things to that. In the first video, we heard her say "I" 6 times. This goes back to that, it's all about her. Everything's about her. It's I, me, nothing about her children. And when her children are mentioned, very small, nothing emotional toward that. And in this case, we're hearing her say I 5 times. That's a lot about her. That's all about her. And when you hear someone talking like that you run into at a bar, and you feel like you've just met this person who is a kindred spirit with you, and you say, oh, this is wonderful, and you get along with them great, and they say, you know what, man, you're awesome. I think you're great. I like what you do. I like you, and I think you're fantastic. And it goes on and keep building you up, and you feel great about that. Well, after you leave there, you'll have this weird feeling like, why don't I feel completely awesome about that? There's something not right here. That's when you go, wait a minute, something's up. When you leave a person that does that and you feel fine and everything's great, that's one thing. But when you go back home and you're sitting there, or you're in your car driving back, or you're sitting at home and you're laying in the bed thinking about it, you think, well, that was fun, but that still makes me feel a little bit odd, because your brain is seeing things, which I've gone through 1,000 times, that you're not really picking up yet. And that weird gut feeling you're getting it's gonna come to you later on when you're in the shower, when you're driving. You're gonna be, there's something not right about that person. That's when it's gonna hit you. So listen to that little feeling. To be safe. If you meet somebody and it seems perfect, but it seems too perfect, it probably is. So be careful with that. Not all people are like that. Not all people are going to be nice to you and say these wonderful things. A lot of them may mean it. But when you leave there and you have that odd feeling, something's just not right, remember, something's just not right. So that's 3 more from the list. They're all but the pathological lying are from what we covered before. So we're getting a pretty good read on her so far from a psychological perspective from the Hare psychopathy checklist. All right, you good?
Hey, Mark, one add to what you said. Hare said that they are capable of sudden burst, shallow and dramatic of emotion, but they are not long lasting and there's no depth. So, Yep.
Yeah. Same thing with histrionic.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the odd part here. We're seeing sort of a combo in a couple of places.
If I had shot my own children, would I not have done a good job of it? Why would I have taken my kids to the hospital? Wouldn't I have made sure they were dead and then cried crocodile tears? That's insane to think that I would do such a thing and then bring the witnesses in against myself. That's crazy. I shot my daughter. My first reaction was to snap back to my childhood, to the pain that had happened to me back then, my marriage, my entrapment by society. This man was bigger than me. He was stronger than me. He had more power because he had a gun. And I stood there and I looked at Christy reaching, and the blood that just kept gushing out of her mouth. What do you do?
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, snap back, and we'll hear that later on. And if that last comment that you were making, Greg, goes in about suddenly being able to peak on emotions, I think that's what we're talking about in this snapback. There is a trigger for her where she will...
Hang on just a second, you guys. Chase, mute your microphone a second. Let's see if that's what's doing this. Okay, start talking again for a second.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Yep.
So, okay, sorry. So it's like we're coming back. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, snap back, and we'll hear that later on. And Greg, to your point around for somebody with antisocial behavioral disorder or psychopathy, then Hare maybe says that there are moments where there will be heightened emotions for very short amounts of time. I think that's what she's talking about when she talks about snapback, where there's a trigger, she loses control, and there might well be some kind of psychotic episode of some sort. Now, what else leads me to that? Well, she targets her eyes. You see those narrow when she's talking about her own pain. We see more anger as well. She talks about childhood, marriage, society, entrapment. Certainly entrapment and society and marriage. We're now talking about a paranoia. Paranoia will often show up, or certainly the idea of all history, personal history and history itself being a battle of power. You see that in others that are probably in Hare's book there around psychopathy, that they've noted their own history or the whole of history as an epic battle of power, a dialectic only between good and bad and the entrapment around that. So it's already pretty extreme here. She tries, I think, to do disgust on the vision of the blood, and she doesn't manage it. And what it does is moves into pleasure. So again, now, is she capable of being disgusted? I don't know. Is she capable of experiencing pleasure? I don't know. Maybe she can, maybe she can't. I'm not going to discount that somebody on this with this mental condition is not going to be able to feel emotions. But she doesn't know which one to do at that point, or in fact, she doesn't know which one we would like to see from her. And this is why it's antisocial. Generally, when you talk about your kids, yeah, and them bleeding to death, it is generally considered bad form to smile at that point. Generally, there may be some outlier situations to this, and that's why I have to say, just because somebody smiles when they're talking about their dead children doesn't mean they're psychopathic at all. Okay? There are some extreme emotions going on, but this is just now further on the list of somebody showing us what society does not want to see at this point. Now, that doesn't mean to say that there aren't situations where it would be applicable, but they tend to be outliers. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you. This whole reaction to snapping back to her childhood, I think, is horrifying. There's no protection of the kids. There's no concern for the kids. There's no emotion. There's only thinking about herself and her suffering. And I believe it's possible that this is true. There's some potentially genuine recall here with her eye movement, which is what I saw. And I think it's likely dissociated or regressed is what happened while she was killing the children. So, or attempting to. So I think there was a dissociative or regressive capacity there. And I think she was potentially being honest about that tiny piece. There is one micro expression of actual disgust here when she says marriage, when she's talking about her marriage. And if you watch this back, it is beautiful. It's a great example. I've saved this clip that Greg carefully tailored for all of us to look at for my training in the future. But she's redirecting the conversation back to victimhood and speaking like the audiobook narrator, where this is memorized and written down. And I think that's actually what happened here. I think that was memorized and written down. She said, I stood there and looked at my daughter. I think that's true. I think she didn't have any concern for the children at all, besides maybe potentially being disgusted by her daughter's blood or just being off-put by having to see the blood. And she finishes up with the classic I-U shift. And if you study linguistics at all, this is called a shift of referential index. Her going from talking about this is my experience and you should probably agree with this too. So she starts using that towards the end. Greg, what do you got up there?
Yeah, I don't see any emotion that has any value anytime she's talking about her children. In fact, the only emotion I see here at all is when she's talking about self. Her emphasis on words when she's talking about self is more powerful. I think she's self-amused. This is an embellishment of her earlier story. I don't think she's self-amused as she pitches out these details. This is why we see a little light in her face. When we first started this show, I said my favorite thing in people is amusement. You see those cheekbones rise. You see the face pull back. You can't miss it. She uses a couple of pretty sophisticated tools here. When she does this iterative storytelling, she does a little bit of a provocative statement to try to get you to ask a question so she can give you the next piece. And apparently the person doesn't bite and she just continues to roll. She's defiant and indignant when she gets to that point where she's talking about my past, and then her eyes narrow at back then. So there's something happened. Clearly we know that something happened to her back then, but all the emphasis is all around her every time. And Chase, I saw exactly what you did. There's real anger at marriage. You can see if you slow this down, her eyes narrow, her jaw clenches. And if I were interrogating her, I'd reach out and touch her and go, it's okay, Diane. I know you're frustrated, and let her then start to spew information, because that's how it would work. She breaks eye contact, rare eye contact at reaching here. We're just talking about her daughter reaching. And Chase, I usually associate downright with emotional accessing. I think it's just eye blocking here. I think she's just breaking eye contact just to get away, to give her a second to think. She says a deep swallow at blood. I expect then to see disgust, grief, sadness, sorrow. Nothing. Flat affect. I think she's powerless. She's frustrated. And I call this one soft and angry, because she's talking in the front of her mouth in that soft kind of way and smiling to try to keep you engaged. That's what I see. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I think you guys all three hit something big. Chase, you nailed it. That lack of responsibility, that's on the checklist. So that's one more to add to that. Complete lack of responsibility. Mark, when it comes to pleasure, they can feel pleasure. They can have that. That's what adrenaline does for them. That's why they always live in big cities. That's why they always go on these dangerous trips. That's why they always do things that are on the edge. They ride motorcycles. That's why they like to fight, because they get pleasure from that adrenaline rush. And it's the only thing they really feel that they get something from is that adrenaline rush. Again, we see here total lack of true emotion, except in those two spots you guys have already covered. And when we're seeing emotions in here, when she's talking about the blood and those things, we're not seeing the correct emotion, because she's confused. She doesn't know what correct emotion to use there, because what she's playing off is things she's seen in movies and on television. When somebody's talking to her saying, oh, the blood, and that's horrible. That's what she's doing there, because she thinks that's the way someone's supposed to act. Because what a psychopath will do, since they don't have any of these emotions, what they'll do is they'll copy other people's emotions, and we're seeing that in here. And she's confused as to where these emotions go in the chain of events that she's talking about there. And they're all wrong. And most of them she has none, and when she does interject them, except for the anger part, it's in the wrong spot, because she doesn't know where to put them. She's confused about that. She doesn't know. Another thing is we could be dealing also with a histrionic personality type here, because she's trying to please everyone as she goes through this too. That's which we'll get into deeper later on as we go through this. But one of the things that denotes that for me anyway, that indicates that could be a possibility, not sure, is because she's trying to please them. She's trying to say things that please them. We're going to see in a couple minutes her trying to do that as well. And paranoid schizophrenia. She has a little bit of that because this story just sounds whacked when she starts talking about things she thought. And I thought this, and I did this. And everything's based on her, Greg. You nailed it. Everything is about her. Again, she's got that grandiose sense of self. Everything is about her, I, me. And when she does talk about something negative, it's how she's the victim in this thing. The callous lack of empathy. That's another one on there. We're seeing 4 of them from the list on here. So keep that in mind as we go through this. We're pointing out all these things, but they all roll back to these points of the Hare psychopathy checklist. And again, you can see that that's in a link below if you want to go check that out, along with some books and stuff. We see that smile when she's talking about blood as well. That's not, like I was talking about earlier, that comes from her seeing someone else imitating that. And some people say, that's duping delight. No, it's not duping delight. She's not duping anybody there. That's not the way duping delight works. And in real life, it may be real delight. She may have gotten pleasure from that because it was an adrenaline rush. So when you see that, don't think it's duping delight. A lot of people will think that, but that's not what's going on there.
I shot my daughter. My first reaction was to snap back to my childhood, to the pain that had happened to me back then, my marriage, my entrapment by society. This man was bigger than me. He was stronger than me. He had more power because he had a gun. And I stood there and I looked at Christy reaching, and the blood that just kept gushing out of her mouth. And what do you do?
Right.
The gun kept firing and firing and firing, and it was monotonous. It just kept going. It was like a slow motion picture. When he swung around, he was pointing, when he swung around, it hit the tips of my fingers. The gun hit the tips of my fingers, and that snapped me. And I went, wait a minute. I'm not trapped by society. I don't care if he is bigger. If I stand here and I say, yeah, here, take the keys. I mean, there's nothing I can do. You win because you have the gun. My kids are going to die. And I'm not going to let my kids die. And so instead of giving him the keys, I feigned throwing the keys.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so in the UK, they have an interrogation technique they call monotonous. And monotonous is you keep asking a question until a person gives up and answers it. This story is starting to sound like that to me. At least she is cognizant of one thing. She knows what monotonous is because all she's doing is boom, 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 boom. Little lilt at the end of everything she says. Again, we got a little bit of an embed here. Her story is all broken. If you listen to the story, something is wrong here. Now you're starting to see it doesn't tie together. And I'll give you a logic test in just a minute. All the actions that have any kind of an accent on them, any kind of stress on the words, are all about her cognitive process. Now, I'm going to tell you that if you have women and men write stories as a generality about something happened to them in an auto accident, women will remember more about how they felt. But they don't usually talk about their cognitive process. And then I thought on Tuesday this could hurt me. No, they say, look, I felt this. I felt fear. I heard noise. They don't go through and say, inside my head, I was thinking back to the time. And she's got this little narrative she's doing now about I was powerless. And no, I wasn't powerless. And all that kind of stuff is taking her further and further from having to talk about shooting her children, the key story here. So let me give you my logic test. I'll leave it at that. The logic test is I've killed one of your children. I've shot 2 others. And now I've shot you in the arm one time. And you pretend like you're throwing your keys away. Well, what do you think I'm going to do about that? I'm going to go look for the keys? Probably not. That's a logic test right there, a simple logic test that a normal human being would say, well, throwing your keys away is going to get you shot. So, no, but she feigned throwing the keys away. And if you watch the video and you go find the one with sound of her doing this, she says she bumps her elbow. She's laughing the whole time, telling how the story went in that video. And she says, that hurts almost as much as when, and she stops. And that's what cued the police. They believe that she was about to say when I shot myself. Scott, what do you got?
All right, I totally agree with you. Again, we're seeing that grandiose sense of self there. Now, when she's talking about this, it goes into a subplot. You're right, Greg. That's what makes me go, maybe we're dealing with schizophrenic here, because they create this whole other world that you've got a story, then you bring this thing out and build another one up here. It's just insane what she's talking about. Obviously. But I mean, that doesn't work with us in a story form, in a story structure, in other words. So she's getting a little bit out of line there. But again, she's confused at what emotions to use, because she's coming on strong there at the first, but it's almost too much for what she's saying. And she ends right with the words is when those emotions ends, and she switches to another one and turns another one on. And when that sentence ends, she switches and turns to another one. So here we're seeing 5 here, actually. We're seeing a grandiose sense of self-worth, glibness. Now, if you watch that video where she's talking to the guy and telling him what happened with the car, you can see her throw her hand out and then start laughing. She's laughing while she's next to the car where her children supposedly got shot by somebody else. Come on. So that's part of being glib. You have it's not that big a deal. Very, very superficial with things that are supposed to be important. That's why Greg and I always kid around and go, are you glib? You can't ask it that way. But you see that and go, holy smokes, I can't believe that's happening. And we see that lack of remorse or guilt. She doesn't feel guilty about this at all. We don't see any of that in there. We're not seeing any kind of structure up in the forehead that tells you, that's in the glabella that tells you she's feeling any sorrow at all, anything bad at all. We're not seeing any of that. And we're seeing the shallow affect. The emotions aren't there. There's no depth to them. There's not much to them. It's just this fake front she's putting on. So I think at this point, nobody's even asking her questions that you would ask to make sure someone's a psychopath. And we're seeing these like 1, 2, we're just clocking them off as we go along. I'm sorry I'm getting so fired up, but it's fantastic study here. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And let me just approach some of these from a different angle. I'll cover some of the stuff maybe that I had. You get a lot of the stuff that I had. The gun kept firing. That's where this starts out. The gun kept firing. Guns don't fire. Humans fire guns. So this is another instance of a vanishing perpetrator. There's any person in the world just about would be talking about the person who's committing the act, not the weapon they were holding. This is similar to somebody saying the knife kept stabbing. It's equally stupid. So we have vanishing perpetrator, there's repetition, but here's the problem with repetition. Innocent people can repeat stuff, but innocent people, here's what they're going to do. They're going to change their pitch or their tone on those repetitions, and it doesn't change here. So I would say this is extremely likely deception if I'm in that room. And I don't know much about this case other than seeing it this morning in our little Dropbox folder, and then like saying, "Holy crap! I got to go look at this on Wikipedia." So that's about all I know. So my first impression here, when she says the gun brushed the ends of her fingers, is this is a way to inject a detail to explain fingerprints on a weapon, or that they might find DNA on a weapon. There may be something else there, but this is this whole thing, like just Scott, like you were just saying, this is a performance that you would see at an elementary school play. With this, like an elementary school, kids put a play together, and there's always this sudden realization moment in the play. Like something happens and then boom, the person has a brand new view of the world because of some small thing that happens. It's exactly what we're seeing. When she's saying you win because you have the gun, her sclera is visible, which is the white part of the eye above the iris, the little colory part. So what we're seeing here is selling a message, and she's not communicating anything that she's experienced. She's lacking any of this matching emotion on her face. There's no sadness, there's no fear, no surprise, or even shame at not being able to protect the kids. And I won't speak for every woman on earth, but I know my mom, I know a lot of moms, and every woman that I've ever met in my life would be hyper-focused on not being able to protect those kids and those babies. And that never comes into it. There's no shame whatsoever there. So I'll finish with a pro tip, if we can. I'm just going to keep hammering that phrase, even though I hate it. A key point for all behavior profiling is asking yourself the question, what is being concealed in this sentence? Not what are they lying about, what subject or what insecurity or what thought is being concealed. Right here, it's the murder. It's the injury of the kids. There's all kinds of stuff being concealed throughout this whole thing. So keep that just in the background of your mind as we're going through this. What's being concealed as we move forward? And we'll do a few more of these as we go forward. And one big one that I think is way out of left field, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. It's an idea I had this morning, and that's coming up in, I think, 2 more clips. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, oh dear, there's not a lot going for her, and I don't think I can improve things for her very much. So I can only, there's just nothing going right for her here. It's full of structure and full of actually quite good rhetorical structure. So that's a bit of a problem, because it sounds like rather than telling the story, she's constructing the story. So we get firing and firing and firing. That's a beautiful piece of rule of 3, simple rule of 3 rhetoric. So already quite romantic, because it has an aesthetic to it. Most stories don't have that kind of level of aesthetic to them. Chase, the gun was firing and firing and firing. And you know what? It kept going, apparently. I don't know what happened to the person firing that gun, but the gun, just kept on going. So even more to your point there of there is no perpetrator on the other end of this gun. It seems to rule itself right now. Monotonous, like a slow motion picture. So we've got a simile there, very descriptive, and again, super romantic. The slow motion element is where you really, even in quite a violent film, the slow motion element is where you romanticize the violence, so that the audience can actually engage with it and watch it and actually enjoy it. Remember, films are for enjoyment, and films are full of violence and people getting shot. And so you have to create an aesthetic around it so people can enjoy it and get into it. So she makes it a slow motion movie for us, slow motion picture. Okay, so yes, the gun hits the tip of her fingers, like what you're saying there, Chase, about that's a great excuse for why the fingerprints are on there. And you know what? That snapped me, she says. That snapped me. Well, I don't know whether that was the thing that snapped her, but certainly something snapped her. And so I think we are back into the idea here of stuff will happen and there is a psychotic episode that will erupt out of that. Basically, I think conflict causes the snapback, and there must have been some form of conflict before this event which caused this episode of extreme violence. Many of the things that we're talking about, so for example, glibness, like it's okay to be glib. If you're glib now and again, that's totally fine. If you've got a friend and they keep being glib, doesn't mean they're a psychopath. It's about being glib in the place where society says it's okay to be glib. And on the whole, when you're taking a reporter or a police officer through how the shooting of your kids went out, it's generally considered bad form, bad mother, bad member of society to be glib at that point. Though on its own, people do all kinds of weird stuff when they're under extreme stress and pressure. And that's why we have to look for clusters of this and a fuller story. Just because somebody was glib at the funeral doesn't mean they topped them, okay? Just so you know, that doesn't mean anything. I've seen people do all kinds of odd stuff at funerals.
The gun kept firing and firing and firing, and it was monotonous. It just kept going. It was like a slow motion picture. When he swung around, he was pointing. When he swung around, it hit the tips of my fingers. The gun hit the tips of my fingers, and that snapped me. And I went, wait a minute. I'm not trapped by society. I don't care if he is bigger. If I stand here and I say, yeah, here, take the keys. I mean, there's nothing I can do. You win because you have the gun. My kids are going to die. And I'm not going to let my kids die. And so instead of giving him the keys, I feigned throwing the keys. But at night, when I close my eyes, I can see Christy reaching her hand out to me while I'm driving. And the blood just keep coming out of her mouth. And that, maybe it'll fade too with time, but I don't think so. That haunts me the most.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
I think her entire persona is a mosaic of collected expressions and behaviors and one-liners from Murder, She Wrote, Matlock, Perry Mason, and those other TV shows. And I'm not kidding, because this is what a psychopath does to learn behaviors and learn responses and learn sentences and sentence fragments and how to sound like you get along with people. And we're hearing a lot of this stuff. One thing I wanted to do today, I didn't have time, I'm sorry. I wanted to take her script and run it through an AI of the script of all those TV shows, because I'm willing to bet some of that stuff matches up with something she heard in a show, or many things that she heard in a show. But this is probably something that she does genuinely think about or not. And notice there's no haunting imagery of the children being hurt, which I think would dominate the memory of any mother on planet Earth. It's her being uncomfortable about seeing the blood. And at the end, her smile, in my opinion, and Scott, you called on me first. I'm sure somebody's going to disagree, and I welcome it. I think it's likely a result of her seeing the emotional effect of what she said on the interviewer. I think that's why there's a time gap there.
Dude, the last thing I've got on there, dang it, you got me on that one.
Good catch.
Thanks.
Son of a gun. Okay, I was so psyched for that one, man. I was like, that's why I said, I think I've got the thing here. Shoot.
Sorry, man.
No, it's okay. That's a good one, though.
Oh, that makes me feel good, you know, that we got something similar. But that's all I got for this one. Scott, what do you think?
Well,
not that it matters now.
Yeah, I was going to say, does it matter what I think
That's
now?
the best one of the whole thing. So,
I got at the bottom too. I was like,
I'm not even listening.
Oh,
it's about the
man,
stuff.
I was so ready for that. Okay, again, this one's all about her. It's in 17 seconds. She says I, me, and my 8 times. That's a lot. That's a whole lot when it's all about you. Or when you're talking about anything, you'd be talking about turtles. You talk about turtles 8 times in 17 seconds. That's a lot, you know. So again, we're seeing confusion with the emotion to display here. And not just the emotion, but the expressions she shows as well. Everything is odd here. Everything, the reason you feel like it's odd and then it gets weird and that smile comes up at the end, it's so odd. It's going down one road and it just totally goes to another one. So these emotions she's doing, like I was saying earlier, and Chase just brought up, she's seeing those in TV shows and movies, and she's showing you what she's learned from those. So, and apparently she doesn't have a whole lot of friends, because these are actually, I agree with you, Chase, I think from TV and movies. And when the few people that have interacted with her, I don't mean like 2 or 3, I just don't think she's a very social person, having antisocial personality disorder. I think she's just getting it from movies and stuff. So I think that's where we're seeing that. Again, that I'm going back to a touch of histrionic personality here, because those emotions change so quickly in there. They just flip. They get really big and then really small, really big and really small. And when you go from at the end of a sentence, one emotion ends, like I was saying earlier, and then you start another one, a completely different emotion as the next one begins, something's up there. Something's not right. You totally nailed. I had a big speech going for this last thing there too, Chase. Dang it. So anyway, I agree with you 100%, Chase. I think at the end there, but that's part of a histrionic personality as well, trying to make sure everything's cool and trying to make sure that girl likes her. But see, there's that space there where nothing's happening. She's not talking. So her brain just goes blank, and then she thinks to smile, because I'm sure that woman has a horrified look on her face as she's saying all these things, as anybody would be like, to not be doing that would just be so tough not to be doing that. When somebody's talking about all that stuff, you just feel weird. So she sees that woman being uncomfortable, and she's trying to make everything okay, make sure it's cool. One thing we're seeing here as well, one thing is the psychopathic stare is what I usually call it, but you usually see that from across the room. If you're in a bar, you're at a party, and some person keeps looking at you, and you look away, and you come back, and they're still looking at you, and you like take a drink of something and turn back around, they're still looking at you. And you think, this person's connecting with me. No, they're not. No, they're not. A lot of times what that is the psychopath does that because they don't know it's weird to keep looking at you like that. They don't get that weird feeling in there that after 2 seconds of looking you in the eye, they should look away, or 3 seconds, whatever it is. So they keep looking at you. and they keep staring at you. And what was that girl, the woman that was that we did, and she smiled all the time and talked real low? What's her name? Elizabeth Holmes. She did that a lot. She was trying to pull off the psychopathic stare, but I don't think she understood why that happened. I think I explained it in that show. But that's what we're seeing there. A lot of times she just locks eyes because she doesn't know when to look away, because she doesn't understand that it makes other people comfortable, because nobody ever says that. Nobody ever says this. This may be the first time you've heard this. Somebody say, it's really weird when somebody keeps looking at you like that, and here's why. So I think that's what's happening there. I think we're seeing a lot of that, and she doesn't break eye contact because she doesn't know to. It's even looking on here when I look at you guys, and I see you look at the camera, and I look away sometimes because I feel like you're looking right at me. It's just weird. I know we all do that because I watch everybody as you all do too. But that's what lacks in that, is that being able to break eye contact and be comfortable doing that. So I agree with you, Chase. Dang it, down there at the end, that smile, that's why it's weird. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so, always check out for that stare, though, because I was once with somebody and they said to me, hey, see that person over there staring at me? What do you reckon to that? Do you reckon they're a bit odd? And I was like, just remind me who you are again. Well, they were one of the most famous people on TV at the time. So you've always got to remind, sometimes you're part of the problem. Sometimes you there's a very good reason why people are staring at you. So just because somebody's staring at you doesn't mean that they're psychopathic. There's many other elements in there. Now, are psychopaths good liars? Well, this one isn't particularly, is she? So there's your evidence. She can't really even sustain that dramatic element that she's trying to get there, doing as good a job as she can. It's not too bad of being super dramatic. She's helped in this particular clip because she's got a really dramatic cello playing. I don't know where that cellist is, somewhere in the room. I'd be like, man, I'm trying to tell my story. Can you shut up with your cello? There's a cellist in the room there, adding the drama to it. But she can't even sustain it. She has to break and deliver and make a change and cut the tension of it for herself. So really interesting there. So again, I want to reiterate, there's many things that may or may not be feelings that are happening there. And the main point is it's antisocial behavioral disorder because they aren't the feelings that we, the majority of us, would expect to have at that point. And because of that, that's why the DSM over time changes, because society changes. Our idea of how somebody should act changes. She's a collection of ideas about human beings. Look, she's got that Diana haircut. Now, is that because she's being grandiose and going, hey, I'm the most famous woman on the planet? Is that grandiosity? Everybody had a Lady Diana haircut. I had a Lady Diana haircut at that time, I'm pretty sure. Like, everybody had that haircut. So you can't, just because somebody has a grandiose haircut now, it's like, well, who she thinks she is, looking like Lady Diana, doesn't mean you got to look at the time and go, well, what was everybody doing at the time? Nonetheless, all of that said, I'm only trying to, take up space because everybody knows by now she's pretty bad. And all we can really learn from this is, how would we spot somebody else that's bad like that? Well, on the whole, you're never going to come into contact with people who are bad like that. They're pretty rare, which is a fantastic thing. And so most of the time, if you're in a place where you know where the exits are, you've maybe got some friends with you, you're feeling pretty confident, you've got resource around you, you've got your phone with you, you don't need to worry if somebody's staring at you. Now, if you're on your own and you don't have resource around you, time to arm up and get yourself out of that situation, I would say. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah. So let's forget everything we've told you about her being a psychopath. This woman who is interviewing her's name is Ann Jaeger. And if you do nothing else, watch her body language. She shows apparent emotion. There's slight disgust maybe in her face. Her brows point to the center, and that we know is sorrow. There's concern and her face is rigid. Well, we would think our little princess sitting across might pick up on that and think, hey, what's wrong with me? Why am I not making her happy or feel sorry for me or something else? And you would think she would change her tone. To your point, Chase, maybe she's enjoying it. Maybe she just can't see what's normal in a person when she's looking at her. And that's the reason she just keeps talking about blood. And she does it with all the passion of that I'm ironing my socks thing again. If you ever watch the movie, I'll go back to my favorite movie, Forrest Gump. Bubba Gump telling about the shrimp, and then there's shrimp scampi and shrimp this and sweet and sour shrimp. She's got all the passion of that as she tells this story. She's just loping along, and she gets right on past it. And then she does this smile. I think the smile is because she's in front of the camera. She's in front of somebody. I think this goes back to the grandiosity of personality, and this is her moment in the limelight. She's told them that she was frustrated. Now she's getting the chance to say this. I think we're just seeing more of that same lack of person inside there, and I'll just leave it at that.
But at night, when I close my eyes, I can see Christy reaching her hand out to me while I'm driving, and the blood just keep coming out of her mouth. And that, maybe it'll fade too with time, but I don't think so. That haunts me the most. I got pregnant because I miss Christy, and I miss Danny, and I miss Cheryl so much. I'm never going to see Cheryl on Earth again. And you can't replace children, but you can replace the effect that they give you. And they give me love, they give me satisfaction, they give me stability, they give me a reason to live and a reason to be happy, and that's gone. They took it from me. But children are so easy to conceive.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is one of my favorites. It's the darkest thing I've ever seen come out of a single human being's mouth. I mean, there's some pretty horrible things going on. This would be funny if it were not so horrific. But, so we talk about Hare. I've got a little short list here of things that she demonstrates in a short sentence. Glib and superficial behavior, lack of remorse, lack of empathy, shallow emotion, and promiscuity. We don't have to ask. I just make babies because I have a uterus. Okay, cool. Not only that, but I like babies because they make me feel good. I like babies because they're kind of like dolls. What they do for me, there's not a single thing in there about emotional attachment. They give her love. I didn't hear anything about her giving them love. Everything they give her. And the worst part of the whole thing is she is self-amused. She's so unaware that she's not a human being that she just rattles this stuff off as if she's in a therapy session and trying to get help. There's real joy in her face. And I don't think there's anything that you can get that's darker than this right here. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, absolutely. There is delight and satisfaction. So, if the idea is there is no emotion from a psychopath, delight and satisfaction are feelings. And she does have delight and satisfaction. She is delighted by the idea of give me. She says that twice, give me. And there's an eye flash on it. The eyes open right up. So great feeling for her on that. There's an eye roll on Cheryl. So she is dismissive of that child in particular. Children are there to serve her feelings, and that's her reasoning around that. They are a commodity for her satisfaction. Now, again, that is antisocial. Now, you may find people in your life who may say something of that now and again, but all of this rolled into one, we're seeing something really quite different and extreme. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. She has no idea how bizarre this is. You can see it on her. She has no clue. This is like the weirdest, oddest thing. This, and you're right, Greg, this is dark, man. She's talking about little children like they're toys and dolls. That's out there. That's bizarre. She's showing glib and superficial charm, talks about promiscuous behavior. That's what's going on here. She's displaying the wrong emotions for what's happening here. She shouldn't be talking about. And she talks about, I won't see her on earth again. Like we believe she's religious, like she's some religious person. I think that's her way to sprinkle that in there because she's heard people say that before. So that's why that's another reason she's putting that in there. She's got a need for stimulation. Now that's because she's prone to boredom. That's another thing on the Hare checklist. We've got 4 of them in this little group here. So she wants children to entertain herself with. That is crazy for that. And the irresponsibility that she's showing here by saying that, and by the way the way she views children. I think this says it all right here about her, or most of it anyway. But I agree, Greg. That's some dark stuff there. Chase, what do you got?
Let's just do it. Since you guys are jumping all over this psychopathy, I'm just going to do a linguistics analysis here. You're saying I got pregnant, not we decided or I chose to have a baby. This is weird self-focus, not just self-focus. I think the science term for this is super duper weird self-focus with no regard for the child, no regard for who the father of that child is. And she describes children how people describe service animals or people describe drugs on a pharmaceutical commercial. Like if you're watching a commercial for like some diabetes medication or something. That's how she describes kids. When she uses the words, that's gone, when this clip comes back on, when she's saying that's gone, she's talking about her own children. Secondarily, she uses the words, they took it from me. And what does it mean? That's her kids. It is her group of kids. And there's a vanishing perpetrator here. There's distancing language. It's really bad. But this whole thing about children are so easily conceived, even if she was talking about like losing a dog and just not a big deal, I can go back to the SPCA and get another one, even that would be horrifying to hear. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen in all of our videos. And no joke, this morning I took a break after watching this video and spent 10 minutes watching baby animal videos. Not joking. Just to get my mind back into a good place. That's all I've got.
I got pregnant because I miss Christy and I miss Danny and I miss Cheryl so much. I'm never going to see Cheryl on earth again. And you can't replace children, but you can replace the effect that they give you. And they give me love, they give me satisfaction, they give me stability, they give me a reason to live and a reason to be happy. And that's gone, they took it from me. But children are so easy to conceive.
2 years' time, I had 10 separate lovers. 2 years. That's not very many. And less than half of them were married.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so look, 10, I don't know who you are out there, 10 in 2 years, maybe many might not be enough, maybe too little, that some are married and some are not. I don't know. I don't know what your society thinks is applicable. And that's why you can't necessarily judge people as being psychopathic simply based on what people will term promiscuity. Because with promiscuity, there's a sense of, well, is this a feature of the antisocial behavioral disorder? Is it a consequence of it, or is it unrelated? Let's just take the attitude that it might be a consequence, because what it comes down to is, can this person hold substantial relationships for any length of time? We look at the rest of her life and we go, well, it's quite possible she doesn't hold a substantial relationship with her kids for very long because she ends up shooting them. It's possible, therefore, that another consequence of not being able to hold down relationships is she has, a number of partners in a short amount of time. For some out there, but not all. And that's why if you see somebody and you think, I think they're a bit promiscuous, I think they might be psychopathic, well, possibly not, something in between. That's the nature of an antisocial behavior disorder. It's on a spectrum, and it depends what part of society you're part of as to where you'll fit in with that. But an interesting talking point. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right, sorry about that. Okay, I'll make this very short. We got 4 of them on here. Being promiscuous behavior, that's on the checklist. Impulsive, she has to be impulsive to be doing all that. Many short-term relationships, that's a biggie on the checklist. And then being irresponsible. That is, and just flippant about the whole thing, like it's nothing. She doesn't understand what's wrong with what she's saying, how odd that seems to be in a normal social situation. So that knocks out 4 of them right there. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I think you got to take into account the audience, and she's sitting across from somebody and looking at his face, and she doesn't see that he's shocked by it. The interesting piece for me is culture is everything. Mark, you hit it dead on. You know, in my military days 30 years ago, the culture is very different than in my world I live in now. And plus, you know, so world is very different. Depends on who you're talking to. We always have these running jokes about the way people talk. A lot of it's related to military. But what's interesting with her here is the only place she does any real emphatic is when she said only half were married. Her voice is very emphatic, only half were married. Okay, well, she knows that people are upset about it, and yet she continues to drive it. The biggest part of this whole thing is lack of any understanding of how other people perceive her. Chase, what do you got?
I'm just going to skip over this really quick, and this is the part where I'm just going to drop my crazy theory that I mentioned at the beginning of this. So stay with me. I think she has an innate capacity for what most people might first assume to be compartmentalization. And in my opinion, she has become a psycho-level expert at relabeling. So she has the ability to relabel or redefine her own memory and her behavior to mean anything that she wants. And I think here's the interesting part here. I think she does this on paper, and I actually mean that she does this whole process of rewiring what she believes and feels about stuff on paper. I'm willing to bet she's got journals and notebooks around her house, probably her jail cell now, that she processes and then relabels her memories and behaviors by writing it down. And I think she looks at it, kind of tilts her head back and forth and analyzes this new belief that she wants for herself, this new reality that she manufactured. And I'm talking like a Post-it note, not some big drawn out novel. But then she instantly adopts this new belief about herself and what she's done. And I think this is why that we're seeing her speak this way. She's absorbed a lot of her personality from TV. And what we're hearing here, the way that these words are jumbled and scripted and kind of choppy, it's exactly 100% like reading a screenplay. Because John comes in, door opens, someone gets mad. It's like reading the step-by-step of a screenplay. And I think she processes data this way, and I think that's what we're actually seeing here. Totally unrelated to this video.
2 years' time, I had 10 separate lovers. 2 years. That's not very many, and less than half of them were married. It wasn't an intentional lie, though. I didn't sit there. But you changed your story. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I agree. I mean, you know, you've heard it. It's obvious.
Doesn't that make it seem kind of tough to believe what you're saying? If you change your story 2 months after the shooting?
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not saying that you have to believe me. I'm not saying that anybody has to believe me. But I know within myself, I can sit here with a clear conscience and know that I did not shoot my kids.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, she shows real confusion at why this is happening to her. I don't think she understands why the guy's asking her these questions. And then she does the glib and superficial behavior thing, like, yeah, I lied. And then she tries a really, really lame attempt at what I call the matador. I'm going to turn and let the bull go by, but she's too dumb to do it. And then she starts to get into a bind. She uses her forehead to browbeat as she's saying, you know. And then you see the self-amusement in her face, but she actually shows signs of real stress. Her blink rate increases. She tries to talk her way out of it. And I think she's frying circuits. I think she's just running out of runway here. And then you see her break her eye contact down to the right. Here again, I don't think that breaking eye contact is emotional eye accessing. I think it's just getting away. And I think she's learned to break eye contact in prison, because you might be a psychopath, but there's a lot worse than you standing around. You shot your kids. They might have cut up, you know, who knows who. So you learn to behave differently. Chase, what do you got?
I think this whole thing is a great example of her relabeling all of her abilities. It's the first time we see some good emotional accessing, but it's when she's being called out, all the emotions about her. And if you are being honest, you should say that people should believe you. You should say that people have to believe you, because this is the truth. And just breaking down her statement, she says, I can sit here, which is removal, then kids. There's no mention of name. And she says did not, which is a non-contraction. There's also a vanishing perpetrator completely. This perpetrator doesn't even exist in hardly less than 5% of what's going on here, when it would take up 95% of a truth teller's story who went through an ordeal like she's describing. Then she says, I did not do it. Think about this for just a second. If you watched a crime get committed, you wouldn't deny doing it. You would say who did it. There's a big difference. The phrase, I did not do it, means you don't know who did, or you have no idea how it happened. About 100% of truthful people will be redirecting most questions back to the perpetrator, not a denial. It will redirect back to the perpetrator. And that's all I got. Scott?
All right. This is really interesting for me because I believe beyond a shadow of a doubt, I put all my chips on, we're looking at a psychopath here. However, when you corner a psychopath or even a hardcore narcissist or a clinical narcissist, let's say, they're going to get mad when you start telling them that they're busted, that they did something wrong. You messed up. You changed your story. You did this. They're going to get a little bit angry, sometimes more than a little bit angry with you. And in this case, she doesn't do it. She backs down. That's why I think the histrionic part comes in here, because she's trying to make everything okay with this guy, which is bizarre for me to see that with that personality type, trying to make everything okay, trying to smooth things out. I can understand it if you're in the middle of it at the first and you're trying to say, oh, wait, you're trying to structure your story, but you're doing it on the fly. That can happen. But in this case, she's had years to think about it. She's had years sitting in there by herself and to think about her story and all that. And then that happens. So that's really odd for me. That's why I think that we're dealing with the histrionic personality type as well. That's what I got. So she should be defending her ego, but she really isn't. What are you going to say, Greg?
She's flirting with him. Pay attention to it. She's flirting with him.
You think so?
Yes.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Sure.
I wouldn't doubt at that point.
For sure.
From that personality type. All right. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so she doesn't understand, I think, the social gravity of the situation. She is not conscientious of it. She doesn't quite fully understand the gravity of what she has done. I mean, she understands she's in the clink and, she's incarcerated, but she doesn't understand within a social context why this should be so bad. So to the point of the book that Scott and Greg both have with them there, she is without conscience. She is without a conscientiousness. And therefore, what you'll notice is in a while when we see her in front of a parole board is she is not reformable, because she is never going to understand. She understands what happens. She understands what she did, but she doesn't understand what that means to the rest of us. Zero idea of what that means to the rest of us. And therefore, you can't trust her. You can't trust her out there. You have to incarcerate her if that's, the highest extent that you're going to go to. You have to incarcerate her, irreformable. And therefore, we're going to see in a moment the parole board are not having it, and they're never going to have it. There are some reformable people out there. She's not one of them.
It wasn't an intentional lie, though. I didn't sit there.
But you changed your story.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I agree. I mean, you've heard it. It's obvious.
Doesn't that make it seem kind of tough to believe what you're saying? If you change your story 2 months after the shooting?
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not saying that you have to believe me. I'm not saying that anybody has to believe me. But I know within myself, I can sit here with a clear conscience and know that I did not shoot my kids.
I told law enforcement that this was done by two men with ski masks.
This is what somebody told me. How do I explain this? After my children and I were attacked, the police kept saying, Diane, you must have lapses in your memory because there's holes in this you could drive a semi-truck through. None of this makes sense. You're forgetting something. I believed, because I'd never had any dealings with authorities, and I believed the authorities, and so I thought they did. that I had lapses of memory. I can't tell you how the towel got around my arm, so I know from my own personal experience that I did have at least that much of a lapse of memory. I don't know how the towel got around my arm. So when I would have, when people would call me up and people would say, I know so-and-so and he said such and such. I have another guy would call and say, I have a neighbor and he has a car that just looks just like that and he's been talking. These kinds of things were being said to me either by phone. People would stop me on my mail route. I worked in Cottage Grove and people would drive all the way to Cottage Grove just to meet me on my mail route and tell me these kinds of things. So I would call the police, or I would go to the police and I would say, this is what's being told to me. Those are the kinds of things they would say that I changed my story. I wasn't changing my story. I was trying to help. The police kept saying I had lapses of memory. People were calling me and telling me things that I thought, well, maybe this is what happened that I don't know. And so I would tell the police, believing that I was helping them investigate. They didn't tell anybody that these are reports, that I was giving them reports from other people. They would simply say, Diane came in and said such and such. The one about the ski mask was dreams that I was having, and they kept saying, well, maybe you forgot something. So when I would have a dream and I would wake up, I would think, well, maybe that's what I would forget. And so the ski mask story, I didn't tell the police. I was talking to somebody on the phone, and I was I was sharing this dream, this thought with somebody, trying to understand in the same way that you would talk to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, so that you can, because if you talk, maybe you can reach something, maybe you can find something that's inside you that's locked off. And so I was sharing this with somebody else, and the police were tape recording those phone calls and then said, oh, there she goes, she changed her story. And that wasn't it, and they know that wasn't it.
Chase, what do you got?
First, it's the ski masks were what somebody told her, and then it was part of a dream that we see in here. But she uses the word attacked, which is super weird. Nobody who watched that happen to their children would use the word attacked. They would use all kinds of very descriptive words to talk about it. But I think it's interesting. She wants to include herself in the victims, in the list of victims. And I think that's why she says that. There's no mention of killing or shooting or death at all. And in the very beginning of this clip, this is not steepling, according to me. One of you guys may disagree. But I think there's a lot of internet experts out there who are going to tell you that what you're seeing there is some kind of steepling. It's not. I'll let one of you guys break that down. But I think this might be a fear response. I'll just leave it at that. But she continues to redirect towards this victimhood. But the biggest thing here, when she's talking about her dreams, she said, I would wake up and maybe that's what I would forget. But she's talking about one thing.
Sounds like Spidey.
What's that?
Sounds like Spidey was going, I can't remember if I forgot to remember to forget. Where he's talking to that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But it's one data point, not what you would forget. It's what you did forget. To me, this is a huge red flag, on fire and on steroids at the same time. Incredible red flag, biggest one of the whole thing. But one question I want you to, if you're watching this with a pen and paper, write it down. How comfortable is this person that I'm speaking to with unknown information versus ambiguity? And let me just give you two quick scenarios. A truthful person should, if there's unknown information, they should be comfortable, confident, and direct. If there's ambiguity, they should be uncomfortable, confident, and direct. Truthful people do enjoy introducing or injecting deliberately ambiguity into anything. So if ambiguity is uncomfortable for truthful people, it's also something they will never deliberately introduce into the scenario. They are uncomfortable with ambiguity and comfortable with inaccurate stuff and lapses of memories or something being inaccurate. That's okay. Ambiguity is not. We see she hauls in an 18-wheeler full of ambiguity and just dumps a pile of it onto everything that we're seeing here. And that's all I got for that one. Greg, what do you think?
Yeah, she starts off with an oops moment. she pauses, uncharacteristic of her. She pauses, and then those hands come up. Now, Scott, you probably have a name for that, but that's mercy. That is mercy. That is mercy all day. She's barriering and she's pressing on her hands, so it's sacred space. She's adapting energy and doing this. She goes into a kind of an internal voice to try to figure out what to say. And then she does one of my favorite things that you haven't seen on this show yet. When you pressure someone in an interrogation and you really are climbing all over them, they'll finish a sentence and there will be extra words at the end. I say it's like editing an email and forgetting to take all the garbage out at the end. And the more pressure you put on someone and the less storage capacity they have in their little brains, the more liable they are to. And she does that when she says, I thought they did. And then she's like, what the hell did that mean? And she knows it and she tries to fix it. That's a really good indicator that she's trying to rifle through this. And then she goes into, listen to that cadence, pitch, and tone. And a lot of you are going to say, oh, I know what this is. It's chaff and redirect. No, this is a filibuster. Chaff and redirect has a purpose, trying to get somebody to pick it up. She's just doing what senators do when they're trying to kill a bill, reading from the phone book. If I put enough information out there, maybe they'll just leave me alone and I can go away. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. Look, I've met some more dangerous people than her. I would not want to be, I would rather be in a cell with them than her. She's going to talk like that. Like, that would do my head in. That would absolutely do me. Like, that is extraordinary. And by the way, this is her at her best. Okay. This is her explaining at the top of her capacity, I would say. And here's why. And I think it's to do with what many people might go, okay, I think that's steepling. What that is for me is she's bringing her hands in symmetry down her wheel plane, which means she's focusing her mind. She literally goes, hang on, how do I explain this? Good question. How do you explain this? And she musters both hemispheres down the center and goes, right, I'm going to give this my best shot. And what you're hearing from her right now is her best shot at an explanation. And it is utterly incoherent. And it goes on and on and on. And it gets no more sensible. It just drifts off into non sequiturs and things that simply don't matter. I mean, she even starts to illustrate quite well, but after a while she can't support them. You see that she'll start to illustrate and then it loses buoyancy, and she musters her best energy again and tries to get her idea out and it loses buoyancy. Utterly incoherent. That is a nightmare to be around that, I would suggest. Scott, what do you think?
I just realized I look like I'm watching one of those Hallmark Christmas movies, just sitting back here like,
You need more knit. You need bigger knitwear.
Oh, that's true too. That's true too. Anyway, I've seen this before, and I think what we're seeing, and this is horrible. It's a beginning of dementia. She's old enough to be in that situation, and that just talking and talking and talking and thinking about all the things that she's used to put in her story, or different kinds of things that would come up for her story to put in there. I think that's what's happening. And she can't shut up. I think she just keeps talking. That's 2 minutes for her just, answering a simple question. And there's no answer in there. It's just talking and talking. And I never felt sorry for her. I don't. But that was kind of sad for me to see, to realize what was happening there, because she just keeps talking and it keeps going off on these weird jags and coming around and bringing it back around. So I think, to me, that's what it looks like's happening. I think we're seeing a little cognitive decline, a little more than a little bit of cognitive decline there.
You told law enforcement that this was done by two men with ski masks?
This is what somebody told me. How do I explain this? After my children and I were attacked, the police kept saying, Diane, you must have lapses in your memory because there's holes in this you could drive a semi-truck through. None of this makes sense. You're forgetting something. I believed, because I'd never had any dealings with authorities, and I believed the authorities, and so I thought they did, that I had lapses of memory. I can't tell you how the towel got around my arm, so I know from my own personal experience that I did have at least that much of a lapse of memory. I don't know how the towel got around my arm. So when I would have, when people would call me up and people would say,
I know so-and-so and he said such and such. I have another guy would call and say, I have a neighbor and he has a car that just looks just like that and he's been talking. These kinds of things were being said to me either by phone. People would stop me on my mail route. I worked in Cottage Grove and people would drive all the way to Cottage Grove just to meet me on my mail route and tell me these kinds of things. So I would call the police, or I would go to the police and I would say, this is what's being told to me. Those are the kinds of things they would say that I changed my story. I wasn't changing my story. I was trying to help. The police kept saying I had lapses of memory. People were calling me and telling me things that I thought, well, maybe this is what happened that I don't know. And so I would tell the police, believing that I was helping them investigate. They didn't tell anybody that these are reports, that I was giving them reports from other people. They would simply say, Diane came in and said such and such. The one about the ski mask was dreams that I was having. And they kept saying, well, maybe you forgot something. So when I would have a dream and I would wake up, I would think, well, maybe that's what I would forget. And so the ski mask story, I didn't tell the police. I was talking to somebody on the phone, and I was I was sharing this dream, this thought with somebody, trying to understand in the same way that you would talk to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, so that you can, because if you talk, maybe you can reach something, maybe you can find something that's inside you that's locked off. And so I was sharing this with somebody else. And the police were tape recording those phone calls and then said, oh, there she goes. She changed her story. And that wasn't it. And they know that wasn't it.
Let's throw around the room and everybody say what they think's happening here. And we'll start with Mark, Chase, Greg, and I'll wrap it up.
Yeah, nothing to look at here. It's just quite extreme. It's just quite extreme. It's a little bit self-explanatory, I think. You don't need to know what I think about it. You need to know what you think about it, and how you're going to react if you see any of those. Is the chicken come, Scott?
Yeah.
Chicken come?
Sorry, man.
No, I mean,
yeah.
don't let me get in the way.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, don't let me get in the way.
I'll be
It's all right. You've only got a genius in the room. That's all. It's all right.
I'm sorry. It's Hot Chicken Tuesday.
No, I mean, don't let. No, it's just,
running late.
No problem. I can't compete with the chicken. Chase, what do you got?
I think this is a great example of a person who, I'm going back to it, is deeply affected and learned to live through television because there's a lack of friends, a lack of social development. So Perry Mason, The Murder, She Wrote, The Columbos, maybe she didn't watch Columbo. She might have done a better job. But a lot of those TV shows, we're hearing those weird one-liners that sound like script writing, and it's great. And this last video is a wonderful example of how effective statements are versus questions, because they didn't really ask her about what she was talking about at all. That's all that information came from that. So it's a great video, great for training. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is not a normal human being, but has the capability to make children and use that capability to the detriment of those children 4 times, and saw them as nothing more than toys. Guys, she's in the right place, even if to stop her from making more babies, and that was the only reason you put her away. That's the right answer. This person showed no remorse, showed glib and superficial behavior. We can run down the list and check all those off, but Hare already did it for us when he put her in the book on page 4 between Ramirez and Bundy. Good location. Scott, what do you got?
All right, I really like this one because it's not a classic narcissist, because this is so overdone. It's like one all wound up on 10. It's a great example of one, and there were 11 that she covered in this. 11 right out of 11 items from the Hare psychopathy checklist. Let's go down them real quick. We had shallow affect, the callous lack of empathy, a lack of remorse or guilt, grandiose sense of self, glib and superficial charm, promiscuous behavior, the need for stimulation because he's bored, irresponsibility, pathological lying, being impulsive, and many short-term relationships. And that's 11 out of the 20 that are on there. And again, there'll be a link in the bottom down here if you want to go find out what the rest of those are and how they work into the psychopathy checklist. All right, now we've left a little something for you here at the end, a little gift. And it's, you watch it and you tell us in the comments what you think is going on here. And we'll check it out. We actually do get into the comments and read those, so we'll get a look at that.
You did not commit these murders? Or the murder and the other crimes you were convicted of?
Absolutely. I didn't commit them, and I still maintain my innocence. Somebody in the road flagged us down. I stopped and got out of my car, and he said something to the effect of, "I want your car." And I laughed at him. And I said, "You've got to be kidding." Because in my mind, those kinds of things don't happen. In Arizona, those things don't happen. I don't know about Oregon, but in Arizona, those things don't happen. And so he jumped into the car, leaned into the car, and started firing the weapon. And it happened so quickly that by the time he stood up and faced me, it was over. I mean, it was just that fast. He said something about the car again, and I struggled with him. The gun discharged. He fell back. I jumped in the car, put the keys in the ignition, and took off. The car door shut by itself. That's it. And I went to the hospital. Christy and Danny were in the back seat. When we got to the hospital, they were still crying. The nurses reported that they were still crying. The state says that I was the one that shot them and that I wanted them dead. If that was the case, I would not have taken them to the hospital still crying. There are so many other ways to accomplish such a horrific deed if I was going to do it. I'm certainly bright enough to figure out another way besides some way that looks so absolutely insane and hokey that nobody would believe it. I'm not dumb.
All right, fellas, I think this was a good one, and we'll see you next time.
See you.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, because if you go black, red, as well, so they won't see the two red ones in a row.
Yeah.
Nobody said anything yet, so about the pins. Oh, no. Oh, I see what you're saying. Do it like that. I just caught that.
If you get it timed to right, yeah.
I have to go like that.
Yeah, you got to get it exact where it looks goofy.
Yeah. I think it would look goofy no matter what.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, just this, it works good enough to just go, okay, Chase, your turn. Yeah.
All right, we've been goofing around for 45 minutes. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I'm Scott Rouse. I'm a body language expert and analyst, and I train law enforcement in the military in interrogation and body language.
All right, I'm ready.
That's what I'm doing.
All right, here we go. I'm Scott Rouse. I'm a body language expert and analyst. I train law enforcement in the military in interrogation and body language. And I created the #1 online body language course, bodylanguagetactics.com, with Greg Hartley. Mark?
I'm Mark Bowden. I'm an expert in human behavior and body language, help people all over the world to stand out, win trust, gain credibility every time they communicate, including some of the leaders of the G7. Chase.
I am Chase Hughes, did 20 years in the U.S. military. I am a behavior scientist, behavior expert. I teach influence, persuasion, and behavior profiling to government agencies and everyday folks like you. Greg?
Greg Hartley. I'm a former Army interrogator, interrogation instructor, resistance to interrogation instructor. I've written 10 books on body language and behavior, put together this bodylanguagetactics.com course with Scott, and I spend most of my time today on Wall Street and in corporate America.
All right. Well, today we're going to talk about Richard Ramirez, and he's obviously a serial killer. Most everyone knows who he is. And we're going to look at some footage of him that Greg found, and there's not really any questioning going on. He talks to reporters some in it, and then he's giving his thoughts on some things. So we're going to look at that and just tell you what we see. Mainly, I think what we'll be dealing with is the psychopathy end of it, what a psychopath looks like. We're not going to focus specifically on that, but that will be coming up. So if you're interested in that, you'll find that great. If you like what we're doing, go ahead and subscribe. Because like everyone else, we're trying to build our numbers. Just hit that little thing down there where Mark is on the bottom and subscribe. And you'll know when we have a new show come out, which comes out every Thursday, unless it's Wednesday if I get it done and edited in time. So, Greg, why don't you tell us a little bit about the video that you found?
Yeah, so a couple of things. We're not, first of all, here to be jury. This guy's been convicted or he died in prison. But we're not here to be the jury. We're going to tell you what we see. And we're going to try to add some value to your life when dealing with psychopaths, hopefully. What we know about this guy, and there's so much out there to read on him. He killed 14 people that he was convicted of killing. Well, they don't know how many others he may have killed, and attacked another 15. And he was random. He was the first serial killer ever to break his whole pattern. So usually serial killers are pattern killers. They have a type. He raped children and released them. He killed women, killed men, raped women. Not sure he raped any men, and he used a plethora of weapons, from a cord or ligature to a tire and a hammer, stomped one woman to death, shot people, shot him in the head, shot him in the torso, you name it. The only method he had was he went in at night, kind of sneaking into your house, and would typically shoot the husband if he was there, and then rape the wife and children, even in some cases. So horrific, one of the worst in the history of America. And he was right on the heels of people like Bundy and those guys, because this was happening in the mid 80s. And it was a short period of time. I believe it was 6 months or so before they captured him. He was captured by locals. When he was identified publicly, they told the public who he was. He was in East LA. A bunch of guys dragged him out. One guy hit him over the head with a fence post. They called the police and got him. So, yeah, and there's a whole lot about this guy. This is one of the weirdest of them. And, we'll go from there.
Excellent. All right. Well, let's take a look at the first video.
Did you kill 13 people?
It would be improper for me to comment on my LA convictions and on my pending case here in San Francisco.
Why?
Because of my appeals.
Are you appealing these because you say you're innocent? You didn't kill 13 people?
That is correct.
You didn't kill 13 people?
Again, it would be improper for me to comment in any regard to that question.
All right, Greg, you want to go first?
Sure. So for me, I'm not going to cover a whole lot of body language in here. I'm going to cover a lot of behavior. When I see here is when we think about this thing we all look for called duper's delight, it's when somebody is exercising authority over you, or power, not authority, power over you, and they're amused by themselves. But there's a social contract and they're not willing to go, ha, this guy doesn't have that social contract. He's out of whack. This is a broken toy. And you can see, and if you watch this Netflix thing, you'll hear the librarian that he went to talk to say he smelled like urine and body odor so bad that he was terrified to deal with him. And he was happy when he said, I want books on torture and the occult. And he said, those aren't in my department. Why don't you go over there? That's how bad this guy was. So he doesn't have a social contract. People call him charismatic. Here's an interesting piece. In a book I wrote called Get People to Do What You Want, I created a little mechanics of charisma piece. And basically what I think you have to do is demonstrate value, recognize an opportunity, grant an audience, bond, create belonging, and then allow the person to differentiate. And you will be charismatic if you do those 5 things, because people feel something from you. This guy is in the stage where he needs nothing to demonstrate value. People are coming to talk to him. So he automatically knows he has authority. He knows they need him. He knows they want him. And he is showing all that duper's delight kind of thing, where he's showing all the self-amusement in the same way a cat would show amusement playing with a mouse. This guy is a broken toy, in my opinion, here. And if you watch him, he's trying to be weird by all this Night Stalker stuff. And Mark, I'm going to quote you here. He's too weird to know he doesn't need to act weird. That's the problem. This guy he's got this manifesto he's going into, and you see him quickly start then to go into his little manifesto and to try to use that to make people feel uncomfortable. And you can see amusement all over his face, and it's internal self-amusement. It's not external here. So that's what I've got. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so, given all of that, though, there is still some vulnerability there, I think. We hear a vocal click at the start. Right at the start, you get before he launches into his piece. So that for me signals there could be some stress around this moment. Even so, I think we get a kind of a misdirect eye glance over to the side, either to misdirect, or it could be just eye blocking, could be a bit of both. First video that I've ever seen of this person. So I'm kind of building as I go along here. Lick of the lips on my appeals. So it makes me start to think that although the question is about, did you kill these people? The focus for him is around the idea of appeal. Yeah, that's all I got on that one. You know, the interesting thing for me, clearly somebody who's a bad lad, no doubt about it, but still some vulnerability there. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, so there's not a whole lot of body language here in this short clip. So we'll cover a couple of behaviors. We obviously have my favorite thing to talk about, which is the failure to make a strong, positive, confident denial, although it may be for legal reasons. And the time in this video, once you watch it again, you'll see the eye contact goes from about 95% to 3% just about when he's making his false denial, which is not really a denial. He's just talking about that's the reason that I'm going to court. I'm not going to deny it, but that's what I'm going to say in court. And finally, I think this confirmation glance that he's doing off to his left is towards probably a legal counsel or an attorney there who's probably giving him a head nod or a head shake. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, for me, what I noticed was, and we see this throughout this series of videos, is when he's telling these statements that are rehearsed. They're rehearsed but not practiced. That's why they sound so odd. A lot of people are going to say, well, his second language is English. Maybe, it probably is. But when the way he sets these things up and puts them together, they're choppy, and he's looking around thinking, and he'll say a lot. He doesn't say as much in this one as he does down the road here in a few videos. But every time he starts into those things, these things he's rehearsed, you'll see him start squirming around. He starts looking around and starts backing up because he's uncomfortable doing those. And as he's doing those, he's showing us the facial expressions and behaviors he thinks that someone doing that would show. Psychopaths are shallow. There's nobody in there. So what he's doing is he's taking on the affect of somebody he thinks sounds smart. So we're seeing him use words and phrases that he's gotten somewhere else. I don't know where he's gotten these things he's put together, these little phrases, but he didn't write that. He's read that somewhere. I've been looking. If anybody out there knows where he's getting these, let me know. Yeah, just email me, thebehaviorpanel@gmail.com, because it's killing me. I got to find out where he's getting these. So that's what he's doing on there. And we see that, again, we see him start squirming in things as we go throughout the videos. The reporter could have gotten so much more out of this guy if he hadn't taken such an accusatory tone with him. You know, he's like, well, tell me about I guess it's a 70s or 80s way of approaching something like that, because it's just the worst, because the first thing he's doing is he's brushing up against that ego of a psychopath, and that's all they are, is an ego. So when you start messing with that, you're going to get that defense back with them, because they're never wrong, and they're better than you are, and they're better than everybody else is. So in this case, where he's moving around when he's saying all this stuff, but then he straightens up and gets that head cocked forward and starts that psychopathic stare, which we'll get into in a little while, as he's giving his answers at that point. And what he looks like, it looks similar to, and I don't know if I watch a lot of cat videos. You know, I love them. You know, Facebook or whatever it is, or the cat video, I'm going to watch it. And this looks like he's behaving like one of those feral cats when somebody tries to corner one and be nice to it. They always get bitten, but they're always trying to be nice to it and feed it and try to catch it and take it home and fix it, you know? In this case, you can't fix this guy, and that's the way he's acting. If you'll go look at those videos, you'll see that's exactly what this guy is acting like. He's literally in a corner over there, and this guy is attacking him. So he's getting ready to bow up a little bit in a few minutes. Not bad. He doesn't come across the table at him or anything. But the thing to keep in mind is, like I was saying earlier, this behavior where he starts squiggling around and stuff and moving his head and looking around and trying to remember all these things, all these phrases he's come up with to give this guy. And if you'll watch him, he's reading them off a sheet of paper in front of him. He'll look down and read something and get back, and madness is what, you know. So pay attention to that, because there's nobody in there. He's trying to act like someone else, something else. In this case, and what they'll do is usually they'll imitate you. They'll imitate what they see you doing or another person doing. And the other guy's coming across like he's coming on strong. So he's not going to act like that. He's trying to act for the camera. So, and he's a horrible, horrible actor as this goes along. So, and he hasn't rehearsed he's rehearsed these, but he hasn't rehearsed them out loud. This is probably the first time he's said these things out loud. He's written them out or copied them from somewhere and said them over and over and over in his mind. But this is the first time he's actually letting them go out loud. And that's another reason it sounds so odd and choppy. Are you going to say something, Greg?
Yeah, there's a piece of body language I didn't cover. I thought we'll cover it over time. But he does do eye accessing And it's not to recall some sound he wants to read. It's him, and this is Psychopath 101. It's that internal conversation, the one they do have, about what to do next to manipulate the situation. You can see it. Watch him as he does it through here. It'll come up again and again as he does that, ding, and that's the only thing. And then he's back to eye contact with you and then breaks eye contact and that amused smile thing he does. This is a creepy cat here.
Yeah. All right.
Did you kill 13 people?
It would be improper for me to comment on my LA convictions and on my pending case here in San Francisco.
Why?
Because of my appeals.
Are you appealing these because you say you're innocent? You didn't kill 13 people?
That is correct.
You didn't kill 13 people?
Again, it would be improper for me to comment in any regard to that question.
We good?
Yep.
Let's move along.
You have now entered a very rare group of people in this country. You're in the ranks of Charlie Manson, Ted Bundy. You claim you didn't commit these murders, but you're right in there now as far as everybody else is concerned.
Serial killers do on a small scale what governments do on a large one. They are a product of the times, and these are bloodthirsty times. Even psychopaths have emotions if you dig deep enough, but then again, maybe they don't.
Do you have emotions, Richard?
No comment.
Tell me what kind of emotions you got going through you right now.
I'll tell you what, I gave up on love and happiness a long time ago.
Why?
I don't care to explain that. Let the quote stand for itself.
All right.
Chase, what do you got?
Well, we see a genuine smile here. And the genuine smile comes from him being mentioned in the rank of these other people. And I think it was interesting that he used the name rank, or he used that word. And one thing that we see here is he is mentioning to something, and you learn in, I think, Psychology 101, called locus of control. And the way that he espouses his current condition is a result of the external environment, not his decisions or who he is. And as an interrogator or as an interviewer, even if you're talking to a babysitter before you let them watch your kids, establishing this is a way to know I'm going to get information in the future using that locus of control. So when all of us here are interrogators, we know towards the end, we can blame it on society. We can blame it on neighbors and influence. It's not your fault, but you're still responsible. But we don't say that second part. But that's one good thing. When we hear somebody with an external locus of control, we know they're going to be a little bit easier to get a confession, even though the crime's already been done, the conviction's already happened. Another genuine smile at the phrase "no comment." He thought that was very cute, and he was amused with himself. But he also has this circular speak, where he says maybe they have emotions and maybe they don't, maybe this, maybe that. And then this is common with a lot of psychopaths, but I think that it's not his natural speech pattern. I think that he's copying other people that he has seen to present an image here, like Charlie Manson. That dude is legit crazy psychopath. This guy, I think, is emulating some of those behaviors. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree 100%. And the reporter, he takes the tack he should take on this from the beginning. He puts him on a pedestal and says, wow, you're like all these people you used to read about as a kid. You're one of them now. And that's when he straightens up and he's coming forward and gets that head back a little bit. He's like, yeah, man, that's who I am. Because he's feeding that ego. And that's when they start lighting up. Now, if he'd shut up for a while, he'd gotten a lot more instead of breaking in so much. But he gets excited, and you can hear him reading these things. You can see him reading them as well, looking down and then spouting them off. But you can hear the way he words things, like you were saying, Chase. You can tell that's not him. Those aren't his words. That's not natural for him. That's why it's so choppy and broken. And he's adding those what he thinks are the proper facial expressions and emotions to show. And he starts wiggling around. He's looking around, moving around a whole lot. Every time he does that, that's what he starts doing. Let's talk about his eyes for just a minute, because we were talking about the psychopathic stare earlier. What happens in this case is, and he's got this down, but he can't help it because that's what these things do, is when if I said to you, stare at me like a psychopath, you might squint your eyes and try to look mean. When they do it, it's almost the same way as when you see anger. If somebody squints their eyes at you and you're not thinking, is this guy going to come, if you're in an interrogation thing, this guy's not going to come over the table because he's doing this. But once they squint their eyes and then you see the whites of their eyes under there, that's the look you're looking for. And that's what we see here. His eyes are squinted, but they're still getting wide. There's a lot going on in there. He's been triggered. So there's a lot, something's been fired off in there that makes that happen. And you see that as well throughout this interview. Sometimes it's normal. We'll see one where he looks almost like a normal person, but you see just little flicks of it popping up now and then, which we'll point out as we go along. But I think that's an important thing to pay attention to is the psychopathic stare. And he looks right at him, and the blinking is usually next to nothing as they do that. In a bar, in a public setting, you've always heard about the I saw this guy, the girls will say, and I looked at him from across the room, and I felt like we had a connection because every time they look up, he's looking at him. They don't understand that if you keep looking at somebody, that's weird and that's strange. They don't get that same feeling we get. With you guys, if we were sitting somewhere and I kept looking at you, that would be weird. If I didn't look away or talk about, do something, it would be odd. But they don't feel that feeling. They have no ability to feel feelings because their amygdala are either gone, they're not there, they're damaged, or there's something wrong with them, or there's just nothing in there. So,
Scott, you've got a great YouTube video about this with what's her name?
Oh gosh, the girl from Theranos.
Yeah,
I can't remember her name.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, Elizabeth. What's her name? Well, thanks, man. Yeah. And it's one of my favorite things to talk about. I can feel me heating up and getting so into it. I'm going to shut up and quit talking. But yeah, so that's one of the things you want to look for is that psychopathic stare. We'll move on from there. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so absolutely agree with everything there. He smiles there, true Duchenne smile at the status raise that he gets. The interviewer also uses Charlie Manson instead of Charles Manson. I think he's trying to add some kind of friendly association there. Charlie, my mate, you're like Charlie, my mate, aren't you? So, bit odd there, trying to win friendship there. But I think that's what he's trying to do. I think we see Jupiter's delight as well on, do you have emotions? Well, every psychopath has feelings if you dig a bit into it, and then again, maybe not. I think he quite enjoys that play that he does there and enjoys what he thinks is a brilliant dupe. It's not that brilliant, but he likes it. And we see the asymmetry in the face there of Jupiter's delight, one side of the face doing something very different from the other. It's very prolonged in this case. Often Jupiter's delight is very, very quick. It's super prolonged because he doesn't have to hide anything at this point. What's he got to hide? Other than he's not saying specific things because of his appeal, essentially. Now, what's interesting for me, I think most of all, is this idea of he gave up love and happiness a long time ago. He's already painting himself as a victim. He's already started this process of saying, I've given up on love, I've lost that, painting himself as a victim of circumstances. And we get this heavy breath, this heavy breathe out, and we'll see it later on as well, when he talks about government. So he's already setting up this idea of external factors being responsible. Yeah, external factors. Now, the reason I want you to pay attention to this is we're going to see that change over time. That's not going to be what he says in the last few videos that we watch. And there's a long distance between them. But his idea up front is that these murders are not his responsibility. They're already the responsibility of some external factor. So keep that in mind as we go along, and he's painting himself as the victim here and the victim of external factors. That's what I got for you. And Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so it's not often that I have as much dislike for people as I have for this guy. This is not, so Bundy's a horrible murderer, killed a lot of people, but had a broken kind of thing. I don't think, if you probably went to Bundy and asked him how much pleasure he got from X, Y, or Z, he probably would say, not that much, I'm obsessed or something. This guy's a squirrel. This guy, to me, I don't think he's crazy by any stretch. To your point, Chase, he's trying to play the Charlie crazy, but he's not crazy. And this guy, throughout his whole trial and in now, is all about creating this sense of dread and terror. He actually, even with one of his victims, said, "I am the Night Stalker." I mean, who says that? This guy was trying to toy with people, and that smile, you're right, he's got dead eyes. I always say a psychopath, the reason their eyes look dead is because you only exist in as much as you're a reflection of what they're doing to you. That's how they are. And they get enjoyment, whatever enjoyment they get, from whatever they're doing, whether that's physically torturing you or doing something else, manipulating and working you. There's something in his face that shows that. He's taunting this guy. He knows the guy's there. And then he goes, you see him do that little, I agree with all of you. That chin rises in pride when he's compared to these other serial killers. He's got a badge now. He's somebody. And then he goes into his soliloquy and he starts, and this sounds like something Aleister Crowley or somebody would write to have and create terror in the populace. This is a guy who put a pentagram on his hand, would flash it, and who taunted people throughout the trial. This guy knows what he's doing. He's just not as smart as he thinks he is the problem. So I agree with all of you. I think there's no body language of connection. For a split second when he says, well, something around, I gave up on love a long time, there's a human in there for a split second. I see animation in the face and it pick up, but I think it's manipulative. And I think, to your point you always use, Scott, is he's imitating how people feel, not actually feeling. And so this, to me, is just another game for this guy. I think he's playing games. His body language doesn't look, the only real human body language in this entire thing is involuntary, and it's pride when he's compared to Charlie Manson and Ted Bundy. Broken toy. That's all I got for this one.
Yeah. And I agree with you guys, and especially you, Mark, that one of the key things we see running through this is it's not his fault. And with a psychopath or a narcissist, a hardcore clinical narcissist, it's never their fault either. Never. And Greg, like you were saying, what they're trying to do is show you as they go through this. He's trying to be what you are. That's why you heard matching and mirroring. As you see that happening, he tries to do that from the word go and tries to take on your personality type. Doesn't have one, so it's easier. He's practiced at it, can do that fairly easily when meeting people and those types of things. One thing a phrase that came up with was, when you're dealing with psychopaths, you're not looking for a sheep in wolf's clothing. You're looking for a sheep in your clothing.
It's a great.
That's really important to pay attention to, because they're trying to be like you. And when they're trying to be like you too much, say if you see that stare from too far apart and they show up and you feel all of a sudden you feel like you've met this kindred spirit and everything's cool, heads up. Not all the time, every time, but quite often that could be a real problem for you.
Yeah, I think at this point what we're seeing is him mirroring the ideas that he's been given around society and systems, and systems are at fault, and all that stuff that he said. Further down the line, he'll have gone through a prison process and a psychoanalytic process and a psychiatry process, and he starts a whole different set of language and ideas as to what is at fault here. But again, it's still mirroring. One last thing I want to add is not only do we get that smile and the chin raise on the idea of being Charlie Manson, but like full postural bump, like comes right forward out of his chair. He almost kind of leaps out of his chair with joy around that one. So.
Yeah, this amusement thing for me is what I imagine people saw the last time in their life for 14 people. That's what I think makes him a piece of garbage to me. But yeah, as you walk through this whole thing, I don't see any person in there that cares about anybody else. I think it's all about his message, whatever thing he's doing. Right now, he's a big name, right? This is not long after he was convicted. He's still on trial, as you heard, in San Francisco, because he flew to San Francisco and killed somebody too.
He's a star, in other words.
Yeah, exactly. That's his big gig. I'm somebody now.
Yeah.
Now we'll see him later. Once I think there's some psychoanalysis, and there's probably also a "you're not in charge here, kid" kind of thing that happens to him between now and then. But this guy, I don't see. I mean, there's no remorse, certainly, but that amusement, that self-amusement at tantalizing or at taunting you, is clear here to me.
Yeah.
You have now entered a very rare group of people in this country. You're in the ranks of Charlie Manson, Ted Bundy. You claim you didn't commit these murders, But you're right in there now as far as everybody else is concerned.
Serial killers do on a small scale what governments do on a large one. They are a product of the times, and these are bloodthirsty times. Even psychopaths have emotions if you dig deep enough, but then again, maybe they don't.
Do you have emotions, Richard?
No comment.
Tell me what kind of emotions you got going through you right now.
I'll tell you what, I gave up on love and happiness a long time ago.
Why?
I don't care to explain that. Let the quote stand for itself.
All right. We good?
Yeah.
People in this day and age are brainwashed and programmed like a computer at being nothing more than puppets. This nation, this country is founded in violence. Violent delights tend to have violent ends. Madness is something rare in individuals, but in groups, people, and ages, it is a rule. Killing is killing, whether done for duty, profit, or fun. Men murdered themselves into this democracy.
You're good at reading your script, Richard, but you're not much at answering my direct questions.
Jason Bourne, what do you got?
Thanks, Scott. This is what a psychopath looks like when they're trying to pretend like they're a psychopath. He is a different type of psychopath, which I'm going to get into the medical side of this, psychopathy, here in just a few videos later. And we see something here. It's just a person who's probably developed no further than middle school. And he's reading a script as you would in middle school and trying to sell it with emotion. We can all go back to English class when we're reading Othello or Hamlet out loud as a class and trying to really sell the lines. That's exactly what we're seeing here. We're seeing that level of talent. That's all I'll say here. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot for me here. The only real body language I see here, and this is typical of psychopaths. Remember that when we're talking about the kind of people that are going to hurt, let me give you one quick manipulation point. If somebody's around you and you feel fantastic and they leave and you feel like, why the hell do I like this person? Be careful. Be very careful. That's a good indicator you're being worked. And psychopaths are good at working you because they only understand you in terms of self. So they have had to learn to do this in order to interact with people. So that's my red flag number one. And I'll bet you that people that interacted with him, if he didn't smell like horror, might have had a different approach because he does all that stuff. He's not as smart as he thinks he is. To your point, Chase, his word patterns and all that are something he's written down and he's just reading. See, one piece of body language used 3 times. He actually illustrates what he's thinking when he actually is thinking. When he raises his brows and says brainwashed, programmed, and computer. That's the only real body language, any human body language I see out of this entire thing. The rest of it's more this rambling, trying to give you a feeling of he's got something to say. And his something to say is, I'm no worse than the government for killing people. And the government did it to get a country started. I'm just doing it for entertainment. This is more lawyer stuff. I'll leave it at that. And Scott, what do you got?
All right. He keeps, again, he's removing himself from all these things. It's not his fault. That's the thing that runs through, that's the thread through the whole thing. This isn't his fault. This is the country's fault. It's the government's fault. It's everyone else's fault. It's the way I was raised fault. At one point, we'll see where he says, I'm not blaming my race. I'm not blaming all kinds of things. And he says he doesn't blame all the things he's blaming right now. Then he goes back to blaming those again and right after that. So again, he's adding these statements to make him sound like there's somebody in there, like there's some depth in there where there's actually nothing. It's very, very shallow, very shallow. And he wants to seem smarter than he is. So that's why he keeps doing it. And again, we're seeing him literally look down and read these things and then get up and say them. He starts that moving around again, all that squiggling around and squirming like we were talking about earlier, because that's his baseline when it comes to when he's saying things he didn't think up or he's trying to remember, because he hasn't said these things out loud. He just rehearsed them up here. And then after that, he sits back and he's like, yeah, I just take that. Like it's some heavy stuff he's just said. And it's actually just nothing. He just said a whole bunch of nothing. And they're just statements about murder and blood and madness. And who uses the word madness these days, you know?
No, that was a line. I think that was a line from Charles Mackay.
Was it? Okay. Because it's just like, it's just weird. He's saying absolutely nothing.
Well, like I said, he was picking up books on torture and the occult. There's a lot of occult talk in this stuff. It just is.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so we've got kind of political ideology coming out here. You know it's ideology because with an ideologist, you kind of know what they're going to say before they've started saying it. Once you've heard one of their rants and you give them any subject, you kind of know the position that they're gonna take. And he's taken in our previous video this position of government, and we heard this big out breath before he started talking about that. We hear another big out breath before he comes across the idea of nation, and nation being the perpetrator of essentially the cruelty here. He's a result of government. He's a result of nation. He's not a result of himself. That's the ideology going on there. And it's literally an ideological script because he's reading it. And the interviewer calls him out on that. And again, we get a lovely true smile, true Duchenne smile from him, because I think he quite likes the interplay here. He kind of likes that he thought he was doing well, and then he's caught out, and he likes the idea that he's been duping with this ideology, and he's got no problem about us seeing his pleasure around playing this game with the interviewer. But again, the important thing for me is in videos 1, 2, and 3, and this is 1989, he has this ideology that government, nations, the idea of big government is causing he is the result of that, essentially. So any death, any cruelty that happens is really the result of government. And it's important to keep that in your mind, because that will change. Not that it necessarily actually changes in his mind. I don't think he believes any of that. It's just what he's heard from other people who he looks up to in some way, and he's recanting that. He'll start to recount other things later on which will be diametrically opposed to that. And that's the nature of this type of person, is that they will pick up on anything that's of benefit to them, pick up an idea, drop an idea, whatever's useful to them. So that's all I got on that one.
People in this day and age are brainwashed and programmed like a computer at being nothing more than puppets. This nation, this country is founded in violence. Violent delights tend to have violent ends. Madness is something rare in individuals, but in groups, people, and ages, it is a rule. Killing is killing, whether done for duty, profit, or fun. Men murdered themselves into this democracy.
You're good at reading your script, Richard, but you're not much at answering my direct questions.
I think most humans have in them the capacity to commit murder. It is not because...
No, we don't, Richard.
They choose not to, not because they are morally superior, as they so commonly claim, but because they are imprisoned in a web of responsibilities, commitments, beliefs, and sentiments.
Richard.
And that would render murder an absurd gamble or ridiculous self-destruction.
All right. Well, in this one, other than sounding like a cartoon bear, we see a lot of the same behaviors and a lot of the same, he's saying basically the same thing. And he actually looks like he's in pain as he's going through this, which I found was odd since he's on TV. I think that would be one of the things that he would love the most, because it's a bunch of people watching him and listening to him. If Maury would shut up instead of trying to be a star, well, I think he would have gotten a lot more out of it. It would have been a much better situation if you just let him talk. Then you could get more information from him, and we could learn more about him by the way he's behaving. And when he starts giving these, he was ready for this. So he had his rehearsed answers. So he looks like he has depth and is a smart guy. His face, goes into a frown, almost looks like pain. We really don't see the grief muscle anywhere. We see it get close, but we don't see grief in there anywhere. Like, I'll do this and I've got a lot going on, but you're not seeing the grief muscle because I do that all the time. So there's that. So that really, I think we're seeing the same thing, just the cookie cutter Night Stalker stuff here. Trying to sound smart, he's not smart. And every time he starts doing other stuff, he starts moving around so much so it's making the camera and things lock up. That's how much is moving around. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, not a lot more than you have. I think he enjoys his power to spew garbage, and that's what he's doing. And you see it in all the kind of self-amused thing. I also, however, think that I wrote down, I think he's the smartest guy he knows. If you went to middle school with him, he was probably that kid who was always getting into trouble because he knew more than he really did. And I think that part's one piece that you can see. I did see his brow rise a little bit as he was asking, but I think if you really wanted to tweak this guy, you'd shut his mic off and talk over him. Instead of what Maury's doing, I would just shut his mic off and say, I'm not going to listen to that. This guy had something planned. He wanted to say, he needs an audience. This guy needs an audience is all this is. And I'm going to leave it at that and go to Mark.
Yeah. So this is 1991. We're 2 years later than our last videos. It's another memorized treatise that he's put together, but now it's very different. And now, previously, he was a result of, and serial killers were a result of society. Now what he's saying is everybody is a serial killer. It's just society and so that pulls people back from that. And he's a little bit different in that he hasn't let society pull him back from that. And previously, he was a result of society. Now he's saying he's a result of not conforming to society. So really quite different ideology that he's now putting forward. Everybody's a murderer if it wasn't for social norms, is what he's saying. Now, there's an asymmetry again in the face, and we can see it clearly now. Before, the camera angle was to the side. Now we've got a full face view, and we can see one side of the face very, very different from the other. So often the idea of two emotions being held at the same time, which is why it can seem really odd to be looking at that kind of face. I'm glad everybody's picking up on this pain in the forehead, where the eyebrows are coming up and these are, this area is crunched up. I know Chase would often like me to talk about Rome, but I'm going to go to 14th century Japan instead.
Yes.
Yeah, of
14th
course.
century.
Nice choice. A type of theatre called no theatre, which was a courtly ritualization of Shinto ritual. There's a character, a masked character. They're all masked characters in no theatre. One of the characters is called Hanya, H-A, I think, N-N-Y-A, Hanya. And Hanya has exactly the same face as Ramirez in this. I want you to look it up. Hanya. It's a demon. And this demon is the result of a scorned woman. It's what this Japanese ritual thought happened when a woman becomes so obsessed with jealousy that they become racked with pain. That's his face at this point. It's the face of a demon racked with pain. And we've known about this face for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. In fact, in the Shinto ritual, it's the kind of spirit of pain and obsession. So, taking that on, I think we do have somebody here who is consistently has a level of high pain and obsession in their mind about something. There's something painful going on in there. I don't know quite what it is. I could make some stabs at the idea, but certainly there's something quite aggressive in that mask there. So that's what I've got for you. Look it up. Hanya, 14th century Japanese no theater. And Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, it's a great point about the Sudoku ritual there. That's very good. So I think some of this pain that we're seeing here is from him having to recite a bunch of stuff without any notes. I think that's a genuine source of some of this. It's strain coming forward of him word for word saying some of this stuff. And I'll come at this from a slightly different angle. And this phrase will sound funny, but it's very true. Most people feel that most people feel the same as they do. So what we're seeing, if you want to know how someone secretly feels about anything, ask them how they think most people feel about that thing, and you'll get how they feel. So his idea, I think he truly believes this fact or this opinion that everyone has this innate capability of being a serial killer deep within us, but society just turns down the volume on that by giving us a mortgage. I think, for lack of a.
Well, if there's anything that makes you want to hurt somebody, it's a mortgage.
Yeah.
You ever do that paperwork?
And I think one thing we're seeing here is another example of how very little equipped he is for regular conversation. And one thing you'll see when he's going to his appeal, we see people that want to get out of a trial and say, I'm mentally incompetent to stand trial. And as a forensic psychologist, one of the ways that a forensic psychologist determines whether or not this person's competent to stand trial is whether or not they hid what they did from other people. Because if they hid it and kept it in secret from others, they knew it was bad and they knew not to do it. And we see some of that start to come out here. We're going to get into the medical aspects of this a little bit later, so I'll keep mine short now. So I'm going to go long here in a few minutes. That's all I got.
I think most humans have in them the capacity to commit murder. It is not because...
No, we don't, Richard.
They choose not to, not because they are morally superior, as they so commonly claim, but because they are imprisoned in a web of responsibilities, commitments, beliefs, and sentiments.
Richard.
And that would render murder an absurd gamble or ridiculous self-destruction.
All right. We good?
Yeah.
Nice
one, guys.
These things, contribute to a person, to a person's frustration and anger, and at some point in life, he explodes.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so now he no longer has the spotlight. So he no longer, remember I said to have charisma. Now this guy ended up married. One of his former jurors who convicted him actually spent time with him in jail, going to visit him and that. I mean, crazy stuff, because charisma is an odd thing. But if you're going to say that charisma, you need to demonstrate value, well, he has no value at this point. So he's got to connect with somebody. This is the first time we see him trying to actually connect. He's not self-aggrandizing and sitting back and pontificating yet. He's trying to connect with this guy. And you see it because you see him actually thinking through what he should say and how he's going to say it. And there's lots of things this could be in his mouth when he's twisting his mouth. What I think it is the equivalent of a child doing this when they color. He's moving his mouth as he's trying to figure out what to say. And I think it's just his brain engaging, and he's not sophisticated enough to sit quietly with his face down. He's just done whatever he wants his whole life, and here he is. He's a wild child, so his mouth is moving around. That's my opinion. I would also say his hands are up as he's navigating internal thought. At the same time, his mouth is moving, which tells me he's trying to figure out what to say next to connect with this guy, and he's not good at it. He just isn't good. He does request for approval, clearly, the organ of communication, the organ of connection with humans, when he says frustration and anger, and then makes hard eye contact when he says he explodes. Now, he's trying to make this guy want to talk to him instead of doing his pontificating about why the ocean's blue. He's just trying to get this across so he can connect with the guy. And this is the most human I think we're going to see him, period. That's my opinion. Scott, what do you got?
I agree. I think this is the first time he looks like a human. He's not, so don't be fooled. But I think it's the first time he actually looks like he's talking about things he's thinking of. I'm sure he might have come in here with a bunch of stuff ready to go, and we may not be looking at that part of it. But in this instant, he's not doing that squirming around as he's talking. No matter what he says, he's just sitting there thinking. And you can see him looking around. His eye movement is a lot more predominant in this than the other ones, because he's not going. Sometimes he'll go to one spot and freeze. That's the creepy part. So I don't know what's going on there. But here you see him actually looking around and talking and thinking. So I agree with you 100%. This is what he's actually thinking, and he's whether he's trying to connect or not, I don't know. I can't tell, but he looks almost human at this point to me. Chase, what do you got?
So we see a lot of solid emotional dialogue, internal emotional dialogue accessing here. I think that's the number one eye movement that we're seeing here.
But we see this third person removal. A person, a man, someone does this, someone goes through this. So we're removing it. But I think keep in mind, you're not watching an interrogation, you're watching a sales pitch. And the way to make things more relatable to people is not use the word you, not use the word I, or Susie or Thomas. You just generalize it in a third person, you, them, they, someone. And it makes it easier to sell things because it's generalized. When you do hypnosis, for example, clinical hypnosis or stage hypnosis, it doesn't matter. You use vagueness as a way to make the person's subconscious fill in the gaps of that story with their own memory, and it makes it more real for them. So this is a way that he probably has learned I'm certain that he's learned this unconsciously. But he's learned to generalize these things. As an interrogator, that's a very good data point for me, because when I close the sale or get the confession or I need more information, I'm going to say it's so easy for a person to. I know there's a lot of people that came in here who thought X, Y, and Z. I'll use the same type of third person removed language to sell him or close him on the interrogation. And that's all I got. Scott?
All right. I've already gone. Is that everybody?
No, it's me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Mark.
So Chase, throw it over to Mark.
And that's all I got. Mark?
Yeah, so let me give you potentially another idea around why this distancing might be happening, because I agree there's lots of distancing talk there. So he talks about these things. He's now got some contributors to the issue, the problem, the psychopathy that happens. I went back in the interview bits that we haven't seen there, and he's talking about abuse, poverty, drugs, some other elements as well. But he says these things contribute to a person. And when he says a person, he does an eyebrow raise, look for approval, but then he shows disdain. So it's interesting. He says, here's some things that contribute to a person, to a personality. And I want you to agree with that. At the same time, he doesn't seem to agree or like the idea of the person, a personality. And he talks about that it builds frustration and anger, and then it explodes. So you get a shattered personality. So the idea of a shattered personality is like there's lots of versions of us. There's the me when I was 14, the me when I was 4. There's the me when I talked to my mum. There's the me when I talked to my kid. It's all the same person, but there's some slight differences between us all. It's not different personalities, aspects of personality. And some people would say if those aspects aren't able to get connected with each other, they don't know each other exist, or they have fights with each other, the personality shatters. And when the personality shatters, I just don't know who I am anymore. Or I'll get with one person and I'm the completely different person than when I'm with that person there. If the facets are connected, it's a kind of a more whole person. Well, he says he exploded. He shattered. So I don't think he knows what his personality is anymore, even if he did in the first place. He doesn't have anything really solid to hang on to. And so he's finding it hard to locate himself, know who he is, and therefore he doesn't know who's meant to take responsibility for this. So at the moment he's gone, again, there's some external factors here, abuse, poverty, drugs, that caused my personality to break up. And I'm distancing myself because I don't know who's responsible. That's one idea. Now, at the same time, he's probably heard stuff like I've just told you. And he might be just regurgitating stuff like somebody like me told him in prison.
This guy's head's a drum, and whatever bounces on it comes out of it. That's my opinion of this guy. If I had this guy in an interrogation room, I'd treat him like a classic malignant narcissist, and I would say, wow, it's impressive that you killed that many people in this short a period of time and got away with it for a long time. And then once I got him to the point where he started smiling again, I'd say, but you're an idiot. Here's what you left behind. Bam, 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 bam. And I'd start picking on him and poking him until he just could not take it anymore. Because I think you're dead on, Mark. Somebody has told him this stuff, And what they're really good at is regurgitating what you show passion for.
Yeah, great mimics.
Yep.
These things, contribute to a person, to a person's frustration and anger, and at some point in life, he explodes.
All right, we good?
Yep.
Yeah. Let's move.
Why on earth would you have hurt those people? Why did you kill those people?
No comments. No comments. I cannot answer that at this time.
All right. Jason Bourne, you want to go first?
You bet. I think people tend to assume that psychopaths are highly intelligent. There was some research in 1976 that suggested this, but there's been brand new stuff in 2003 and 2005 from Margaret Kerr and Peter Johansson, who proved that actually the opposite is more likely than not to be true. So they will have a lower level of intelligence. And we see that it's very apparent here with this low level ability in language and general social relatable skills, which an intelligent psychopath can get very good at those things. We call that mask painting or mask creation, whatever you want to call that. And I think that's notable here, that we are seeing a psychopath with low-level intelligence trying to come across and borrow credibility and borrow authority from the people that he's been reading. And keep in mind, he grew up during the time of a cult called Est, which was really big in the 1970s, I think in up to the mid-80s. That was a big self-help movement that had a lot of this new age stuff, and it dabbled into this occultic stuff, and it could probably lead him in that direction if he was exposed to that. And we see him just quoting a lot of things that are very similar to both of those. And in the next video, we'll expound on what psychopathy really is and how he is absolutely different from most of the others. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, it's back. This is the guy. This is the same guy. This is the same empty wagon. I'm telling you, this guy, if he were honest, he would say, I killed these people because I could. It's a power thing. You can see it. You can just see it in him. Because once he gets back to the point where he has value, it's the charisma thing again. Once he has value, he's going to grant you an audience. He's going to realize the opportunity and grant you an audience. I didn't make up a formula for charisma. I watched people and understood what they did and wrote down the steps, because I'm a big believer. Anything I can write in steps, you can learn to do. And he's doing innately and I'm not calling any of these people psychopaths, but people who are on the wrong side of the political spectrum to like Bill Clinton, love Bill Clinton. And every one of them I interviewed, all these ops guys would say, when I met him, he was this person who was bigger than life to start with. He realized that I wanted to talk to him. He started talking to me. He didn't just talk to me. It was a big production. Then he bonded to me, and then he let me tell him something about myself. This guy instinctively is doing this stuff. He doesn't have the ability to do the normal stuff like bond with you because he's a broken toy. Now, whether there's a psychopath, a nut job, whatever you want to call this guy, he's a dangerous guy, because when people went to talk to him later, somehow this guy lived through life. They said he always had money. He always had money for drugs. But watch him. His intake eye, and you guys all know I care about that. That intake eye, the one eye that's dominant on your body, is getting smaller. And then suddenly he's back. He's back. He gets his power back. Light comes back to his face, that amusement that he gets to be. Now he's the Night Stalker again. He's not some poor guy that had to make connection with this guy. He breaks eye contact. He covers his mouth. His duper's delight, the big Joker kind, comes out. And he's self-amused. And he's got the illusion of evil back. He does that eye thing, that taffy pulling thing with his eyes and all that kind of stuff. He's back to his product. And that's what I see. Scott.
All right. Yeah, I agree with you. And this goes back, having said that, goes back to what Mark says as well. When you look at it's almost like multiple personalities in some cases. This isn't a multiple personality situation, but what I'll do is I'm going to go, this is the perfect video for that. I'll grab a screenshot and I'll show you. If you look on one side of his face, I'll make it really big and I'll half it up for you. One side of his face, you see one personality. You see one expression. On the other side of the face, that's where that psychopath's hiding, because you see that psychopathic stare in one side of his face. And once you start noticing that, from this day forward, Joe Navarro did it. The first time I ever saw it, I was like, oh, God, you got to be kidding me. If you'll look at someone's face, a lot of times, or quite often, especially, and there are specific famous people that he did this with as well, but you can see one expression on one side and one expression on the other side, and that's what we're seeing here. So once you start looking for that, excuse me, you'll be able to spot that quite easily. So y'all are dead on, spot on for that. So we're seeing the psychopathic stare. If you're into micro expressions, this is a great one for you. You've probably already spotted this at the very top. When he first asked if why did you kill these people, you see his eyes squint just a little bit. You see his eyes go up and you see just a little bit of a smile right there. The smile lasts longer than the squint lasts, but then he's getting back into that character because he goes, oh, there's me. All right, we're talking about me now. This is what I do. Let's get ready for this. Because now he knows it's showtime, because that's it. That's his thing, right? He's his go-to as being a psychopath. And he starts taking on that persona again, like Mark was saying. You see him act, shoot, there he is, boom, there he is. He's become that thing one more time. And then when he looks at the camera, you really know he's like, yeah, here I am. I'm back. That's what I'm doing. And he starts that fidgeting again, because he's saying things that he's read somewhere and he's tried to remember, and he's regurgitating what he's read. So there are, as far as psychopathy goes, these are classic hallmarks you're seeing in here, from the expressions to the micro expressions to the full-on expressions to everything. Now, I wondered about that big smile he was doing, because it sounds like somebody shutting the door or something when he does that. And it looks like he's looking at somebody he knows, which that may not be, but that's how big that smile was. So if he's not connected with somebody or seeing somebody he knows come in for some reason or something, that right there should show you alone there's something really wrong with this guy. Because when you start talking about killing people, when we smile and start laughing about that, when we see it, completely different thing going on there than when somebody asks you if you killed someone and you start smiling, or why did you kill someone and you start smiling. But that's when again, it's showtime for him. So that's when he puts it on and says, okay, here we go. It's lights, camera, psychopath. That's where he pops up and he's ready to go.
My guess is there was a response from the person who's interviewing him when the door slammed. They jumped. That's the smile.
Okay. Because I knew it didn't happen timing wise on that the way it should have. Because when he started smiling, looked away, and then came back. So I guess he had to check the door as well to see what that was, or connect that way with the guy. So, or the interviewer, the woman, whoever it was interviewing at that point. Or I guess it was a guy. Sounded like a guy. All right, Mark, what do you got?
So I think, regardless of whether he is smiling at some other thing going on, I think we see enough of a micro gesture of a smile up front, right at the start, when he's asked, essentially, why did you do it? I think there's true pleasure there. And then he tries to mask that. I think that's all that's happening, is he's masking the true pleasure. If I were to make a gamble on it that I think I would win, I think he just gets pleasure from it. I think it's good, fun for him. And he says, I cannot answer at this time. So he does know why. So it's not something that's completely unconscious to him. I don't think he flies into a rage and it just happens and it's all over and it's like, whoa, what happened there? I think he's totally conscious. He knows why. I think it's pleasure. And I think, to Chase's point there of psychopaths and intelligence, you might go, well, hang on, if they're so stupid, how come they get away with stuff? Well, they're nonconformist. Remember, the rules of society, we have to join in and we have to kind of self-manage ourselves. There's not enough sheriffs in the world, to lock us up if we're doing bad stuff. So we kind of, we moderate ourselves. We have a part of our brain which moderates our behavior. And when it goes a little bit too far, the moderator comes in and goes, you know what, you're doing it kind of a bit too far there. You remember, there are some rules out there. There's some theories that he just doesn't have that moderator in there. The psychopaths don't have that moderation element, and so they just don't moderate. And so they get away with a whole bunch of stuff because they're not policing, and there aren't enough police out there to police them, so they just get away with stuff and they don't have to be smart. You might go, but hang on, there's all those psychopaths that have kind of been really successful and had incredible businesses, and they must have been really smart. No, there are really simple business ideas that basically anybody could do and make a whole heap of money at, because it's just a really simple business idea. And also, they're not self-moderating with the rules either. So they're not, playing by the same rules as everybody else. So they are very successful. Chase, I think you got something for us on Joe Navarro's piece about asymmetry as well.
Yeah, so that article was called chirality, or that topic that Joe talks about is called chirality. And that article is absolutely fascinating. I have it bookmarked, and I only have like 15 things bookmarked on my whole computer. I've got a bookmark. We'll leave it below in the video description for you guys.
Yeah. I don't know whether Joe explains in that what chirality means, but it's from a Greek word, which means that things look the same, two things that look the same, but they're actually quite different, which I think is a lovely, idea that the Greeks would come up for a word just to describe that moment where two things at first glance look the same, but actually they turn out to be quite different. I think it's a great word.
Excellent.
Why on earth would you have hurt those people? Why did you kill those people?
No comments. I cannot answer that at this time.
All right, we good?
Yeah.
Let's move along.
They are desires, whereas if I didn't give in to them, I would be crushed by them. I believe in the evil in human nature. This is a wicked world, and in a wicked world, wicked people are born. I'm not going to blame society, my race, or people, or anything. It is up to the individual like myself to keep on knocking on whatever door they want to get into.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to be real short on this one. He's back. He's just the same guy. He's pontificating. He's got his audience. He's doing exactly what he wants to do. He's back into his... Now, he is, however, looking for an excuse. I think he's finally actually calling out a real excuse. Hey, I don't know why, whatever I did. He actually is taking on some responsibility. This shows, Mark, to your point, the years of the law enforcement side having their hands on him. He's in a cage. He's got to behave a certain way. There's probably also likelihood that he might have taken a little by some other prisoners, because you can't, assuming he was mixed in with them, I think he was on death row the whole time. You can't treat prisoners the same way you treat people on the street for a couple of reasons. I mean, one of the things you just brought up in the last session where we're talking about psychopaths don't know what they're supposed to do. Don't have part of the social contract. The reason they get away with things is because they're not fearful. They just walk around and they don't show any body language that says it. In the same way, you can go in a place that doesn't allow pets and have a dog under your arm and walk right past the front desk if you don't show any body language associated with it, because people are pattern finders. They look for something that's an outlier and something that's wrong. If you act like it's normal, it is normal. And normal to this guy was breaking into people's houses and doing all that kind of craziness. So he pontificates. He's suddenly the priest of this religion that he's come up with over his time. And I think that's just more of the same, more of a way to make people feel a certain way, whatever kind of control he gets. And that's it. This is an empty bucket right here. That's how I feel about this guy when I see him. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, when he's going through his little spiel here, he's saying you can't blame society or, all this other stuff. When he says people, he doesn't mean it. So I think there is some definite meaning to blaming people for him. And as an interrogator, all of us do something called theme development. And this theme development it's kind of, I'm going to rationalize the action. I'm going to project the blame. I'm going to minimize the consequences, minimize the seriousness, yada, yada. But that, as an interrogator, I see that people is a real strong point for him right here. That's now going to be a main central part of my theme if I'm in conversation with this guy. And there's more generalized language here. I'll appeal to more people. I'll probably look a little bit smarter. And I think this is an unusual case because There's a doctor that worked on this case. He was a psychiatrist named Michael Stone. And the reason he said that he was different than people like Ted Bundy or Charlie Manson was this guy was a made psychopath and not a born psychopath. And they used a psychopathic measurement test. And let's throw this out there right at the beginning. Psychopath is not a medical term, nor is it a psychological term in the U.S., according to the DSM-5, which is our psychological Bible to diagnose mental illness. It's very, very tightly wound up with antisocial personality disorder. But this test that they use is called the PCLR, or the Psychopathic Checklist, and the R just stands for revised because it was a new one since the first one was invented. And he hit a lot of these markers on here, but he had a rough life growing up. And I think that he was also, this is a fact, he was also diagnosed with schizoid personality disorder, which is a real disorder. It sounds ridiculous. And that is a disorder where it prevents us from forming or desiring to form attachments with other people. And I think this added to the fact he was a made psychopath, but this also added to the fact that he was able to detach so cleanly from doing a lot of these crimes. And it wasn't because of craziness per se. It was because of an absence of something. So when you're sitting at a stoplight and it's a red light, there's nobody around. It's maybe 1 o'clock in the morning. There's no cops anywhere. Why don't you run the light? And that's your conscience. And our conscience lives in the limbic system. And the limbic system in our brain, if you look right here behind me, it's kind of right down in this little area. If you stick your fingers in your ears, you'll be pointing at it. That's the part that gets most heavily affected when you have disorders like this. Mark?
Yeah. So here's now his philosophy is it's the nature of humans to be wicked. And so he's, as Chase was saying, he's gone from he's a result of society to, well, everybody is like this, but society represses that. He's gone from that to going, then it's the nature of humans to be wicked. And by the end of it all, he actually says it's up to the individual, like myself. So he names himself. It's up to the individual, like myself, to keep knocking on whatever door they want to get into. And so at this point, it's 1993, so we're quite a distance from those first ideas. He comes up with naming himself as an individual and naming himself as the person responsible for knocking on doors and seeing what's on the other side of that. Now, to Chase's point of you'll remember he mentioned Est. And that idea was designed by a guy called Werner Erhard. And it was one of the first people to come up and popularize the idea of authenticity, kind of the idea of like being yourself. Well, what he's kind of done is taken that to quite an extreme by going, yeah, if I feel like, knocking on the door of serial killer and it opens for me, why not? And you get the same kind of ideology with some occult literature. Do whatever you like, do what thou wilt, do whatever you like, be the person you want to be. Now, if you're on the right side of conscience, that could go really well for you. If you're on, as he says, the wicked side of conscience, then that could be horrible for anybody else who's around you. And that's what we've got here. So very different set of ideas at this point, which comes down to, I think, the idea of he's saying, you've got to destroy or it will destroy you. His personality is to destroy. And if he were to suppress that, he would be destroyed. So he's now in quite an epic battle between what he wants to do, what he really wants, and suppressing that. It's life or death for him. In order to live, he must kill. It's an extraordinary situation. It's not a character I want to meet anytime, let alone in a dark alley. Somewhere. There, that's what I've got for you. Who have we got left? Scott?
Me.
Yeah, Scott,
right.
What you got?
So I think the first part that he's talking about, that's him talking. I think you're right. I think that's him talking, saying exactly what he thinks. And I think that was his problem, was if he couldn't do these things, it would tear him up. It would destroy him, whatever destroying means, or whatever he thought that meant, be it a voice telling him that or whatever it is. Then you're right. He's right back to the same old rhetoric. That's right. It's back to showtime again. He's back being that guy.
They are desires, whereas if I didn't give in to them, I would be crushed by them. I believe in the evil in human nature. This is a wicked world. And in a wicked world, wicked people are born. I'm not going to blame society, my race, or people, or anything. It is up to the individual like myself to keep on knocking on whatever door they want to get into.
Since we're talking about psychopaths and psychopathy, let's go through a couple of things people can go look for when it comes to psychopaths. There's a guy named Robert D. Hare, and he's got a book called Without Conscience. Read that book or listen to that book. That tells you everything. There's a guy named John Ronson. He's a writer, but he does this TEDx talk, it's a TEDx talk that is just fascinating. It's really good. It'll give you a heads up, give you even deeper understanding of the psychopath test. And that's what his thing is called, the psychopath test, or something about something. Just look up John Ronson psychopath test for a TEDx talk or a TED talk. Fascinating, really, really good. He explains it really, really well and tells about his experiences in that world. Also, I was going to go to the Jason Bourne thing again. So, Chase, what is who do you use for your main person when you're building the theme? Do you go back to the same person every time? Do you have your like, for example, when I start a theme, I go into Andrew Connor, my old roommate from Boston when I lived there in college, and I start out, this reminds me of my old roommate Andrew. He did, in other words, he did something like this. It's kind of like what you did, but he got away with it, and I don't know, I was surprised at that. And so I go through that. Do you have a guy? And Greg, do you have a guy?
Yeah, I'll go really quick. I have some tricks that I use around this.
Okay,
we're more likely. I'll have some that I won't share. But we're more likely to associate and identify with people whose first name starts with the same sound or letter as our own. So if I'm talking to you, Scott, I tell you about my friend Stephen. If I'm talking to Greg, I'll say, yeah, I've got a friend, Gary, who does whatever. And Mark, I've got a friend named Matt, who did X, Y, and Z. So my theme person will be associated.
Okay. Greg, who's yours?
Yeah, I'm like that. I don't start that way. What I start with is who they remind me of, because I can bake that pretty quickly, right? If there's some attribute where there's physical, like if a guy is very, very fit, then I'm going to go that way and go with somebody I know there. So I don't have a single person. I have genotype, if you will. And if you see enough people, all of us put people in those boxes. And so I got 5 or 6 folks that I go, boom, 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 boom. Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, so there it is. Again, if you like what we're doing, go ahead and subscribe, and you'll know when we have a show come out. They'll let you know. And hit that little bell down there once you subscribe, so it'll send you a little alert when you do that. And does anybody else got anything they want to add? We good to go?
I will add one thing. You know what? We've been talking a lot about psychopaths. The reality is that one at the level of Ramirez is so rare. You're really never going to meet one. So sleep well. It's going to be okay. They're rarer than entertainment would have you think.
And they're not all violent. Many of them just have messy lives. That's.
Yeah, completely. All right.
Great.
Well, there we go. There's another one in the can, fellas. I'll see you next time.
Bye now.
Today we're going to talk. Go ahead. You go, because I'm just going to take me a couple of shots anyway. What do you got? You do it.
Nothing. You want me to do the intro?
Yeah, you do it this time. Let's see if you can do it without laughing. Go.
Well, today we're going to talk about Ted Bundy, a serial killer, 30 known victims so far. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, 30 confessions. God knows how many others they think. And this is Dr. James Dobson, who ran a show and a foundation called Focus on the Family. He is a psychologist. He's also a conservative and an evangelical Christian. He had been in communication with Ted Bundy for a year before this thing is recorded. So that's what you need to know.
All right. We've all talked with Mark.
I got nothing.
This is a message I want to get across. But as a young boy, and I mean a boy of 12 or 13, certainly, that I encountered outside the home again, in the local grocery store, the local drugstore, the softcore pornography, what people call softcore. But as I think I explained to you last night, Dr. Dobson, in an anecdote, that as young boys do, we explored the back roads and sideways and byways of our neighborhood, and oftentimes people would dump the garbage and whatever they were cleaning out of their house, and from time to time we'd come across pornographic books of a harder nature than more graphic, you might say, more explicit nature than we would encounter, let's say, in your local grocery store. And this also included such things as, let's say, detective magazines and more hardcore.
Those that involve violence. Then.
Yes, and and this is something I think I want to emphasize is the most damaging kinds of pornography. Again, I'm talking from personal experience. Hard, real, personal experience. The most damaging kinds of pornography are those that involve violence and sexual violence, because the wedding of those two forces, as I know only too well, brings about behavior that is just too terrible to describe.
Now,
all right, Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, if you want to know how somebody secretly feels, ask them how they think most people feel about a certain issue. You'll get their truthful response. What we're seeing is that he thinks most people are like him, and we're seeing him kind of selling that. He uses the word we to describe antisocial behavior at the beginning here. We're going to see this come up again. And with these critical moments, you can see how he was seen as charming. These eyebrow flashes to the interviewer at these key points, and when he wants to be self-deprecating in order to get you to like him. And he uses the term wedding to talk about violence and pornography coming together. And I think this is a key element here. This reveals more than if he would say something like joining or meeting those two things together. And this is a wedding he's referring to, a union of things that were destined to be together, or maybe a joining of two things that should always be together. And I think that's what we're really hearing. And each one of these videos, I'm going to share with you a fun fact about this, some research that was done at the University of Kentucky, which is the largest research project on Ted Bundy. So according to these clinical and forensic psychologists, one of the leads was named Daryl Turner, Dr. Daryl Turner. Ted Bundy is basically textbook definition of a prototypical psychopath, end quote. Greg, what do you got?
I'm laughing. I'm sorry because you said fun facts about psychopaths. Sorry, dude. That totally.
Well, you
hit
talk
me
about psychopaths all the time, so it's fun. That's okay.
Oh, yeah. Go.
You want to hand it off, or you want to just go from there?
No, go ahead.
Okay, good. Yeah, so guys, here's the thing. Chase, I'm with you. What we project onto other people is what we want them to be, or what we perceive ourselves to be in those cases. And you see a little bit of that here. This doctor is talking to him and looking for reasons why this monster was created. And he's going to certainly give him that. What we're watching is a master manipulator at work. And this is probably my favorite of all the things I've seen on Ted Bundy. The only reason we did it is because this is so masterful. What we're seeing here is a psychopath at work in the same way he would work someone before he caved their head in with a stick or whatever he did to all these people. And he just doesn't get that opportunity because he's caged and his fangs are removed. So we get to watch him right here be exactly who he is, and he's doing it exactly that. Watch as he talks. When he pontificates, and he's here to pontificate, make no mistake. He needs to still be pertinent and still be somebody who matters because he is a horrific narcissist. You're going to see it all through this whole thing. We'll listen for language and we'll point it out. He starts off, I love Chasey's using your closed-eye talking. Well, it's good for the environment as he's pontificating. Every time he pontificates, he closes his eyes and does that closed-eye talking. And then when he wants to make a point about the story he wants this guy to buy, locked eye contact and brow up. Those are his key points in every story. There's also a lot of tongue jutting. So let's start looking at tongue jutting to see if it means anything or is it a pattern for him throughout this whole thing. And you'll see that he has a tale that he's trying to get out here as he goes through. Everything he's going to talk about is going to be grand. It's the reason he uses words like wedding. The reason he uses these complex words, because narcissists don't want anything to be normal in their life. Their friends are cooler and faster and prettier. Everybody they know is smarter, and they use self-aggrandizing language. And you're going to see a lot of that as we go through here. And then when he starts talking about, he does one of my favorite things that I haven't ever seen anybody do but him and maybe Casey Anthony. And that's this pop his eyes really big and look under his brows and pull his head back. It is such a weird look. And he does that every time he's trying to get something. At the very close of the video, I'll cut this short. At the very close of the video, stop and look. There's absolute disdain in that guy's face for the guy he's talking to. This is a piece of work. This is a wild animal in a cage. Thank God they found a cure for him, and they cured him the next day. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm going to say this. We're going to see two master manipulators. We're going to see somebody selling a lie on purpose and another person buying a lie on purpose. And I think that's, for me, is what is most exciting about this, is we're going to see somebody spinning and the other person using that spin for their purposes as well. But we'll get to that. Look, there's a lovely set of tongue juts there. But I think we're going to have to discount those all the way along because it's repetitive behavior. And also we've got to understand that along with this kind of what I would call gentlemanly behavior, we're always going to see this through the lens of Hannibal Lecter, I think. So when we see these things, we're going to see behaviors that we think we recognize as those of the psychopath. But that's simply because I think art has taken these and ramped the volume up on them. So just take that as context. We're always viewing this through somebody's performance of the quintessential psychopath anyway. Okay, what I love about his imagery here is he's saying he's the product of people throwing out trash. Just as you say, the wedding of two forces, violence and sex, but those two things coming together is what people have thrown out in the back rows, the sideways and the highways. So that's kind of it. So often you'll find that the geography, we call it psychogeography, the geography of a landscape or a home will have a correlation to the psychology of a person, or at least that is some traditional psychogeography. And we're going to see him use these ideas throughout. Now, why is that? Either he's incredibly up on his current psychology of the time, or he's a fully integrated human being, or he knows that's what the interviewer is looking for. That's what this interviewer will buy from him and actually wants to buy from him. We'll come to more of that later on, but just want to put that in your mind that he's already planted this idea of an understanding of the way the human mind might work and also the way society might work, and how somebody might be manipulated unwittingly by society's own trash to become that trash in our minds. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. I think we're seeing, like Greg was saying, everybody's nailed stuff on this. We're watching a psychopath be a psychopath. You're going to have certain feelings when you go through here. When you watch this guy and listen to him and talk to him, you look at him and you look at him watching this guy and the way he uses the words he describes what happened. Some of you all are going to feel like he might be okay. It wasn't that bad because, all people are, basically good. That's what you're going to think. That's that feeling you're going to get in here. So if you're wondering how they do it, this is how they do it. You're watching it happen, and it just gets better and better. And it seems a little boring as we go along, right? Because he's talking real low and all that. No, man, this is a psychopath doing what a psychopath does, and he would do it to you too. Keep in mind, this guy's a monster. He cut people's heads off. Didn't know that, did you? He cut some of these people's heads off and did weird things with it. With that situation happening there, can't be too graphic. So that's what we're seeing there. We're seeing a psychopath be a psychopath. Greg's the first one to say that. All right. We're seeing a severity softening. He starts talking about it like it was long ago. Then when he was a kid, this problem happened and all that. That strong eye contact, he's trying to gain his trust with him because the guy's there trying to find out what happened to him and why he's like this. And he's telling him what he thinks he wants him to hear or what he wants him to hear. So it's that huge guarding of the ego. That's what the psychopath is doing. You have to really be careful with the ego. So that's what he's doing. He's guarding the ego because this isn't his fault, man. No, it's not his fault. There's something else that's the fault. What's fault? It was pornography. That's what did it to him. So that's what he starts blaming everything on, and it just goes throughout the whole set of stuff we're watching. His voice tone, his cadence, everything's very smooth. He's got that low voice going. He talks to him, and he looks away. And as he looks away, he puts this pleasant look on his face, this kind of smiley looking face, because he's allowing him to look at him and watch him be a good person and explain what's happening, what his problem is. So he's allowing him to watch that and watch him be that person. Oh, this is great stuff. This is classic stuff. Then he watch throughout these videos as well. He keeps breaking the contact with this guy to see what's happening over here on the other side of the room. Something's going on. Must be a doorway or something, people coming out, in and out. But he's alert. He's on alert for that. He keeps watching that. So his brain is on alert for things to happen. So he's clicking back into that animalistic part of him. But this is great. It's just going to get better as we go along. And I'm really excited about this, as I know you guys are too. Okay, we're good?
Yeah.
Let's move.
This is a message I want to get across. But as a young boy, and I mean a boy of 12 or 13, certainly, that I encountered outside the home again, in the local grocery store, the local drugstore, the softcore pornography, what people call softcore. But as I think I explained to you last night, Dr. Dobson, in an anecdote, as young boys do, we explored the back roads and sideways and byways of our neighborhood, and oftentimes people would dump the garbage and whatever they were cleaning out of their house, and from time to time we'd come across pornographic books of a harder nature than more graphic, you might say, more explicit nature than we would encounter, let's say, in your local grocery store. And this also included such things as, let's say, detective magazines and more
those that involve violence.
Yes, and and this is something I think I want to emphasize is the most damaging kinds of pornography. And again, I'm talking from personal experience, hard, real personal experience. The most damaging kinds of pornography are those that involve violence and sexual violence. Because the wedding of those two forces, as I know only too well, brings about behavior that is just too terrible to describe.
Now walk me through that. What was going on in your mind at that time?
Okay, before we go any further, I think it's important to me, and that people believe what I'm saying, to tell you that I'm not blaming pornography and not saying that it caused me to go out and do certain things, and I take full responsibility for whatever I've done and all the things that I've done. That's not the question here. The question and the issue is how this kind of literature contributed and helped mold and shape the kinds of violent behavior.
It fueled your fantasies, didn't it?
Well, in the beginning it fuels this kind of thought process. Then, at a certain time, it's instrumental in what I would say crystallizing it, making into something which is almost like a separate entity inside. And at that point, you're at the verge, or I was at the verge of acting out on these kinds of thoughts.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, lovely. Okay, so he uses the metaphor there of crystallizing the personality. That's really nice. So there's the idea of personalities being almost like crystallized facets. That's not something that he's suddenly come up with, that metaphor. That's quite a common metaphor in the persona metaphor that many psychologists at that time might well be adhering to. So at this point, I start to wonder, but by the way, I've never met this guy before. I've never seen any video of him or the guy he's talking to. I understand a little bit, but not very much, about his legend, but really nothing. But I start to think, why is he so up on his psychology here? Because he really is quite up. What you have to do in that model is integrate those facets. If you integrate those facets, we have different elements of our personality. And if one element doesn't know the other element is there, especially if one of those elements is quite dark and dangerous, then there's trouble. And he's really got a very good understanding of that at the time. So I start to think, who's he talking to? Who's he talking to? Why has he come up with this idea for this particular moment? Because me, with a bit of understanding of that analyst's point of view, I start to go, well, he's saying all the right stuff to make somebody like me go, he's either a fully integrated, spent 10 years from my understanding inside, either he's now fully integrated his personality and he totally understands, and maybe we should think about parole for this guy, or certainly he's maybe worth a bit of a reprieve because he's fully integrated himself. So why am I starting to think that? Because is he playing me? Because if he's playing me, he's not doing a bad job of it. Like, he's doing a pretty good job of playing me. Now, what he's not doing, because I don't hold the same values, his moral crusade piece isn't really hitting home with me very well. So then I start to go, oh, he's not playing me, so who is he playing? There's only one other person in the room. I start to go, is that person a doctor? Is that person a psychologist? Is that person some kind of moral crusader? Because both of those would work quite well. Anyway, good play, because he's got his vocabulary really well on both of those, both on the psychology standpoint and on the morality moral crusade standpoint. Really good job by him. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, so I'm going to take it down a little different path, but the same thing, because he is using language of a psychologist everywhere you turn. But what I think he's doing is starting to weave his werewolf story. I said, Cat people, have you ever seen that movie? I wake up and horrible things have happened. This is what he's doing. He's starting to say, look, it's not me, it's the entity. It's the entity. Oh, it's the entity. That's handy. That's what I'm going to say. Next time I get pulled over for speeding, I'm going to say, I can't help it. It was the entity. I got this car. It made me drive fast. That's all. He's starting down that path. I agree with him, Mark. He says out loud what he is thinking. For change, he says, it's important to me that people believe what I have to say. And when he does that, he goes to a modified steepling, and that's power or authority. And he's doing that's Burns from the Simpsons. Excellent. You see him doing that, but he's got amusement in his face. Now, he also has a snarky kind of a little smile naturally, a little smirk, but look at his face. It's not this, it's all of this in the center. He's smiling, his eyes are even smiling, his lower face isn't. So he's amused himself somehow. And then he goes into that worm on a griddle movement thing as he starts talking and trying to work out what he should say. And he's working around not blaming. And you see him when he hits key points to the story. And Mark, he starts to talk, just you can tell this is some psychology from prison. I need to take responsibility. There's his key point again. He's making those points. The tongue jot comes out at question here. And Mark, I'm with you. We see so many tongue jots that if it's distaste, then we got a problem. This is just getting you to follow down his path to believe what he believes. When Dobson says, it fueled your fantasies, you see disapproval in his face because he's trying to get a different message than that across, that there's some other entity, there's some other thing. And then you even see a little engagement of the grief muscle and pursed lips as he's pushing that away. He's got to get across his key point. There's something else other than him. He illustrates with both hands, and he changes his cadence and he slows it. It was instrumental. And I think, Mark, you're dead on. He's trying to he's been talking to this guy for a year. If you talk to a psychopath for a year, they know more about you than you know about you, because they don't have any thoughts of their own that are normal humans. So they need to understand what you're doing. And Scott, I'm sure somewhere in here we'll find out a little bit about sweet and sour chicken and how much they like it, because that's an important part of what we're seeing here. And then this is starting to be the darkest part. When Dobson actually says something, when he says, "You've gone as far as you can," you see him put his hands up in a regulator. "You got it. You got it." And he goes, "Mm-hmm."
You had gone about as far as you could go in your own fantasy life with...
That spider to the fly right there. Come on in. It'll be nice. Scott, what do you got?
All right, we're seeing matching and mirroring here. And if you'll listen to the way Bundy's talking, listen to the way the other guy's talking, they slowly begin to sound a lot alike. Listen to the words Bundy uses. They're really these jagged descriptive words that are really long words. The other guy's using these really simple, short words. Now, Bundy does keep up with the long, jagged words throughout because he's got points to make, and that's the way he makes those points. He's those words, so it sounds something very intellectual that is the reason that he's the way he is. But listen to how they start matching up, and how the cadence starts matching up as well. And watch the way he's sitting compared to the way the interviewer is sitting, because he starts doing the exact same thing this guy is doing. When he starts working with his hands like this, he may open up a couple of times with his hands like that as well. But he does keep, I think you're right, Greg, he keeps that stifling situation happening. That's really, really important. So let's pay attention to how he's matching and mirroring what he's seeing and hearing from this guy, especially toward the end there, because it gets good. Chase, what do you got?
So when he's saying I'm taking responsibility, this is kind of self-deprecating. And right here you see an eyebrow flash. And if you go through all of this and just pick out key moments of where the eyebrows are going up, this is during some kind of admission or self-deprecating talk. And he's continuing during all of these key points in this video to do this exact same thing. All the ones we're going to see in the future, you'll see these little spikes in eyebrow flash during those key moments. This is a highly, highly intelligent guy. And this is what they call a successful psychopath, because they're leveraging their capacity to use people as effectively as possible. This downward eye gaze is kind of an internal dialogue spot, an emotional dialogue spot where we might see. You'll see this in highly charismatic people, that they actually make less eye contact, then make strong, powerful eye contact at key moments. You'll see Bill Clinton do this. You'll see George Bush. You'll see Barack Obama do this. You'll see Tom Cruise do this a lot. And at the end, you can see this kind of scandal face here when he's talking about reaching a limit. You can see the Anthony Weiner scandal face right there. As our fact for this this clip, about 95% of the psychologists at the University of Kentucky study believed that Ted Bundy also showed signs of narcissistic personality disorder, which we're very familiar with if you're a subscriber to the channel.
Now, walk me through that. What was going on in your mind at that time?
Okay, before we go any further, I think it's important to me, and that people believe what I'm saying, to tell you that I'm not blaming pornography and not saying that it caused me to go out and do certain things. And I take full responsibility for whatever I've done and all the things that I've done. That's not the question here. The question and the issue is how this kind of literature contributed and helped mold and shape the kinds of violent behavior.
It fueled your fantasies, didn't it?
Well, in the beginning, it fuels this kind of thought process. Then, at a certain time, it's instrumental in what I would say crystallizing it, making into something which is almost like a separate entity inside. And at that point, you're at the verge, or I was at the verge of acting out on these kinds of thoughts.
Now, I really want to understand that. You had gone about as far as you could go in your own fantasy life with printed material. And you made or printed and video or film
magazines, what have you. Yeah.
And then there was the urge to take that little step or big step over to a physical event.
And it happens. It happened in stages, gradually. It doesn't necessarily, not to me at least, happen overnight. My experience with, I'd say, pornography generally, but with pornography that deals on a violent level with the sexuality, is that once you become addicted to it, and I look at this as a kind of addiction, like other kinds of addiction, I would keep looking for more potent, more explicit, more graphic kinds of material. Like an addiction, you keep craving something which is harder, something which gives you a greater sense of excitement, until you reach the point where the pornography only goes so far. You reach that jumping off point where you begin to wonder if maybe actually doing it will give you that which is beyond just reading about it or looking at it.
How long?
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, at printed material, he does a couple of things that make me want to dig in. He does an in-breath of apprehension, like he's going to ask something a little further. And then he says, and his blink rate increases, which is uncharacteristic for him. So something's going on. And when he says printed material, he goes down some path and says, and other, and what have you. Well, hold on. That's a lead. That is a lead. When a person says, and what have you, we always say intelligence hates ambiguity. You would ask, even though you might not want to know the answer, in this case, you would ask, what other things did you do? Because you're probably going to find there's something more in here than what he's letting on, because he has apprehension, he has a blink rate that increases, and he shows some disdain. He pulls the sides of his mouth back, not just a lip compression, but a pull back. He does that tongue jut again. Mark, I'm with you. This is just what he does. Then he starts to pontificate. Here's the thing. I'll call him KP. I got it written down, the same thing. Chase, we're talking about key points, sexuality and addiction. Front of mouth talking a little bit. Scotty does your fading facts as he's telling you, drifts off the end. And he then tries to get his point across. I look at this as a point of addiction. He's working this guy. He knows what this guy wants to hear, and he's feeding him exactly that. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I think that's why you get that intake of breath on just published materials, because he wants the interviewer to bring up the idea of video and cable as well, because that's the bigger hit here. That's the real target here. That's how both of them can leave their mark on this. He knows it, and the interviewer knows it. It's just the interviewer hasn't quite latched on to the way that they're both going to go on this one. He will do eventually. He'll help him out in the end, sort out what the biggest target is for both of them. But at this point we have, look, he's pushing all the right buttons. He's throwing all the right switches here, because we've got addiction to the thrill. Now that is true for the psychopath. There's an addiction. There is a need for bigger and bigger and bigger boosts of adrenaline, but also it pulls that switch on addiction. We're at the time here of Reagan, of Nancy Reagan, of Just Say No, of one of the biggest threats to conservative America is drugs. And so this person is addicted. They are a result of this this terrible social drug situation. So this is not a perpetrator. He's now put himself in the victim role because he is an addict. But no mention at all of the victims at all. Nothing. So far, haven't heard a victim mentioned at all. So at the same time as him having this gentlemanly scholar air around him, which is a lovely kind of trope of crime throughout history, of the highly social, antisocial person. It's the Pink Panther, essentially, the gentleman thief. It's just here we have the gentleman psychopath, extreme, abusive murderer. I mean, it's just one of the most extreme examples, but then portraying this gentleman attitude on us at the same time. It's a beautiful play. It's exactly what we want as a TV watching public, as a video watching public. He's giving us the exact two extremes that we want. It's exactly what Sir Anthony Hopkins made Hannibal Lecter out of. He's a gentleman and he's an extreme psychological scholar at the same time. It's exactly what the audience want to see, to have what we call an allotropic response, which is you want to lean in and look, and at the same time, you just can't look. The two things are playing at the same time. Highly entertaining. But is he really this gentleman scholar, or is he just cold? well, we know what he is in the end, but we know what he's trying to play here. And I just want you to keep noticing how this interviewer is a little more complicit than he's being played. Or certainly the lie being told is a useful lie for this particular interviewer. And again, we'll see that play out. Scott, what do you got on this one?
I think he gets lost in there. I think you're seeing a little bit of that panic on him. I think is the part of what we're seeing is getting lost because he's got a lot he wants to say. He's got tons of stuff. He wants to make sure he gets a specific point across. When he starts going down that part where you're talking about, Greg, where we see his blink rate go up, and Mark, we're talking about where things he gets kind of boxed in there. I think he gets lost and loses his train of thought in there. I think that's what that is, because he's thinking about two things at once. It's hard to keep two different things happening in your mind at the same time, two separate thoughts. So he's trying to keep this guy on point as he charms him. And he's trying to get his point across at the same time. So go along with that Ridley Stroop experiment. It's tough to keep two things going at once. So I think that's what we're seeing there is that fight for one thought as it goes, trying to meld them into one. So I think he got lost a little bit, and that's where some of the panic is coming. Not panic, but some of the stress is coming from that. He's still trying to keep things clinical and make it sound like he's just. You're right, Mark. He's this guy doing this, but there's this clinical thing going on with it because he's fine. Nothing wrong with this guy. And you're seeing him be that gentleman because that's his charming part. He's trying to charm the pants off this guy and everybody else too. But like you said earlier, Greg, that's what happens. They do that to you, and the next thing you know, they go, "What's that over there, man? Is that yours?" And you look over there and you get clonked in the head, and then who knows what's going to happen after that. So I don't know. I think this is getting more exciting as it goes. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, if he is trying to do something and the other guy is not really following along, not really picking up on it, I'd say that might be an Inspector Clouseau moment right there, to go with your Pink Panther metaphor. But we saw it one time in the last video, and we're seeing it again here. You can hear him using the word "you" to talk about the journey that he took to becoming a serial killer. He corrects it this time, and he owns it. So he corrects himself. And now toward the end of this clip, you can hear him transition to no longer talking about himself at all. He is fully distanced from this behavior, wanting to socialize it with a shift in the pronoun. Everything is about you. You get this. You get this. This is what pornography does to you. Everything's about someone else and about the person listening. But he's making these eye contact at these critical points, just like highly charismatic politicians do, spending almost all of his time looking away to this down to his right. And let's talk about Dorothy O. Lewis, who's an MD. She's a psychiatrist from the New York University Medical Center who specializes in evaluating violent offenders. She actually tried to save Bundy from death row, with the argument being that he suffered from bipolar personality disorder and that he shouldn't be in jail because of that. I'll leave that to you.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Out on these kinds of thoughts.
Now, I really want to understand that. You had gone about as far as you could go in your own fantasy life with printed material, and you made or printed and video or film photos,
magazines, what have you. Yeah.
And then there was the urge to take that little step or big step over to a physical event.
And it happened in stages, gradually. It doesn't necessarily, not to me at least, happen overnight. My experience with, I'd say, pornography generally, but with pornography that deals on a violent level with sexuality, is that once you become addicted to it, and I look at this as a kind of addiction, like other kinds of addiction, I would keep looking for more potent, more explicit, more graphic kinds of material. Like an addiction, you keep craving something which is harder, something which gives you a greater sense of excitement, until you reach the point where the pornography only goes so far. You reach that jumping off point where you begin to wonder if maybe actually doing it will give you that which is beyond just reading about it or looking at it.
How long?
Reading about it or looking at it.
How long did you stay at that point before you actually assaulted someone?
Well, yeah, you see, that is a very delicate point in my own development, and we're talking about having reached the point or a gray area that surrounded that point over a course of
you don't remember
years.
How long that was?
Well, I would say a couple years, and what I was dealing with there were very strong inhibitions against criminal behavior or violent behavior that had been conditioned into me, bred into me in my environment, in my neighborhood, in my church, in my school. Things which said, no, this is wrong. I mean, even to think of it is wrong, but certainly to do it is wrong. And I'm on that edge, and you might say the last vestiges of restraint, the barriers to actually doing something were being tested constantly and assailed through the kind of fantasy life that was fueled largely by pornography.
Do you remember?
Okay, Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, it makes some pretty strong eye contact again. Right when he's mentioning church and school, he gives this big list, but just makes eye contact when he's talking about, I go to church and I went to school. And he wants you to know that. And he corrects his pronoun shift again here when he says, you're on that edge. And then he says, I'm on that edge. And when he's saying this is largely fueled by pornography, there's a huge eyebrow flash for approval here to the interviewer. His cadence here is different than any other time that he's really spoken, which is few. There's not a whole lot of audio of him out there, but it's turned into this clinical sterility of a doctor explaining something complex to a patient who doesn't get it. And he's essentially building this in a way where he's not saying it directly, but letting you feel clever for tying the two things together. Like all of this is the reason for those murders. And it's kind of like when you watch the news and they talk about a woman being killed, but earlier her and her boyfriend were seen shouting at each other. They don't tie it together. They get to make you feel clever for tying those two things together. So you're more likely to watch the show later that evening. So let's go back to the University of Kentucky real quick. The majority of that same group of about 100 psychologists and psychiatrists in this University of Kentucky study said that Bundy was above the diagnostic threshold for a borderline. The borderline personality disorder affects anywhere between 2 to 6% of the United States population. And people with borderline tend to feel emotions intensely, which may be why not all of the psychologists felt that Bundy fell into this category of mental health illness. Scott, what do you got?
All right. This made him uncomfortable getting in there because from what he's talking about. So he has to take a minute. That's why you hear that throat clearing and all that, because it sort of brings everything to a halt and he's got to think about, oh gosh, got a minute to get this, set this up and deliver this right. So that's for all the little things we see in there that let us know that he's uncomfortable. This is the question he was waiting on. He's been waiting to make his point from that question at this point. So he wasn't ready for it and it caught him off guard. And this one's going to be short because I got so much to go here in a little while. I'm going to start making mine a little bit short from right here. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so there's a real rhythm change here from how direct he was before to how indirect he is. In fact, it isn't really until he lands the end of that sentence, that right at the end of that clip, that any of it really makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of kind of word salad in there. So I think, yeah, he is failing to find the same persona to illustrate or describe being closer to his acts of sexual violence. I think that's where the question was going, is the question is getting closer to one of those acts or a first act. And as he gets closer to that act or first act, he doesn't have the erudite wordsmithing that he had, because he's getting closer to the actual feelings that come over him during that, which he doesn't have words to describe. He has no, as we often don't, often we don't have words to describe even our mildest feelings. Think about the kinds of emotions that are going through somebody who's committing acts at his level. How do you describe that? And how do you describe that if your whole story is one of, this is actually a clinical thing based around conditioning, based around genetics, based around clinical persona theory? He set up this whole idea of, this is a bunch of psychology going on that I understand very well. And you, my specific audience in front of me, the interviewer, you could totally understand why this happens in this way. The psychological, medical reasoning for this, he's lost reasoning, because you probably don't have a great deal of social reasoning for doing what he did. So he's totally in the dark right now, I would suggest, which is why he can't form sentences. But he gets back on message, because he really lands it in the pornography right at the end. So he's back in there, and he's back entirely with what will connect best with the Christian right at that point. So I'm getting the sense that his mark here is not just this person in front of him, but a whole section of society. He's marked them out as the target for his for this interview, because there's something instrumental that he wants them to do, and this interviewer is the conduit for that action. At this point, I'm not quite sure what it is, but I come a little surer later on. And the interviewer would like it as well. So the interviewer is going to become more complicit as we go along on this. But I love how he loses all sense at this point. He doesn't have a description as he gets closer to the act. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, Mark, I think we're going to see a lot later of his inability to describe how that feels, but it'll show in him. What I think here is this is exactly what made him successful as a predator. And because he can be fallible and human, you see it here. Whether that's intentional, I don't know, but there's at least one or two indicators that I think he actually is intentionally stumbling through words so that he can redirect the conversation and keep it about the problem, not about him. We know that he faked arm injury, had a fake cast to lure one woman in at least, and maybe many others, so that he uses weakness as that frailty, that human frailty, as a way to get other people's sympathy. I think this is a clear demonstration of what made this organism successful, and he's just doing it again. When he does his key points, Chase, I'm with you. If we turn off all the sound and watch through here and see this, we'll have every key point to the story he wants you to believe. Now, when he does the taffy drawing, taffy pulling with his eyes, that's even more profound, and he does that in this one. When he's asked the question and he wants to redirect, Dobson is trying to take him down the path of tell me about what happened the first time, and he didn't want to go there, so he uses filler words, and he pontificates and redirects instead of chaff and redirects, and he clears his voice with I think this is him doing it. He avoids the question entirely and then gets back to his point of being able to talk. If you don't believe he's doing something, pay attention to his cadence. It slows at against criminal behavior, hard eye contact. Then he goes to, he's talking about church, and when he does that church, he makes really hard eye contact again, and his cadence is down, his brow is up. Then he uses words, again, words that average people, Scott, I'm surprised you didn't say, real people don't talk like that. The last vestiges of whatever, he had there. He does hard eye contact again. Then he stumbles over the words assault, assail. I think that's a legitimate mistake on his part, because you can see displeasure in his face when he does it. And then he does another source lead that I would crawl all over when he says the fantasy life that was fueled largely by porn. Largely. What does that mean? What else fueled it? What else caused that? And after he says pornography, he does a tongue jut. We don't think that means anything, but he also does a lip compression. When you have that much deviation, I would lean into that last sentence really hard to try to figure out, well, if it was largely fueled by that, what else caused it? And that's what I got.
Reading a about it or looking at it.
How long did you stay at that point before you actually assaulted someone?
Well, yeah, you see, that is a very delicate point in my own development, and we're talking about having reached a point or a gray area that surrounded that point over a course of
you don't remember
years.
How long that was?
Well, I would say a couple years, and what I was dealing with there were very strong inhibitions against criminal behavior or violent behavior that had been conditioned into me, bred into me in my environment, in my neighborhood, in my church, in my school. Things which said, no, this is wrong. Even to think of it as wrong, but certainly to do it is wrong. And I'm on that edge, and the last vestiges of restraint, the barriers to actually doing something were being tested constantly and assailed through the kind of fantasy life that was fueled largely by pornography.
Do you remember?
By pornography.
Do you remember what pushed you over that edge? Do you remember the decision to go for it? Do you remember where you decided to throw caution to the wind?
Again, when you say pushed, I know what you're saying. I don't want to infer again.
I understand that.
That I was some helpless kind of a victim, and yet we're talking about an influence that is the influence of violent types of media and violent pornography, which was an indispensable link in the chain of behavior, the chain of events that led to the behaviors, to the assaults, to the murders, and what have you. It's a very difficult thing to describe. The sensation of reaching that point where I knew that it was like something had, say, snapped, that I knew that I couldn't control it anymore, that these barriers that I had learned as a child, that had been instilled in me, were not enough to hold me back with respect to seeking out and harming somebody.
Would it be?
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I always say that when people are using charisma on you, there's a process to it. So they start off by demonstrating value. He clearly has that. He's the craziest psychopath on earth. Then they eventually get you down to where you belong. You create some kind of belonging with them, and then let you differentiate yourself. He's creating belonging with this guy. He's working this guy pretty hard right now. Now, the guy is aware of it, and that's clear. But he's starting to differentiate him as well. He's starting to say, hey, you get it and nobody else does. You can see it in the body language. When he starts off, you see him with that brow ridge up, like, are you getting this? This is different from the other times he's doing. He has his head kind of tilted and his brow up, like, are you getting what we're doing? That and that slight amusement is, yep, here you are. Here's what's interesting for me. It's really hard for a hardcore narcissist to ever say, I'm stupid, I'm this, I'm that. They just don't do it because they know that the minute they let that monster out of the cage, they got a problem. What we see here in him is some real dissonance, because he says, what words did he use exactly? Something about, and that's when you no longer could control, and then he has a hell of a time trying to let that pass. He does that face of rejection. He says, it looks like he's almost saying, well, I wouldn't characterize it that way. He's got distaste in his mouth, concern in his brow, and casts his head away. That to me is him trying to figure out, how do I take this next step? And then he puts those prayerful hands up, makes hard eye contact. Here we are. Now he's got to figure a way to talk his way out of this. And it's the only time we see him starting to kind of do that wiggle in the chair. It tells me something's going on inside his head. Now, Mark, this is creepy stuff right here. When you talk about what feeling does the person have, and he's reliving something right here is my guess. There's a whole lot of internal stuff going on, a lot of that mouth thing. When I see all that, I don't want to know what he's thinking, but I probably would have said, so what's going on in there now? My guess is he's reliving some of whatever joy he got from that horror, and you just don't want to hear about it. Chase, what do you got?
He goes to great lengths throughout this whole interview to protect his family from negative attention. which I actually think is pretty noble for a psychopath to be doing, or at least uncommon to be doing. But he's describing this feeling of being on the edge, and his hands are out at a stop at the very beginning of this. And then he pulls it into himself like he's rescuing a baby. And he's embracing this feeling. You can see him kind of pulling this in and holding it. You can see his shoulders go up. And he's talking about the barriers he learned as a child. There's another eyebrow flash for acceptance. And it's kind of all I have here. But let's go back to the University of Kentucky really quick. More than 50% of the psychologists at the study labeled Bundy as having schizoid personality disorder, or SPD, which you can think of as antisocial personality disorder to the extreme. And somebody with SPD has a kind of a lifelong pattern of indifference to other people and social isolation. And even though schizoids kind of sounds like schizophrenia, they're very different. A person with SPD is in touch with reality and makes sense when they speak, which Bundy, as intelligent as he was, absolutely did, which we can see in this video here. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so he wants to, doesn't want to shift blame, and then immediately shifts it to pornography. Okay, I get that, but the interviewer doesn't call him out on that. So, you know, it takes two people to lie, one to lie and the other to accept the lie. And here we have somebody who shouldn't have to accept that lie, but they're going down the route of accepting it. So that causes alarm bells in me as why do you not want to call him out on this idea of pornography? Why do you want him to let him shift that blame at that point when any reasonable person watching this, knowing the legend of his background, is going to go, you can't shift that responsibility. You yourself said it's all your responsibility, and then you shifted it immediately. That begs belief. But both are complicit now in taking us into what is, from my point of view, a quite unbelievable world for both of them. He then goes to he could not hold it back. So now he's created, Greg, as you said earlier on, he's created the other entity in there. Now, again, that's that idea of the outside entity, the thing that possesses you. At this point in history has started to become a popular cultural norm. And so we, as the TV viewing public, if we're watching cable TV, that's a norm that we have, that there is the possibility, the fantasy there that you can be overcome by something external to yourself, a part of your personality or an outside entity, some kind of alien that takes you over. He's starting to tell that kind of story. Again, he's not, the interviewer doesn't pick up on that and say, well, no, hang on, surely it was you did this. Doesn't pick up on that at all. What interests me most about this is that for somebody, again, who was quite erudite, and I get, Greg, that he may be playing this stumbling on purpose, but I think you're also right that here is the point where the act is a tangible thing in front of him, full of feelings for him, which his personality would not be used to being able to mediate. He has no way of describing these things. He has no way of controlling them. And we, though we may have many of the same feelings and the extremes when they come, we have mediators in that. We've been told by our parents and by many cultural entities around us. Maybe we just haven't had access to the extreme pornography that turned him into the monster that he is, and means he doesn't have these mediators. But certainly what's interesting for me is for somebody who has been so erudite about psychology and psychoanalysis, at this point he is devoid of description, which again means we're probably more into the truth here, and the truth of he has no real understanding of the psychology at all. He is not integrated in any way, and there is something, I don't know how to describe it, but of an inhuman, or what we might feel to be inhuman passions in him, behaviors which he cannot control, he can't even describe, and the acts that come out of that are unseeable and indescribable by most sane human beings. He doesn't even know what it is. That for me is not an act. He doesn't know what he's really got in front of him right now. Scott, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I'm not going to go that deep. I think he's trying to get his point across here. This is really important that he gets the point across here that this isn't his fault. Again, going back to the same story he's weaving throughout this whole thing. Then he has that painful look and all that. Then he flips right back to normal. There's a flat affect as he looks at the interviewer. What's the interviewer's name, Greg? What's this guy?
Dobson. Dr. James
Dobson. Yeah. I always call him the interviewer. As he looks right back at him. So that shows exactly he's just reset and nothing has changed. He's staying right there trying to get his point across and all that. He knows he's familiar with emotions and what they look like. He just doesn't know the intricacies of making that happen so it looks real. So that's why it's starting to look odd. A lot of people are starting to really maybe not really like him, but you're starting to feel like it's not so bad. As you see him talk and you listen to him, see him go through all these things and putting that problem over there that's not him. He keeps telling you that over there is what caused it, right way over there. So that feeling you're getting, for those of you who have fallen into this, won't be very many of you, that's what's happening. You're seeing a psychopath be a psychopath, and the whole time this guy listening is just riveted. He's all up in it, man. And he's not asking anything, Mark, because he doesn't know to. He's going to forgive him. No matter what happens, this cat's going to forgive him for it. That's his job. That's what he does. That's what he represents, is all those things. While at the same time, if you turn the sound down on this and watch this guy, the Dobson guys, he's talking to him in this, it looks like he's asking him if he can be wormed. That's how sort of painful and just open-faced he is on this. That's what it looks like to me anyway. So, we're just seeing a psychopath be a psychopath here, and he's getting his point across, staying in line, making sure everything happens the way it should. All right, we good?
By pornography.
Do you remember what pushed you over that edge? Do you remember the decision to go for it? Do you remember where you decided to throw caution to the wind?
Again, when you say pushed, I know what you're saying. I don't want to infer again.
I understand that.
That I was some helpless kind of a victim, and yet we're talking about an influence that is the influence of violent types of media and violent pornography, which was an indispensable link in the chain of behavior, the chain of events that led to the behaviors, to the assaults, to the murders, and what have you. It's a very difficult thing to describe. The sensation, of reaching that point where I knew that it was like something had, say, snapped, that I knew that I couldn't control it anymore, that these barriers that I had learned as a child, that had been instilled in me, were not enough to hold me back with respect to seeking out and harming somebody.
Would it be, Ted, after you committed your first murder, what was the emotional effect on you? What happened in the days after that?
Well, again, please understand that even all these years later, it's very difficult to talk about it, and reliving it through talking about it is difficult, to say the least. But I want you to understand what happened. It was like coming out of some kind of horrible trance or dream. I can only liken it to, after, I don't want to over-dramatize it, but to have been possessed by something so awful and so alien, and then the next morning wake up from it remember what happened and realize that basically, I mean, in the eyes of the law, certainly in the eyes of God, you're responsible to wake up in the morning and realize what I had done, and with a clear mind and all my essential moral and ethical feelings intact at that moment. Absolutely horrified that I was capable of doing something like that.
You really...
All right, Chase, what do you got?
I think there's an element of honesty here, believe it or not. I think there is a regret period that follows a lot of these murders with psychopaths, where they the regret is mostly centered around fear of being caught and fear of what they did or being judged by family members and people they're close to of what they did. It doesn't come across as emotional accessing here because there aren't many emotions in there at all. And he's making eye contact at these very key points. Right in the video, you can see it. And the key points are: I was in a trance, I was possessed, eye contact right at those quick moments, and then looks back down. It was like an alien encounter. And then you wake up from it. You're responsible. What I had done, my ethical feelings intact. And then finally, his last eye contact, capable of doing something like that, right at those little moments. And that's a pure, perfect example of a true psychopath using some kind of charisma manipulation. It's exactly what's happening there, getting you to connect on very deep key points. In 1989, the night before his execution, Bundy had an interview with a psychologist named James Dobson, PhD, the video you're actually watching right now, during which he diagnosed himself. Since I'm going on all these diagnoses, he's diagnosing himself as an addictive disorder personality, or a porn addict is what he diagnosed himself as. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, we can only wish that he'd gotten like Bozo the Clown videos or something else when he was young, and maybe he would have turned it into a comic. Who knows? Yeah. This guy there's some reason for everything that happens to him. And when he starts this, you see blinking, I think he's processing for how to answer a question. And then he is calculating what to say, and you hear him breathe out pretty heavily, like an exasperation for what to say. And then he starts to use words that make him sound like a human being. He actually starts talking about feelings and that kind of stuff. My note says, listen to him acting like a human being. He isn't. He's a monster. He's a stalker. He's a murderous human being, if we want to call him that. He's walking the borderline here between being a hardcore narcissist and asking for pity. That's a dangerous thing for those guys. And they're only going to do it when they think there's a benefit to it. They don't want to be perceived as weak, for sure. Well, now he doesn't have to worry about being perceived as weak in prison because he knows the next day he's going away. I have no doubt that this is kind of every time I've heard his story, I believe it builds up, and then he kills, and then he gets a break, and it builds up. And I've heard him say that over and over and over when you see all the interviews with him. But you're seeing why people trusted him, because he is capable of using words that sound like a normal human being. And he puts that out there when he needs it. And then he does your closed eye talking, Chase, and he does every time. Like I said, we both are on the same page. That locked eye contact with a request for approval when he's got his key points of his story. I'm telling you, when I listen to this, all I see is a scene from Cat People or American Werewolf in London or some movie from the 80s that he watched, where you wake up in the morning, there's a dead body in your hotel room, and you're like, how'd that happen? That's what he's making this out to be. Yeah, I get it. He did some monstrous stuff. He probably didn't think he was ever capable of that. But he doesn't say, I didn't do it, ever. He says, what was this word? I was horrified that I was capable of doing this. Well, he wasn't horrified enough to go do something about it, to do something else. And we'll hear him go further and further into more of this pushing blame off of self and onto something else as we go into here. But this is a werewolf story. Mark, what do you got?
Yep, so gesture-wise, I love the steeple at the start, which is taking the high ground, and then to the lips, to the high ground of silence. So it is a status imperative.
Status.
Thank you. Everybody can drink now.
Nobody jumped in with me. What happened?
I was going to this.
We've been waiting on that.
It is
redo it.
A status play.
Status.
To take the silence, to say nothing. Of course, it isn't a status play.
Status.
Yes, exactly. He doesn't want to say anything because it won't play to his agenda to actually describe what really happens in this situation. And he says, it's difficult to talk about. I don't think it's actually difficult for him to talk about the acts. I'm sure he's done that time and time again and quite possibly enjoyed doing that. It may be difficult for him to describe the feelings around that because of his disconnect with feelings. But to talk about the acts, no, I think that's a lie. But he plays the status of not talking about it.
Status.
It's the last time you'll hear that from me. And now he is the victim again, and he starts playing these classic memes throughout cinema and literary history. We've got Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde there. We've got the Somnambulist, the first ever horror film, the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. He plays that idea. I was in a trance. He's then got like alien abduction. He's got all of them in there. All of these possibilities. They're being taken over by an entity. All these memes in popular culture that might cause us to go, yeah, no, I totally get it. You were sleepwalking. There was a part of you that was a monster that you're not in control of. You were taken over by an entity. You were visited in the night by things from another planet. All of those very, very reasonable so that we can go, okay, we let you off. This is a bigger problem than just you. This is a big world problem going on here. Go about your business. And then he ends, again, he really lands it at the ends of his paragraphs there, where he goes, ethics and morals intact, and then checks in with the interviewer to go, you buying this? Are you into this? Are we going along with this one? And of course, the interviewer doesn't go, well, come on, mate, ethics and morals intact. You have no morals, you have no ethics. And here's why, as we're about to find out, the ethics and morals that he does not have, fits with the agenda of the interviewer. The interviewer just isn't some doctor. He's a very politically connected individual who has a massive agenda for this whole thing. And I'll come to why psychopaths are really useful for social agendas in one moment. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. This is great because he's asking about emotions and he has none. He doesn't understand it. So he doesn't know what they are. He understands what they are. He knows what they are, but he doesn't have any. So he's acting. He has to, because he has no idea how to talk about emotions, describe them or what they do, because he's seen them. He knows he's got to imitate them and learn how to look like he has emotions, but he doesn't know how to word it because he doesn't have those feelings. He can't describe feelings because he has none and he's never had any. And that long breath, and he's looking from his depth of pain and all that stuff. He's doing it wrong. He's doing it wrong. That's why it looks so weird and looks so odd. Then that guy and Dobson keeps looking at him. And if you look when Dobson's looking at him, it looks like, again, almost like a confusion of that doesn't look right to me. But then again, he's wide open. His thing there, his mode usually is to forgive people for what they've done and move along and try to be everybody's good and all that. But he doesn't understand what a psychopath is. And he really doesn't understand that's what he's dealing with and what's being done to him at that point. So he as he goes on, he describes this possession, all these things again, making sure he lets him know it's not his fault, man. No, he's been possessed. Something else has got him. It's not his fault at all. So we're seeing acting. He doesn't have feelings, never had emotions, and he doesn't know how to describe them. So that's why it's odd going through there looking like that. And those emotions don't look his sadness emotions don't look the way they should because he doesn't know how to execute those.
Ted, after you committed your first murder, what was the emotional effect on you? What happened in the days after that?
Well, again, please understand that even all these years later, it's very difficult to talk about it, and reliving it through talking about it is difficult to say the least, but I want you to understand what happened. It was like coming out of some kind of horrible trance or dream. I can only liken it to after, I don't want to over-dramatize it, but to have been possessed by something so awful and so alien, and then the next morning wake up from it, remember what happened, and realize that basically, in the eyes of the law, certainly in the eyes of God, you're responsible. To wake up in the morning and realize what I had done, and with a clear mind and all my essential moral and ethical feelings intact at that moment, absolutely horrified that I was capable of doing something like that.
You really hadn't known that before?
There is just absolutely no way to describe, first, the brutal urge to do that kind of thing, and then what happens is once it has been more or less satisfied and recedes, you might say, or is spent, that sense, that kind of energy level recedes, and basically I became myself again. And I want people to understand this too, and I'm not saying this gratuitously because it's important that people understand this, that basically I was a normal person. I wasn't some guy hanging out at bars or a bum, or I wasn't a pervert in the sense that, people look at somebody and say, I know there's something wrong with him, and just tell. I was essentially a normal person. I had good friends. I led a normal life, except for this one small but very potent and very destructive segment of it that I kept very secret and very close to myself and didn't let anybody know about it. And part of the shock and horror for my dear friends and family years ago when I was first arrested was that there was no clue. They looked at me and they looked at the all-American boy, and I wasn't perfect, but I want to be quite candid with you. I was okay. I was. The basic humanity and basic spirit that God gave me was intact, but unfortunately it became overwhelmed at times. And I think people need to recognize that it's not some kind of those of us who have been so much influenced by violence in the media, in particular pornographic violence, are not some kinds of inherent monsters. We are your sons and we are your husbands. And we grew up in regular families, and pornography can reach out and snatch a kid out of any house today. He snatched me out of my home. It snatched me out of my home 20, 30 years ago. And as diligent as my parents were, and they were diligent in protecting their children, and as good a Christian home as we had, and we had a wonderful Christian home, there is no protection against the kinds of influences that are loose in a society that tolerates.
Greg, what do you got?
Okay, he starts off with a contemptuous smile. You can't miss that half smile. And then he goes to what you, Scott, call fading facts. I call swallowing words. They just disappear. And when that's when he's asking you really hadn't known. Then he gives this non-answer, this stammering, rambling thing until he gets his feet back under him. And he starts talking about being a normal person. He's using words that, Scott, you'll say he has no understanding of. I think you're probably right. I would ask him, what does normal mean to you? Let him define it. He even then tries quickly to say, look, I didn't hang out in bars. I wasn't a bum. I was not a pervert that anybody could tell. He even clarifies that. I think that's one of the weirdest ones of the whole thing. Nobody could look at him and think he was a pervert. And he nose touches when he says that. Now, he doesn't touch his nose a lot in here. We're going to see more when it gets to some of the more profound moments in this. We'll see him manipulating his mouth and touching his nose more than usual. He raises his head again, and he looks back up. He actually turtles. We didn't see that much in this thing. And I've been cautious not to talk about shoulder movement because his hands are cuffed, and if you've ever dealt with cuffed people, it's hard to read shoulder movement. It's just tough. But he does turtle in this case, and he said, except for this one small. Anybody else think that's a really poor choice of words to call this problem a small problem? In his mind, it's okay to call it that. He says, I wasn't perfect. What does that mean? I would ask him, what is perfect? I was okay. He's using convincing language. And then he goes to this whole thing, and I won't stay here a lot. I'll just talk about when he gets to Christian again. Chase, the same thing you and I keep bringing up. Locked eye contact and brow up when he's telling his key points to his stories. And now he's going to tell us about this virus that creates werewolves out of your brothers, sisters, whatever. And he's just looking for a way to push all that off so that he's creating some kind of humanity. And Mark, I'm with you. He knows his audience. He knows that it's not atheist watching Dobson's channel. It's the conservative right. And this is the Reagan era. This is actually the Bush era, but Reagan-Bush era. And it is a big move. And this guy had a big program. The thing's still out there called Focus on the Family. This is tightly tied, and it was one of his crusades is anti-alcohol, anti-pornography. And so he will start feeding in what you need to hear. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I think there's so much going on here because his focus here is to really make sure he explains the problem and it's not him, how he was a normal guy. And he goes through explaining all these things. And I think what you're seeing is him being uncomfortable doing that because he's just making this all up. He knows what he has to say. He's thought about this before. He's got his story. I'm going to have to tell him I was normal. Everything was fine except for this one little thing, the part where he cut off people's heads and stuff. But he doesn't say that. He just calls it this one little thing and tries to make that almost non-existent. Everything was perfect. Came from a Christian family. He was a good guy. He really was. Oh, Teddy was a good boy. He was all these things that were wonderful. He's building this picture in his mind. So this guy will, as is his gig, as his job to do, is forgive him for what he's done and go forward being positive with him. But he's trying to convince this guy that he's not a bad guy and it's not his fault. And he's coming on like he's just his family just could have gone to this guy's church. Very sane people that he hangs out with and preaches to and talks to. The same kind of folks. That's who he is, where he came from, who his folks are. So as he's creating this normal person that has been destroyed by this outside force that came in and just destroyed this normal good old boy, this good old Teddy, when he was just a young kid, and that's when it all happened. So again, I'm still going down that same road. He's trying to convince him that he's a normal guy. Everything's fine. You're right, that locked eye contact and locking with him on the most important parts. He's just being a psychopath. That's what they do. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so his imagery here is brilliant. The all-American boy, which is your sons, your husbands. Okay, imagine yourself sitting at home in a conservative Christian America and hearing that your sons, your husbands, good Christian people are liable to turn into him if you don't take out pornography, if you don't turn out and specific stuff that is on cable television. Now, it just so happens that agenda is the exact agenda of the interviewer. That's what he funds, is the taking out of that. I get that there's a Christian idea of the forgiveness, but this person that he's being interviewed by is a moral crusader who puts money and action behind that crusade to take out specific media that he believes, along with Bundy pretending that he believes that is the root of all evil and that it is legion across the media right now. So he's spinning him almost an exact copy of Dobson's own ideology. Yeah, and we know it's ideology because we can predict exactly what he's going to say next. Exactly what he's going to say next. Now, so what's interesting for me about this in that he's bringing forward some of these classic Reagan, family values ideology is that in society, some psychopaths are incredibly useful, and societies do use them in order to push forward an agenda. And I'd say, unfortunately, that's what's happening now, and that's why Dobson is so accepting of the story, the lies that are being put forward by Bundy right now, because the lies are useful. Lying is one of our most important social skills. Knowing when to do it and when to tell the truth is important. But accepting a lie is a really important social skill. And if you have a specific social agenda, it's very important to accept some of the extreme lies that some people will tell. And the extreme lie here is that pornography or even just violent movies on what we would consider now normal TV is actually the thing that will corrupt America. Very similar to a great film, go and watch it. It's called Reefer Madness. And it uses the exact same setup of ordinary kids, just ordinary good American kids. And all you need is a little toke on that, and it's suddenly the whole of society falls to bits. It's fantastic spin. When I first started watching this, I didn't expect to get any of this. I didn't know what was going to come along. I thought we were just going to get, a fairly extreme psychopath doing that kind of stuff. I didn't think we were going to get some extreme social agenda going on and everybody complicit in it. I think it's fantastic. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you. And he starts this off by saying that the urge was brutal and not the crime. Pay attention to that. So that's some pretty powerful language. The urges were powerful. He recoils kind of at this word pervert, like you were talking about, Greg, then kind of wrinkles his face, maybe in what he's concealing disgust or trying to overcome the expression of disgust. This is a key point for the interrogator. He's wiping his face, uncharacteristic, boom, 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 3 in a row. Key point for the interrogator to use this word later in the interview. I know I'm going to use the word pervert later on. Maybe I'll use it to piss him off. Maybe I'm going to use it to say, I know you're not one of those XYZ type of people. It just depends on where the interview goes. But here we also see the shift that we saw in video number 1 when he was talking about the boys and how the boys acted, the antisocial behavior of the boys. We aren't monsters. We are your sons. We are your husbands. We grew up with these regular lives. And pornography here is described as a kidnapper. Pornography is a kidnapper. It snatched him from his home. So he normalizes this behavior in a way that anyone could do what he did. Just one drop. Like Mark, you were saying, just one drop. You get one nudie mag, as they probably called it in the time of this interview here. So during one super interesting psychiatry podcast called Ted Bundy, The Dark Triad, several experts that were on this podcast, who are medical experts and psychology experts, were commented that the serial killer showed signs of an extreme form of narcissism called Machiavellianism, which is another diagnosis, since I'm talking about that so much. This personality trait, named after this Renaissance Italian political philosopher named Machiavelli, describes a person who's going to deceive and exploit people in order to achieve their personal goals, no matter who it hurts or no matter how many people get affected or downtrodden in the process.
Like that.
You really hadn't known that before?
There is just absolutely no way to describe. First, the brutal urge to do that kind of thing, and then what happens is once it has been more or less satisfied and recedes, you might say, or spent, that sense, that kind of energy level recedes, and basically I became myself again. And I want people to understand this too, and I'm not saying this gratuitously because it's important that people understand this, that basically I was a normal person. I wasn't some guy hanging out at bars or a bum, or I wasn't a pervert in the sense that, people look at somebody and say, I know there's something wrong with him, and just tell. I mean, I was essentially a normal person. I had good friends. I I led a normal life, except for this one small but very potent and very destructive segment of it that I kept very secret and very close to myself and didn't let anybody know about it. And part of the shock and horror from my dear friends and family years ago when I was first arrested was that there was no clue. They looked at me and they looked at the all-American boy, and I mean, I wasn't perfect, but I want to be quite candid with you. I was okay. I was. The basic humanity and basic spirit that God gave me was intact, but unfortunately it became overwhelmed at times. And I think people need to recognize that it's not some kind of those of us who have been so much influenced by violence in the media, in particular pornographic violence, are not some kinds of inherent monsters. We are your sons and we are your husbands. And we grew up in regular families. And pornography can reach out and snatch a kid out of any house today. It snatched me out of my home. It snatched me out of my home 20, 30 years ago. And as diligent as my parents were, and they were diligent in protecting their children, and as good a Christian home as we had, and we had a wonderful Christian home, there is no protection against the kinds of influences that are loose in a society that tolerates.
You feel this really deeply, don't you? Ted, outside these walls right now, there are several hundred reporters that wanted to talk to you.
Yeah.
And you asked me to come here from California because you had something you wanted to say. This hour that we have together is not just an interview with a man who's scheduled to die tomorrow morning. I am here and you're here because of this message that you're talking about right here. You really feel that hardcore pornography and the doorway to it, softcore pornography, is doing untold damage to other people and causing other women to be abused and killed the way you did others.
Listen, I'm no social scientist, and I haven't done a survey. I mean, I don't pretend that I know what John Q. Citizen thinks about this. But I've lived in prison for a long time now. And I've met a lot of men who were motivated to commit violence just like me. And without exception, every one of them was deeply involved in pornography, without question, without exception. Deeply influenced and consumed by an addiction to pornography. There's no question about it. The FBI's own study on serial homicide shows that the most common interest among serial killers is pornography.
That's true.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm just going to say one thing. Who needs Ted Bundy doing this spin when the interviewer will just do it for him? The interviewer has now taken over the spin. And that's not because he's being duped by a psychopath. That's because he's useful for him. This is verbatim what, it's no surprise. There could be 100 other people who were chosen. Could have been 100 other people who accepted. This is the marriage that's going on right now. This is the marriage that has happened right now before his execution. And, I'm sure that, Dobson felt some sympathy for him in the end, or certainly saw how if you could keep him alive a bit longer, then you'd be able to use him even further as a tool. This, for Dobson's agenda, this is a really powerful tool, because he doesn't pick him up on his crooked logic there, which is correlation is not causation. Yeah, without exception, every violent offender has this kind of relationship with violent pornography, Well, there's also a bunch of other correlations that we could put together, some of them so outlandish and some of them so possible, but potentially none of them actually relevant, or none of them the actual causation of this. And the interviewer does not pick up on that. This is a psychiatrist. This is a good, psychologist. Good. He understands logic. He doesn't pick him up on that logic at all. He doesn't bring that logic to his audience and say, look, audience, you shouldn't really pay any attention to this crooked logic going on here. Why? It's not useful for him to bring up the crooked logic that goes on. He's now just delivering his message. And I would say he knows it. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, so a long time ago when I took one of my first corporate gigs, there was an ERP solution that had failed, and they hired a bunch of people to go in and fix it. And I remember sitting in the room my first day there, and I didn't have glasses on those days, and I was doing this. And the reason I was doing it was to avoid having to pay attention to the train wreck unraveling in front of me. I didn't know what to say. These guys all outranked me. And when finally the guy I worked for said, Greg, are you feeling stressed? I just opened my eyes and said, no, I wonder how all you people have jobs. And that was because I was trying to avoid everything. That's exactly what this guy's doing, exactly what he's doing, because he doesn't know how to feel. Scott, you're dead on. This is just a shell. This guy didn't know what to say or how to feel. If he did, when he took his hands away from his eyes, you would see distraught, you would see musculature moving in his face as he tried to come back to normal. There's nothing. It's flat, there's no affect at all, and he just opens his face. He can't cry because he doesn't know how to cry. He figures if he puts his head down, he'll look like he's crying. This is just another spider to the fly. Move. Come on in, I'm waiting for you. But Mark, to your point, he doesn't need to. He starts talking for him. Then he does, if you ever do reenactment, in reenactment, there's a whole group of people they would call farbies, a person who would come up and say, far be it from me to judge your kit, but, boom. That's exactly what he does here. He does a disclaimer ahead of his resume statement, to use your words, Chase, and then he goes into a hell of a resume statement. He goes into, I'm no social scientist. That when somebody says something like that, that's a predecessor to, but I'm going to tell you what a social scientist would tell you. That's exactly what they're saying. He clears his throat and he starts that diatribe. Here are my credentials. Apart from being a werewolf, I've been in prison for a long time. I've confronted others like me. I've confronted myself. I've met a lot of folks, and. Then he tells you this is all about this. He's closing to give this guy what he wants so the guy will let him finish what he has to say next. And then he takes some sort of moral high ground as he quotes an FBI study. That's holy ground. Now I've got credentials. And he does lip compression. This guy, whether Mark, the guy's okay with him working or not, he's being worked, clearly. And if this were working now, this is a psychologist who knows exactly what he's looking at. Imagine this is Susie Q. homemaker. This is Susie Q. college student. This is a woman coming home from work at night, whatever it is. And you meet this guy, and he can use all these tools at his disposal and knows not to let you see that he has no emotion. Imagine how powerful that is. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, totally agree. And I will say this, I will admit this, that 15 minutes or so into meeting this guy, I probably wouldn't know he's a psychopath. With all of my training and all of our training that we talk about a lot, we can get duped in these short-term interactions by these people as well as anybody else. When we teach, like, this is how you spot a psychopath, we are looking from the outside. So it's hard to see it once you're inside of that bubble. And that's why this repetitive training to get yourself up on this just awareness is really important. There's no vaccination against these people. So you've got to be on your best game. So I just want you to know that I could be duped by this kind of person. This message he's delivering really seems like a sincere desire to get the word out, because I'm thinking he's got a day to live. Why the porno thing? But then I thought, what would a narcissist agree to do an interview for? Extreme narcissist. And how would they agree to make an interview? And he sought this reporter out. So he's basically thinking, how can I do this interview and be a hero? So the only way that I can take a hero angle is to take a stance against something that lots of people don't like. And I think that's what we're really doing here. It's a battle cry against a false aggressor. So this I think this red herring maneuver is performed extremely well, as his communication is damn near perfect on this to the average person, except for the emotional impact on things where there's not emotion to speak of. Antisocial personality disorder. Let's talk about that real quick. This group of psychologists, which was 73 in total at the University of Kentucky, wanted to study Ted Bundy's mental health, and the majority of them agreed that he had antisocial personality disorder. Nearly 80% believed that Bundy was a perfect example of the disorder, checking off all of the DSM criteria at the time, whatever number it was, of egocentrism, acting on personal gratification, this law of social norms, lacking empathy, antagonism, disinhibition. And antisocial personality disorder and psychopathy are not the same thing. They're not the same thing. So you can be a psychopath and have that. All of them do. You can have antisocial personality without being a full-blown psychopath. Interesting fun fact for the day. Scott, what do you got?
Fun facts and psychopaths
Ted
with
Bundy.
Chase Hughes. All right. I agree with you completely there. We're seeing more. I'll keep this one short. We're seeing him act again, like everybody's been saying. He's just acting. And that whole business of pressing on his tear ducts, that's where he got the tears from. You know, that breathing in through his teeth, that sucking in through his teeth, that's just over the top. He doesn't know he doesn't know how to do that, but he is suckering this guy in. The guy's coming in, he's letting him take over, and oh, poor pitiful me. And he doesn't know how to ask the kind of questions we would ask somebody, you know, Dobson. So I think that's what I agree with you, Mark. I think that's what's happened there. He doesn't know how to do that. So he sort of let the guy take over at that point. I got nothing new on this one because it's just we're seeing a psychopath be a psychopath at this point.
If you are a reporter or you interview people at all for a living, even if it's like for a job interview or something, there's a book that you have to buy. It's worth about 7,000 times whatever you're going to spend on it when you order it on Amazon. It's this book right here by James Pyle and Marianne Corinch. This is the book that got me started in understanding how to ask better questions and how to get information out of people. Find out anything from anyone, anytime. Fantastic book.
You feel this really deeply, don't you? Ted, outside these walls right now, there are several hundred reporters that wanted to talk to you.
Yeah.
And you asked me to come here from California because you had something you wanted to say. This hour that we have together is not just an interview with a man who's scheduled to die tomorrow morning. I am here and you're here because of this message that you're talking about right here. You really feel that hardcore pornography and the doorway to it, softcore pornography, is doing untold damage to other people and causing other women to be abused and killed the way you did others.
Listen, I'm no social scientist, and I haven't done a survey. I mean, I don't pretend that I know what John Q. Citizen thinks about this. But I've lived in prison for a long time now. And I've met a lot of men who were motivated to commit violence just like me. And without exception, every one of them was deeply involved in pornography, without question, without exception, deeply influenced and consumed by an addiction to pornography. There's no question about it. The FBI's own study on serial homicide shows that the most common interest among serial killers is pornography.
That's true. If I were able to ask you the questions that are being asked out there, one of the most important as you come down to perhaps your final hours, are you thinking about all those victims out there and their families who are so wounded, years later, their lives have not returned to normal. They will never return to normal.
Absolutely.
Are you carrying that load, that weight? Is the remorse there?
Again, I know that people will accuse me of being self-serving, but we're beyond that now. I mean, I'm just telling you how I feel. through God's help, I have been able to come to the point where much too late, but better late than never, feel the hurt and the pain that I am responsible for. Yes, absolutely. In the past few days, myself and a number of investigators have been talking about unsolved cases, murders that I was involved in. And it's hard to talk about all these years later because it revives in me all those terrible feelings and those thoughts that I have steadfastly and diligently dealt with, and I think successfully, with the love of God. And yet it's reopened that, and I felt the pain, and I felt the horror again of all that. And I can only hope that those who I have harmed, and those who I've caused so much grief, even if they don't believe my expression of sorrow and remorse, will believe what I'm saying now, that there is loose in their towns and their communities people like me today whose dangerous impulses are being fueled day in and day out by violence in the media in its various forms, particularly sexualized violence. And what scares me, and let's come into the present now, because what I'm talking about happened 20, 30 years ago, that is, in my formative stages. And what scares and appalls me, Dr. Dobson, is when I see what's on cable TV, some of the movies, I mean, some of the violence in the movies that come into homes today with stuff that they wouldn't show in X-rated adult theaters 30 years ago. This stuff...
The slasher movies that you're talking about.
That stuff is, I'm telling you, from personal experience, the most, that is graphic violence on screen, particularly as it gets into the home to children who may be unattended or unaware that they may be a Ted Bundy who has that vulnerability to that predisposition to be influenced by that kind of behavior, by that kind of movie, that kind of violence. There are kids sitting out there switching the TV dial around and come upon these movies late at night, or I don't know when they're on, but they're on and any kid can watch them. It's scary when I think what would have happened to me if I had seen. I mean, scary enough. I mean, that I just ran into stuff outside the home, but to know that children are watching that kind of thing today, or can pick up their phone and dial away for it or send away for it.
Chase, what do you got?
Every single ounce of pain that he describes here is about himself. He's asked about the victims. He describes the pain that he endured. And psychopathy is a personality trait that falls under antisocial. And people with antisocial disorder have kind of a long-term pattern of violating the rights of other human beings without remorse. And one of the people in the study, let's go into this study again, Dr. Thomas Whittaker says that Dr. Harvey Cleckley's analysis is mostly accurate when he said, and I quote, however, Bundy would also be diagnosed with necrophilia, paraphilia, and sadism more precisely. And that's what I got here. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I was just saying, I would absolutely hire him as a speechwriter. It's actually brilliant what he's done there. He started off with the trigger for him was the trash that people were throwing out of their houses, and him in the highways and byways picking up that stuff. That's the thing that developed him. Now the trash is in the home and it's coming through your cable TV, and Dobson helps him by going the slasher movies. He goes, yeah, the slasher movies. So he's now you are not safe. Concerned Mothers of America, it is in your home right now. Yeah, your kids would be safer walking the streets. It gets piped through your TV right now. That's how bad it is. This is utterly brilliant what he's doing here, and Dobson is not stopping him. He is not saying, hold on a moment, that isn't accurate, that's not true, you can't perpetrate that kind of mythology on the audience. It is you and you alone. You are an utterly unique and outlier personality of the most extreme. He's allowing him to perpetuate this mythology of the trash is now in your home, and it's called cable TV. I mean, it's just, I don't know. At this point, I'm not quite sure who I'm most disgusted by. Both of them, I think. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, my favorite part of this whole thing is he asks a question, Dobson asks a question, and feeds the answer in what we would refer to as a leading question. And by that, he projects and asks something about, is there remorse there for you? Did you hear a single word about remorse in the entire? Now, I project the answer I want. You must feel remorse. Never comes up once. He goes on to ramble, and you know he's going to because he goes and gets a good breath before he starts down that path. And he delivers a sermon of sorts, honestly. He just goes on and on and on about the problem is this, and the problem is that, the problem's never me, the problem is this. And then I don't want to talk about that for fear it will revive all these terrible feelings in me. I think that's an honest thing. When he says these terrible feelings, he's not talking about horror. He's talking about the other feelings, all these things. The other thing to watch is now we're starting to see him manipulate his mouth. And watch the times he does it. He talks about children being at home alone, and he talks about horror. Those things are inside his head, deep in there, that caused him to do that. I would start paying attention. Every time I notice him touching his mouth, we'll see it increase as he starts to talk more and more closely about the actual acts. I think he's got something deep in there. Every time he touched her, I'd just start making notes and poke and prod when he did that. Reviving me all those terrible feelings. There's not a single word about remorse. I felt the pain and horror of all that. I don't think he's pontificating at this point. I think he clearly knows what he's trying to get across, and he's trying to get enough message. Listen to the lilt of it. It's preacher-like almost. He's trying to get across to Dobson to get him to a point, and then he uses the word believe. He's closing this out. I think it's masterful, Mark. I think it's intentional. He says they won't believe this, but what I hope they will believe, and his volume goes up and he makes hard eye contact, is when I say that I am, boom. And he's going back to that story of the werewolf virus, and now they're piping werewolf virus into all your homes. So everybody's going to be a werewolf. Watch out. That's what I got. Scott, what do you got?
Mother. Wow. Wow. Okay.
That's a record.
Wow. Wow, Greg, if you hadn't moved, man, I would have gone and then said, okay, we're good to go. God, that's the worst.
That's what Bundy does. Takes you to the extreme, you see. Takes you to the absolute edge.
That is so embarrassing. Of course, I can always cut all that
We've all
out.
done it. I've done one for about 2 minutes, I think.
Wow, that's too bad.
I think that is a record, though.
Wow. I'll save that for the end. How's that sound?
We can dub over it. You can have Bundy talking.
Oh, man.
Jace, the crown has been taken.
Wow, that's too bad. I'm sorry, fellas. Damn it.
We've all done it.
I'm just hearing that air conditioning back there. I'm trying to make it so that doesn't happen, so you don't hear it. So I'm not used to muting anything, you know?
You don't need to explain.
Scott, what tipped you off?
Yeah.
Greg.
I moved around like this at one point.
No, you came up and Greg went like this or something. I was like, what's that? And then
what's that mean?
Yeah, and then I looked at you, Chase. That's my go-to. And you were like this.
I was like, good point.
So I think I was like, okay, it's over.
Good one.
Damn it. Okay.
Now let's find out what you actually said.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay. Oh, man. I can't do it again. I was up in it, man. I was selling that shit.
No, this is a good one. You got it. Roll it.
Okay, here we go.
Take two.
Okay, well, in a
Hand it back to
nutshell.
you?
No, I'm good. I'll deal with it. Okay, in a nutshell, what we're seeing is I agree with you guys. I do agree with you guys, but hear me out, because I think he got lost. I think he had all these things he was going to talk about, and he's trying to stay on point, and he's in the woods. He sees the path. He can't quite get back up to the path. So he's in this big pile of stuff going, okay, yeah, kids, and then porno, and then there's this that happens, and then I got to get, let's see, this happened. Let me wait a minute. He's looking around, then he comes back up with something else. He's making all of his points and trying to stay on the path, but he's not quite on the path at this point. So being the interviewer that this guy Dobson is not, we would jump in at that point. And I mean, we would expect the news person to jump in and start saying stuff. I think he's kind of expecting that too. I agree with you guys. I think what he's doing, he's getting all of his points across and he's laying out this story. It's making a very vivid picture with all that. But I think he's lost from the path there. I think he's trying to stay on it, but he keeps sliding off as he goes down the road there. So, okay, we good?
But by the way, do you think he lays in that piece about I've been having some talks with investigators to see if he can get a last minute reprieve?
He did try.
Oh,
that's fact.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's wanting to do that. So he said, I've got so much more information I could tell you guys about. And just think, hang on, there's more we may not know. He's going to try anything, I would think.
If I were able to ask you the questions that are being asked out there, one of the most important as you come down to perhaps your final hours, are you thinking about all those victims out there and their families who are so wounded, years later, their lives have not returned to normal. They will never return to normal.
Absolutely.
Are you carrying that load, that weight? Is the remorse there?
Again, I know that people will accuse me of being self-serving, but we're beyond that now. I mean, I'm just telling you how I feel. But through God's help, I have been able to come to the point where much too late, but better late than never, feel the hurt and the pain that I am responsible for. Yes, absolutely. In the past few days, myself and a number of investigators have been talking about unsolved cases, murders that I was involved in. And it's hard to talk about all these years later because it revives in me all those terrible feelings and those thoughts that I have steadfastly and diligently dealt with, and I think successfully, with the love of God. And yet it's reopened that, and I felt the pain and I felt the horror again of all that. And I can only hope that those who I have harmed, and those who I've caused so much grief, even if they don't believe my expression of sorrow and remorse, will believe what I'm saying now, that there is loose in their towns and their communities people like me today whose dangerous impulses are being fueled day in and day out by violence in the media in its various forms, particularly sexualized violence. And what scares me, and let's come into the present now, because what I'm talking about happened 30 years ago, that is, in my formative stages. And what scares and appalls me, Dr. Dobson, is when I see what's on cable TV, some of the movies, some of the violence in the movies that come into homes today with stuff that they wouldn't show in X-rated adult theaters 30 years ago. This stuff...
The slasher movies that you're talking about.
That stuff is, I'm telling you, from personal experience, the most, that is graphic violence on screen, particularly as it gets into the home to children who may be unattended or unaware that they may be a Ted Bundy who has that vulnerability to that predisposition to be influenced by that kind of behavior, by that kind of movie, that kind of violence. There are kids sitting out there switching the TV dial around and come upon these movies late at night, or I don't know when they're on, but they're on and any kid can watch them. It's scary when I think what would have happened to me if I had seen. I mean, scary enough. I mean, that I just ran into stuff outside the home, but to know that children are watching that kind of thing today, or can pick up their phone and dial away for it or send away for it.
One of the final murders that you committed, of course, was apparently little Kimberly Leach, 12 years of age. I think the public outcry is greater there because an innocent child was taken from a playground. What did you feel after that? What was there? Were there the normal emotions 3 days later? Where were you, Ted?
I can't really talk about that right now. That's
It's too painful.
I would like to be able to convey to you what that experience is like, but I can't. I won't be able to talk about that.
Okay.
I can't begin to understand. Well, I can try, but I'm aware that I can't begin to understand the pain that the parents of these children that I have and these young women that I have harmed feel. And I can't restore really much to them, if anything. I won't pretend to, and I don't even expect them to forgive me, and I'm not asking for it. That kind of forgiveness is of God, and if they have it, they have it. If they don't, well, maybe they'll find it someday.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is a creepy one. This is really among the creepiest. That whole manipulation of the mouth, now start paying attention. When he's talking about those children or people in their home, he's touching his mouth, he's moving his lips around. He's suddenly restless when he starts asking him about this specific question around this woman. We typically associate doing this with your mouth with mental activity. Messing with your mouth the same way. When a person's playing with their mouth, usually they're thinking, there's something coming up. He gets pretty restless. This is one of the rare times I'm glad I can't read minds, because what's going through that guy's mind right now has zero value to humanity. Zero, in my opinion. He's smiling and grunting. He's trying his best to hide a smile. That's all he's doing. Lip compressions. Then he says, I can't really talk about that, trying to appear to be human. But he doesn't say I can't talk about it. He says, I can't talk about it right now. That's a lead. Why can't you talk about it right now, Bundy? Because, and then, is it me or did it sound like he said, oh yeah, in there to you guys? He said, oh yeah. It sounded like that in the middle of there. This is him thinking about that horrific crime, in my opinion. And then he does that horrible predatory look from under his brow, up, looking at him. I use this in my classes. I used it in my class at the live event. You'll see his eyes are looking up over toward him with that thing. Then he starts to spout some therapy talk, where he's talking about, I can't begin to feel like, or restore. That's the therapist talking to him. He's talking, and Mark, you said earlier, where would all this psychological stuff come from? He's been in a Skinner box for 10 years as they all studied him, trying to figure out what turned him into what he is. But he then shows amusement in his face, and he just outright looks arrogant right there at the end. But Scott, I have written down here, because we're always talking about what does a psychopath have that other people don't. Are you glib? He looks glib. Oh, yeah. That's exactly what I call what he's doing right there.
So yeah, I have two dogs. One of them is a Belgian Malinois, and she is basically not a dog. She's closer to being a velociraptor than any other creature. But one thing she'll do before she attacks the other dog, she'll sniff a piece of furniture. And while she's sniffing that furniture, you can see her eyes tracking the other dog, getting ready to pounce. And that's what I think we're seeing right here. We are seeing a professional predator. And the Belgian Malinois is bred to be a predator animal. She's made for that kind of stuff.
And I think he's saying that he's a little bit nervous to talk about it here. And I think he's afraid to talk about it right here because discussing this would show so little emotion. He doesn't know how to fake that much emotion because he's seen how other people react to children getting hurt, that he doesn't know how to describe it. And he doesn't know if he could sell that well enough based on the emotions he's seen in other adult humans. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah. Wow, that's good, man. You're completely right. And he can't discuss it right now because he doesn't know how to. He doesn't know how to talk about emotions. Again, we're seeing a psychopath, like everybody's always saying in this thing, we're seeing a psychopath be a psychopath. He doesn't know how to talk about emotions. He doesn't know how to describe them. And I think it goes back to what we were talking about a couple minutes ago, where he's trying to get some time. So he says, another reason he says I can't talk about it right now is because just in case there might be something else they want to talk about, I've got some more information that I can't give out right now. So at this point, some people may have got a little bit of feeling for him at this point because you have that trigger where you start hearing about God and you go, oh, okay, well, it's talking about God. So that makes everything okay and all that. In this case, no. This is when you hear people talk about taking the Lord's name in vain. That's what he's doing when he starts talking about God the way he's talking about God. That's one of the way they take the Lord's name in vain, not saying specific other things that are graphic that I can't say on here. So you may have that feel like, you know what, he might be okay. I got to forgive him. No, you don't. No, you don't. He was cutting people's heads off and doing other things like that. We can't get too graphic with it. Horrible guy, monster. So he can't talk about it because he doesn't know how to talk about it at that point. But you're watching this happen. In Vegas, we talked about, one of the talks I did was the difference in seeing and observing. It was our day one. We all talked about observing, right? How to observe something. If you'll observe this guy, just don't see him, watch him, watch everything he does, especially in this clip. You'll see, like so far, everybody said so far, everything a psychopath does is in this clip right there. He's a pro, man. You're right, Chase. All over it, man. He's selling it in there. He's being that predator. It's great. This is great stuff to see this. See, I'm getting too worked up, but anyway, so yeah, you're seeing a psychopath be a psychopath at its highest level. This is good stuff. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I agree. Predatory gaze during that, checking out if he's buying it, and also targeting the victim as well. I think we see a classic animal instinct at the start, which is to move around and judge everything from a number of angles so you can really understand what's going on. We see this movement. What I love, and I think this is the closest in my mind that we get to seeing what he really is, who he really is. His guard is down, I think, the most during this, because we see, in my mind, a really great piece of antisocial behavior. In general, in most societies, it's not a good look if you're wearing handcuffs. I mean, it kind of generally says you might have done something bad, or there might be something, a little bit interesting going on with yourself and your partner at the same time. But even that is it's a little bit swept under the carpet, a little bit taboo, maybe still. Okay, so not a good kind of general social look. So there he is with his handcuffs on, and he decides he wants to ease it a bit. Now, if it were me, and I think I'm trying to make a good effect here, I'm trying to have people think good of me, my handcuffs are not feeling so comfortable, I would just slip my hands down and just rearrange them out of sight of the camera. No, what he does is just nudge them with his chin. Just nudges them with his chin. There is a part of him that can care about how he's seen and can manipulate, and there's another part of him that absolutely does not care about society at all. And that's the antisocial behavioral disorder there, is that the norms of whatever society put forward, that those boundaries, the individual just does not care about them and is willing to break them in public or in private if there's a high enough penalty for it. So lovely to see. I don't think I've ever seen that behavior before. That is a first for me, moving your handcuffs with your chin. It's a first. You saw it here.
Not for me.
One of the final murders that you committed, of course, was apparently little Kimberly Leach, 12 years of age. I think the public outcry is greater there because an innocent child was taken from a playground. What did you feel after that? Were there the normal emotions 3 days later? Where were you, Ted?
I can't really talk about that right now. That's weird.
That's too painful.
I would like to be able to convey to you what that experience is like, but I can't. I won't be able to talk about that.
Okay.
I can't begin to understand. Well, I can try, but I'm aware that I can't begin to understand the pain that the parents of these children that I have, and these young women that I have harmed, feel. And I can't restore really much to them, if anything. And I won't pretend to, and I don't even expect them to forgive me, and I'm not asking for it. That kind of forgiveness is of God, and if they have it, they have it. If they don't, well, maybe they'll find it someday.
Do you deserve the punishment the state has inflicted upon you?
That's a very good question, and I'll answer very, very honestly. I don't want to die. I'm not going to kid you. I'll kid you not. I deserve certainly the most extreme punishment society has, and I think society deserves to be protected from me and from others like me. That's for sure. I think what I hope will come of our discussion is I think society deserves to be protected from itself because as we've been talking, there are forces at loose in this country, particularly, again, this kind of violent pornography, where, on the one hand, well-meaning, decent people will condemn behavior of a Ted Bundy while they're walking past a magazine rack full of the very kinds of things that send young kids down the road to be Ted Bundys. That's the irony. We're talking here not just about more. What I'm talking about is going beyond retribution, which is what people want with me. Going beyond retribution and punishment, because there is no way in the world that killing me is going to restore those beautiful children to their parents and correct and soothe the pain. But I'll tell you, there are lots of other kids playing in streets around this country today who are going to be dead tomorrow and the next day and the next day and next month because other young people are reading the kinds of things and seeing the kinds of things that are available in the media today.
Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, so right here we're seeing what's called a punishment question. And it's sort of a tiny punishment question. It's not really real. A punishment question sounds like, what do you think should happen to the person who did this? Or what should happen to the type of person who does this crime? And it is astonishingly effective in children, in adults. It doesn't matter. You ask a person who is a child predator, who's trying to pretend to be innocent in an interrogation room, what do you think should happen to the person who did this? You're going to get a response like, and I'm almost quoting some of these verbatim, what should happen to the person who did this? And they say, well, definitely not jail time. The person's obviously sick. Definitely, yes, absolutely, definitely some kind of apology to the family. Yeah, they should definitely apologize to the family, but they need some serious help, you know? The person is not really in their right mind, and they definitely don't need jail, but they need some kind of help because they're obviously sick. But yes, they should apologize to the family. I'm almost paraphrasing verbatim from some of the stuff that I've seen here. And that's how powerful the punishment question is. And we see it here. And I want you to imagine, Scott was just in the last video talking about the psychopathy factor and how weird some of this stuff can be. I want you to imagine these exact same facial expressions while he's cutting someone's head off. No fear, no shame, no being grossed out or disgusted, the same smiles, same blink rate, and same facial expressions. And that'll give you an idea of what we are dealing with when it comes to some psychopaths. And we're not demonizing all psychopaths. Most psychopaths are not crazed serial killers because the stuff that came down from our ancestors to preserve our tribe and the people around us is deeply rooted in the brain. No matter if there's a damage in some kind of the part of the brain that's above that, the instinct to protect the tribe is still there. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so there's that little smile with him after he says the word status. And, exactly. Status. And the reason he smiles on that is because he knew in the future that whenever I said the word status, people would say the word status back. And I think that's fascinating. Fascinating that he would have that forethought around that. No, the smile there is a smile of disdain. Disdain for society in general, as is disdain. It's contempt for society, for who's rained down this punishment. And what I like about this, Chase, is that this punishment question, what should happen, gets turned into essentially, well, society deserves me. That is, like, what a brilliant spin doctor, like brilliant speechwriter, because he's turned this what should the punishment for you be into, no, the punishment is for society in general. I don't get punished around this, you get punished. And then he spins it into an even bigger narrative now, which I would say is like the narrative Unstoppable, the Sorcerer's Apprentice, the everlasting porridge pot, the thing that keeps on cooking forever. He's now saying, look, strike me down now, but others will poke up everywhere. Like, my type is now legion because you let that tap run on the filth of cable TV. So this is really, if he's leaving us with anything, and that's why, look, you might say to yourself, hey, you really need to be disgusted with Ted Bundy. And I am, he's not a nice guy. But you have somebody in the room who could stop this nonsense being spouted. You have somebody who can go, well, that's just not true. It isn't true that that good kids will be tainted by cable TV and these murderers will spout up everywhere. You could have somebody who would go, that's just not true. Bundy says that's the irony of this whole thing. Well, the interviewer, the spin doctor, the other spin doctor there, the other political lobbyist could go, that isn't an irony because what you're saying is just factually incorrect. I know this as a psychologist. I know this as a social scientist. It isn't factually correct, but he doesn't. He doesn't stop him. He's allowing this person to throw a hand grenade into TV land as the whole of the Christian right, America, watches this and goes, damn, it's come out of the mouth of one of the greatest, most legendary psychopaths ever, that America is under threat right now, clear and present danger through our TV sets. The interviewer doesn't stop that. And I am disgusted by that. Bundy is terrible, but that's not good either. It's really not good either. Scott, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, he scooches right past the full punishment thing. Just glides right by it. Doesn't go in and say. And I agree. You guys have covered everything on this, but at that point though, the interviewer should have come back in and said, "Hey man, wait a minute. What about let's talk about this one more time. That wasn't the answer to the question I asked you." Didn't really get his answer on that. So I'm not going to add to all that. Is that everybody?
Nope, me.
Okay, go ahead, Greg. What do you got?
Yeah, so a little bit of stuff here. There's outright arrogance as he responds to this. I mean, Mark, I agree that disdain, that's arrogance. That's like you lowly peons. And then I think there's narcissism in what he's accomplished. He doesn't talk about other serial killers as if they are somebody. He talks about them as living up to his mark, that they're going to be more of him. And I think there's some of that from him. And he even says you need to protect people, you need to protect them from people like me. And he does a lip compression. Then he turns and he does, it's all your fault. It's dead on. You guys created the werewolf and you're piping it into your homes. You deserve what you get. He does a whole blame sharing thing at the end. I think it ties back all the stuff you guys are talking about. The last comment I would make is, if you did not know this guy would be executed in 12 hours, would you have any idea in the way he's talking? Psychopath.
Great point.
Yeah.
Do you deserve the punishment the state has inflicted upon you?
That's a very good question. And I'll answer very, very honestly. I don't want to die. I'm not going to kid you. I'll kid you not. I deserve certainly the most extreme punishment society has, and I think society deserves to be protected from me and from others like me. That's for sure. I think what I hope will come of our discussion is I think society deserves to be protected from itself, because as we've been talking, there are forces at loose in this country, particularly again this kind of violent pornography, where on the one hand, well-meaning, decent people will condemn behavior of a Ted Bundy while they're walking past a magazine rack full of the very kinds of things that send young kids down the road to be Ted Bundys. That's the irony. We're talking here not just about more. What I'm talking about is going beyond retribution, which is what people want with me, going beyond retribution and punishment, because there is no way in the world that killing me is going to restore those beautiful children to their parents and correct and soothe the pain. But I'll tell you, there are lots of other kids playing in streets around this country today who are going to be dead tomorrow and the next day and the next day and next month, because other young people are reading the kinds of things and seeing the kinds of things that are available in the media today.
Ted, as you would imagine, there's tremendous cynicism about you on the outside, and I suppose for good reason. I'm not sure that there's anything that you could say that people would believe. Some people would believe.
Yeah.
And yet, you told me last night, and I have heard this through our mutual friend John Tanner, that you have accepted the forgiveness of Jesus Christ and are a follower and a believer in him. Do you draw strength from that as you approach these final hours?
I do. I can't say that
it's going to be
being
easy.
in the valley of the shadow of death is something that I've become all that accustomed to, and that I'm strong and nothing's bothering me. Listen, it's no fun. It gets kind of lonely, and yet I have to remind myself that every one of us will go through this someday, in one way or another, and countless millions who have walked this earth before us have. So this is just an experience which we all share.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot on this one. He's got all the dedication and all the faith of Homer Simpson in The Simpsons when he's praying to Jeebus. I mean, this guy, I don't have any belief that he is. I think he's doing the right thing for his audience, and that's what he's after. That's all I see. I don't see any real pain, any real suffering, any real emotion. And that's what we always say is these guys are that. The guys, if you happen to have been diagnosed as a psychopath, we're not saying you are a monster. We're saying this guy was a monster. He got cured, but this guy was a monster. He turned into one of the worst possible people on earth and was executed for it. Chase, what do you got?
He did get cured. So when the interviewer here, Dr. Dobson, Dr. Dobson. I'll just do that. It says mutual friend. He's assuming some kind of relationship with this person and assuming some kind of co-relatedness, some community with this person, with Ted. And it's disgusting to me. I'm disgusted just that he would even try to do this to push a narrative. I'm going to make friends with and pretend friends with a psychopath. Mutual friend suggests that they are friends. So horrible. And right here, I just want to focus in really tightly on one line of speech when he says, listen, it was no fun. I was lonely. When he says listen, that triggers us as interviewers to start using auditory language. I hear what you're saying. That sounds good to me. That guy had really loud clothing on. We're using some kind of auditory language. When he says it was no fun, he describes everything in all of his interviews as fun or not fun. Killing was fun for him. So I'm going to use that phrase as a person talked to him in an interview. Finally, when he says lonely, I know that he's a socially driven person. I'm definitely 100% going to be using the loneliness, social connectedness example to get this guy to confess. Scott?
Yeah. Now, again, hear me out or y'all are going to turn on me here. When he starts talking, let me say this first. Jesus loves you, but I'm his favorite. And that's where I sit on in this situation. When he starts bringing in Jesus and saying, you've accepted Jesus Christ as your savior and all that, like everything's going to be okay for this guy now, and we should forgive him too, and that's going to be okay. This guy's a monster. In my opinion, even if you are forgiven for things like that, you have to be a human to be forgiven for those things. I don't think there's anybody in there. And I think that when that gets taken care of, when it's all open and there's judgment day, I think when you show up there, they go, oh yeah, you're forgiven. Now let's talk about these girls over here. Let's talk about that for a while. I don't know, man. It's just such a, he shouldn't have walked down that path with this guy. I don't think he shouldn't have done that, because he's making it look like it's okay and he's going to be just fine. It's bringing a happy ending to this. And it's not a happy ending for anybody in this, except for, like Greg was saying, except for his being cured. So outside of that, I don't think there's anything good in that. I shouldn't say all that stuff. Somebody's going to take it wrong and I'll get in trouble, but I don't care.
Scott's church.
To YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so you know what I'm saying? Me and Big Guns are tight, man. He loves me and we get along great. His dad loves me. So we get along great. And he loves you, but I'm his favorite. So let's make sure we get that straight when I'm telling you about all that stuff. I think they've got something worked out for these guys who do stuff like this. Even though they get forgiven, I think something's still up for that. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I had the same chase in that I put here, now they have mutual friends. It's like, I can't believe it. It's like, wow, you're going to do that? Like, you're going to say that you are a friend with Ted Bundy for your political agenda? That is off. I mean, I know people in politics who will do whatever it takes. But this is like beyond anything that I've seen in a lobbyist going, yeah, I'll say I'm friends with Ted Bundy for this one. If we can stop that filth coming down cable TV and make America scared again, like, let's do it. It's like, Dobson, my hat is off to you. I know some people will do some stuff, but you take the biscuit, I tell you. Well, so what happens is Bundy runs with that one. Like he runs with it. And he goes, I love his image of, I've not experienced being in the shadow of death. No, because you are the thing that blocks out the sunlight and casts that shadow. You've never been in that valley in the darkness. You are the monolith that stops the light that the people have looked up to in horror as that darkness has come over them. So incredible image there from my point of view. And then he shifts it to, well, I've never experienced that, but we all are going to experience that moment of death. And basically he says, we are all Ted Bundy in death. I mean, again, like, if you, that is a speechwriter, because he's managed to bring us all together under one agenda. I mean, genius. Anyway, I put here, I'm speechless at the end of this. Let's power up the generators.
Excellent.
Ted, as you would imagine, there's tremendous cynicism about you on the outside, and I suppose for good reason. I'm not sure that there's anything that you could say that people would believe. Some people would believe.
Yeah.
And yet, you told me last night, and I have heard this through our mutual friend John Tanner, that you have accepted the forgiveness of Jesus Christ and are a follower and a believer in Him. Do you draw strength from that as you approach these final hours?
I do. I can't say that
it's going to be
being
easy.
in the valley of the shadow of death is something that I've become all that accustomed to, and that I'm strong and nothing's bothering me. Listen, it's no fun. It gets kind of lonely, and yet I have to remind myself that every one of us will go through this someday, in one way or another, and countless millions who have walked this earth before us have. So this is just an experience which we all share. And
All right. Well, let's throw it around the room and talk about what we think we've seen here in 30 seconds or less. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I didn't know what I was going to get with Bundy. Never seen him before. Had a bit of an understanding of his legend. Never seen him on TV being interviewed. I expected something of what I saw there. I never expected Dobson. So it's been fantastic for me because I just didn't expect to see that. That was a lesson for me. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, this was a person being fake with a person helping them be fake so that they could be more fake to help the other person be more fake so that they could sell more fake to human beings. It was a person passing a yo-yo back and forth with more spin being put on it back and forth. I'm disgusted more by the interviewer than I am with Bundy. Greg.
Yeah, guys, whatever the cause behind it, whatever, this is one of those rare chances for us to see a psychopath being a psychopath. Not being able to show emotion, but being able to work and do everything that you need to get across the message that they think you want to hear so they can get you to wherever they need you to be. Now, does that mean all psychopaths are violent killers? No, there are lots of people who have psychopathy who live normal lives. But these serial killers use all of those same skills to lure people in. This guy was all kinds of sick. There was all kinds of things wrong with him. He confessed to 30 murders, who knows how many others, and God knows what else he did to people along the way. This is a horrible end to a horrible situation, but he's gone. That's a good thing. I think there's a value to you watching this video and learning how people work you. Because if you project onto them goodness and light, you're going to get it reflected right back at you using your words. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great example of being able to watch a psychopath, like you just said, watch a psychopath be a psychopath. It's like putting one in a jar and just sitting there and watching it for a while and see what, and putting, you're right, it's the spider and the fly situation, just putting them both in a jar and seeing what happens. And that's what happens. It was excellent. It was a great study, I think, a great study. And I think no matter where Ted Bundy is right now, you know, what did happen to him in the end, you know, we knew he's gone now, but I'm sure he's looking up at us right now and saying, hey, behavior panel, you nailed it.
Datus.
You know what? Yeah. What I meant a second ago, I just want to clarify. One of them didn't have a choice whether or not to feel any emotion, and the other one did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Excellent. All right, fellas, I think this is a good one. We'll see you next time.
Jill.
Subscribe. Please.
The behavior panel.
Oh, man. I mean, dude, he would... Well, we'll talk about it.
The sad truth is they probably should have gone...
Scott, please save that. Please save that.
Well, I've got it. I've got it. It's going. I'll put it at the end of the thing.
It's what he deserves.
So what do you got?
capisce, no? Anche se non si lo